I'll keep talking now.
Still you are getting.
Echo, yeah, it wasn't yesterday.
पोस्ट मैच किया था आपने वो नहीं देखिए ये तीन है ना 1 2 3 तेरा कैमरा और ऐसा है ना तो मेरा कैमरा इधर आएगा
1-2. One two, 1-2.
Yeah, field IB.
1-2, 1-2, 1-2, still there. One two. Still there.
Still there.
1-2. Wasn't there yesterday, Ravi?
Yeah, might be the producer.
Huh?
The producer might know that speaker might
No,
be
it's
that.
not. It's, no, not at all. Is that on?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, I just. Fahad bhai.
1-2. No, not that. It's not that. Is your speaker on? No.
Not this speaker. Inside.
Huh?
Inside. The producer speaker. Might be that his mic is speaking.
Chats. Hayes here. Mate, is your speaker on inside there? 1-2, 1-2. Chats, no? Chats, Hayes. 1-2, 1-2. Yeah, 1-2, 1-2. Yeah, there's still an echo. It's not there. I spoke to him. It's not. It's off. It's off. It's not a speaker. It's not a speaker. It's very clear. It's not a speaker echo.
Clear sound.
Clear echo. Yes. It's something audio. This is going to go well. This is going to go well. 1-2, 1-2. One, two. One, two, 1-2. Still there. I had it on day one. I didn't have it yesterday.
Yeah, but see, something is picking up. Someone should talk back actually.
I don't think so. I don't think so. It's too clear. The audio. It's too. Do you want to listen? Plug in and listen. Huh? It's a secret.
Lorca took a feature. There's a Jonathan Trott interview.
My first question to you, I'll be talking about the fact that 21 overs bowled by spin. I know you mentioned the pitch report, but we'll get more in depth on that. My first question to you is about what's the situation of the test? Where are we in this test?
Please check now.
You're gonna ask
Yeah,
me
still got it. Still there.
You're gonna ask me about the surface,
No, because we've got the
the spin.
yeah. Why did they go away from what was so successful in the first innings?
Right.
Yeah, so leave the surface out until you after your pitch report.
Yes. Why? Well,
I'm going to chat to you about what you said in your analysis piece.
Yeah.
Because that was good, and I think it's a couple other points that also I can just bring up about his technique,
Okay.
Osmotola's technique, and we can just bounce that around.
Sure.
It's one of my pet hates. I mean, I think often batsmen get in the middle, particularly if they're not regularly playing in test matches and stuff, and they're not properly engaged, which he wasn't in the first.
Yeah, you could see, like, even the way he's, and I couldn't really put it out there, but the way he's triggering, he's a little bit more, second time he's alert.
It's
1-2, 1-2. Still got it. One, two. If I go like this, the second click is the space for the second echo.
I'm in a tunnel.
No, go for it.
I'm in a submarine.
You guys got mics. Ravi? Please do. Microphone.
Yeah.
We are over here, boys.
Hello,
Trotty.
You're right. You're right.
Nice to see you. I'm good. I've been looking at you from a distance in Minnesota.
You okay?
Good to see you. I'm good. How you going?
Yeah, not too bad.
Thanks for telling me. You got the same birthday as me. Yeah, All Kings Day. Yeah. April 22. But you're 20 years. I didn't want to bring that up. Good to see you, mate.
You too. Go on.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1. 1 second. Yeah.
1-2, 1-2. Still there.
Yeah, still a little bit. No, that's
Why is that?
Like that.
2 minutes to the 2 minute clock.
you are extreme right, right?
This is us here, yeah?
You are in middle. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Firebird. Firebird.
1 second. I just.
Firebird.
Yeah, that's important. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Still it is there. 1 2 1 2 1 2. 90 seconds. That is actually this is coming from the producer panel only. Yeah, it's coming. Hey, Fahad, go to produce panel.
It wasn't yesterday.
All right, thank you very much, mate.
Producer panel was on yesterday.
This is from producer panel.
It's not. It's not.
No, I couldn't hear. I could make it out that. That's why I checked them.
No. 40 seconds to the 2 minute clock before the 1 minute countdown of the opening credits. Titles. And then 30 seconds of me.
Hello, is my mic working okay? Good morning.
Should we do jackets up?
It's just windy, isn't it?
You can't.
No, so do you know what happened this morning? So this is my blazer from before, right? But because of what you said, right? I put it on today and I thought, this is a little bit fucking smaller than only because you said that. I would never have thought that.
Your earpiece is out.
I would never have, it was annoying the
funny.
shit out of me.
And the length as well?
I'm just like,
Also, because your length was down here before, I think.
Yeah, let's have a great day. Make it the last.
it's like, why did Hazy have to say that?
So it's good. No, it's good.
Does it?
Hasn't shrunk,
Let's just see what plays out.
Hasn't shrunk. You don't think so? No, it doesn't.
Maybe just a little bit.
Happy.
Yeah.
It was Advantage Island at the start of day 2, and the batters went about the task of consolidation. Paul Sterling and Lorcan Tucker ensured their team ended 108 ahead in the first innings. Zia Rahman struck crucial blows for Afghanistan, ending with a 5-wicket haul. Afghanistan lost early wickets, but their skipper Hasmatullah Sahidi led the fight back and kept his team in the game. We have got plenty of sunshine again for the start of day 3 of this one-off test match between Afghanistan and Ireland, coming to you live from the Tolerance Oval in Abu Dhabi. Now let's just have a look and see where we are at the moment. This is Afghanistan's performance after winning the toss and electing to bat first. Both teams wanted to do that. 155 was all they got. At one stage they were pretty well set, but a little bit of a collapse after lunch with them behind the 8 ball. Ibrahim was one of those that got out around the lunch break time. 53, played nicely, but Mark Adair was brilliant with his 5 for 39. Ireland in reply 108 above Afghanistan with that 263. Sterling was good, but a couple of guys getting 50s. Sterling 52, Camp for 49, and just not capitalising, which was disappointing, I'm sure, for both of those guys. Zia Rahman's not disappointed. He got 5 for 64 in his second test match, his first 5-fer, and Afghanistan now 134 for 3 it is. Hashmatullah's there on 53, no doubt, and Afghanistan lead by 26 runs. Adair's picked up another couple of wickets, so he's got 7 so far. Hello everybody, thanks for joining us. We are set for what should be a fascinating day. This test match is pretty evenly poised right now, and the pitch is going to be interesting to see how it plays on day 3, because we're getting to the stage now where this pitch has not gone much further than day 3 in other games as well. So that'll be a factor to look out for, particularly this afternoon. I've got a couple of gentlemen alongside me, Niall and also Tino. Righto boys, let's just chat about where we are. Tino, let me start with you. What are your thoughts about the start of day 3 and the position of this test match?
Well, I think Afghanistan slightly in the lead. Captain in the middle, Gurbaz has come out and played quite nicely. So I think they're quite comfortable with where they're at the moment. They'll realise that 180, 200 ahead here will be very, very difficult to chase. However, it's just Nasir Jamal and Karim Jannat to come. Jamal, no runs in that first inning. So if they can get a couple of early ones here, then maybe Ireland can very quickly wrap this up.
And I've got to ask you the question. I mean, so many overs of spin yesterday, 21 overs of spin.
Yeah.
They just went totally against what was so successful in the first innings. Their seamers were brilliant. Adair, of course, that 5-fer. Why that change, do you think?
Slightly strange. Tactically, I think it was an interesting call for Balbirnie. What I don't mind, Hazy, is Andrew Balbirnie getting the left-arm finger spinner Theo van Workup into the game early. Short on confidence after his bowling display first time round. So I like the fact that the captain said, you know what, the debutant, you had a difficult day in first innings, have another crack. I thought he could have pulled him out of the attack a little bit sooner. There was a strong gale, Hazy, yesterday, and Tino, you'll remember, it was very windy. So I think what Balbirnie and the management, the captaincy and the coaching staff are thinking, try and get seamers from one end and maybe rotate spin. It didn't work, so I think it'd be totally different tactics from Balbirnie today. Just on following up from Tino, Afghanistan are certainly in the box seat, but knowing Afghanistan, I've played against them a lot, and in that dressing room, they're really happy at the moment, but they are an emotional kind of team, Afghanistan, and as happy and comfortable as they are right now with Shahidi and Rahmanullah Gurbaz, Ireland be saying, guys, if we get 2 wickets in this first half an hour, first 45 minutes, that dressing room across the way in the pavilion, just behind us here, is a totally different place. So this game is beautifully poised. Afghanistan, Tino's right, on top of the moment, but this game can turn quickly.
Hashmatullah's played nicely, Tino. He's key. We're going to have a look at some of his performances yesterday. 53 not out at the moment.
Yeah, he was outstanding, wasn't he? And he really struggled in that first innings, but he came out yesterday, looked like a different player. Very confident, astute in what he did, and almost the nerves that we saw the first time around weren't there yesterday. And how well do Afghanistan do often when Hashmat plays as well as he has so far in that middle part of the innings? I think he's shown the rest of the batting order that, listen, guys, you spend some time out in the middle, it's possible for you to get some runs out here. So he's looking really good. I look forward to better than we saw yesterday.
But Adair's going to be a threat. He's got 7 so far in this test match.
Yeah, very much so. He's going to swing that ball. The ball is still pretty new, so Mark Adair's been absolutely sensational. He's standing the seam up, Hazy, time and time again. I've said it on commentary, he's got a wonderful wrist position. He's not fast. He's 80 mile an hour thereabouts, but he is oh so accurate. And what he can do, he presents that wrist So as a batter, you're not sure if it's going away or he's got that beautiful in-ducker. You know, he set up Ramat Shah in that first innings beautifully with away and then an innie to get rid of him. So market there is crucial. I think it's going to be a tough day for Ireland. I think Balbirnie's going to have to captain really well with in-out fields because Gurbaz is such a good player. He can take a game away. So for Ireland, they're going to have to box a little bit clever. They can't overly attack, but at the same time, they need to get wickets. So I think it might be a little bit attack against Shahidi and maybe be a little bit more defensive against Ramanullah Gurbaz.
Yeah, the tactics are going to be important today. Now, we always like to find out a little bit more about some of these players. This time, it's Lorcan Tucker.
I think I was about 10 years old in 2007 when Ireland beat Pakistan in the World Cup out in the Caribbean. I think that was probably the main focal point of my childhood and my cricket within that. I think it gave me and a lot of other lads inspiration to go out and play and get down to our local clubs and try and get into the inter-pro and international setups. And I think since then it's been an interesting road and a lot of fun. I think played under 19 cricket and then broke into the senior team. I think it's great to have some responsibility. It's different. I think as a wicketkeeper you often get good insights into the game and it's nice to be able to contribute to that in a more formal kind of point of view as vice captain. So hopefully just contribute and hopefully support Andrew in the red ball and then Sterlo in the white ball formats in the next couple of weeks. It's always nice to win and reflect on what you've done and the success I think we've had. So it's always nice to bring that together and I suppose relate it to our country because we are playing for our country and everybody's really proud of that. With the Irish team, I think we're such a tight-knit group. Everybody gets on so well. We love hanging out with each other. I think that's what was pretty special for us. Coming together, all having a kind of a shared goal of trying to win cricket matches. I think that's what's amazing. I think that when we look back on it in 10 or 15 years when we're all retired, I think that's what we'll have enjoyed and recognised as the most important thing.
Yeah, always nice to find out a bit more about the guys. You know a lot about him, of course.
Yeah, I do. He's Hazy. First and foremost, he's a very intelligent young man. He's very highly educated. He's come from Trinity University, which is the creme de la creme when it comes to third-level education in Ireland. And it actually comes through in his cricket. He's working things out as he's going along. He's been outperforming most of his teammates for the last 12 months. Last year in Test match cricket, averaging over 40 with a great century in Mirpur. So he's a thinking cricketer. He's thinking on the spot. This surface is actually good for him as a batter because he can manipulate, so he's going to be important today.
Okay, well, you've just touched on the surface. You've been busy this morning as well.
Very busy.
Let's go and find out more about the pitch, starting with Andrew Leonard.
Well, there's been contrasting approaches for the two bowling attacks thus far in this Test match. Ireland have taken all 13 wickets with their seamers, whereas Afghanistan 6 with their spinners and just 4 with their seamers. It's day 3, sometimes known as moving day in Test cricket, and I've got Niall Bryan alongside me to have a look at this surface. Niall, what are you expecting?
Well, first of all, Lenny, I'm seeing a surface that's holding together really, really well. We felt on day 1 when I did that initial pitch report that was quite dry underneath, but because the weather has been quite cool, not overly hot, and there's a strong breeze, it's holding together quite nicely. But there is one area, Lenny, I'll just bring in here for a little bit of attention. There's a crack here. And as a seam bowler, it's quite precise, but it's on a lovely length. And if you can get in and around this crack, the ball will deviate slightly. I'm thinking Harry Tector, the ball maybe staying a little bit low and nipping back. So from a seam bowler's point of view, Lenny, you have to bowl straight, attack the stumps. For a spinner, I see no rough. I see not much to work with. So you have to be really, really adaptable as a spinner. Andrew Balbirnie's got a lot of work to do because he has to attack. He needs to take wickets, but at the same time, he can't let that Afghanistan lead get too much out of control. If I'm Hashmatullah Shahidi or from Ramanullah Gurbaz, I like the look of this. I'm going to try and bat all day.
And the only way Ireland can win this Test match is by finding those 7 wickets quickly. Who's going to take them? Suspect the seamers.
Nice, Niall and Andrew. That's certainly giving us a nice little rundown of the surface going to be playing on. But just talking about something other than the surface, the wind has changed 180 degrees today, so it's a little bit different. But it's also not as blustery. The players will be happy with that.
They certainly will, and I think we saw at the end of yesterday when that wind picked up properly just after that luncheon break, they really did struggle at the end of the day. It aided the spinners though, because it allowed them to drift the ball a little bit, but definitely the faster bowlers running in found it a little bit difficult. So I think they'll be happy that that's changed for this morning. And just a quick reaction as well to what Niall's spoken about. I think the surface looks really good. It hasn't gone as bad as we would have thought it would at this stage on day 3, so it's really good conditions out there.
You boys have been flat out this morning, both of you.
Yes,
hard yards, right?
Very
First
busy.
up, day 3. Tino's been busy with some analysis.
Test match cricket, the pinnacle of the international game, and you need a sound technique to make sure that you are somebody who is successful, in particular with the bat, in this format of the game, right? Hashmatullah Shahidi has shown us a stark difference in the way he went about in the first innings to the second. We'll get that to the moment. Let's just talk a little bit about the off stump. We've got three, of course. That's the leg stump, that's the middle stump, that's the off stump to a left-hander, and I think that's the most important, because what it does is allow you to know where your other stumps are so you can defend them. It also allows you to see the line of the delivery and be able to leave the ball, which is a huge fundamental in Test match cricket. Let's take a look at a few deliveries from Hashmat's first innings, and you'll find that he struggled a little bit because he had limited foot movement. He wasn't sure where that off stump was, played at a few deliveries outside the line of that off stump, which he didn't really need to, and then in the end just got caught down to a delivery going down the leg side. But if we look at the second innings, what he did and did really well was he made sure that he was triggering a little bit earlier, he was getting into line with that off stump, and he was making sure that he could see the ball, he could play the ball gently, and he played a lot better in that second innings yesterday than he did in the first. He's a short man in stature, so he struggles to really get big strides in. But what he did do in terms of the stride was make sure when he did get one, it was good. If he didn't, he played the ball under his eyes. And I think that's also a massive fundamental, and we haven't seen too many of the batters do that on this pitch, and that's why there hasn't been so much success. But I thought he's done an extremely good job to be able to adapt from that first innings to the second, and I think that he's looking good to go on today. The pitch, I don't think, is going to move around too much today. He's a man who's well set, and we'll be looking forward to see if he can be the first one in this Test match to get a big one.
Nice one, Tino. Good stuff. Nice explanation about that. I mean, just one thing about him also, Hashmatullah, I think in the first innings, and you'll understand this, of course, is the fact that, I mean, I just don't think he was engaged enough when he went out to bat in the first innings. And I just think the batsmen sometimes, when their footwork is nice and sloppy, I see he's out there at the moment just taking a few throwdowns, so he's getting ready to continue that batting, and he needs to play really well. But you've got to be really engaged and on it, basically, when you first arrive.
He was loose. You know, that's how I would describe his first innings. He was loose outside the off. If I just set up as a left-hander, and Tino did a great piece, his setup in that second innings is absolutely beautiful because he's getting himself and his triggers done by the time the ball's being released. In the first innings, I reckon why he was playing outside the off stump, he was moving a little bit quite late. You want to get your triggers done and get yourself engaged and get yourself level. This second innings, he's been absolutely spot on. As Tino mentioned, the highlight, underneath the eye line, he got a couple of lovely drives way early, which to me says his balance is good. He's getting his body weight into the ball. He's a very compact player. Generally, Hashmatullah Shahidi is a very compact, composed player, and it's a lovely setting for him today. 50-odd not out overnight, and with the power and the opportunity to bat all day.
Other thing, Tino, is you've got to be flowing. You've got to be in flow as a batsman. It's another key word that I sort of think about when I see batsmen play. I mean, he was robotic in the first innings.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing that I thought about was having a look at his wagon wheel, but what you'll find in the second innings, yes, he scored a lot more runs, but he played a lot more balls down the ground, and that's because of what Niles just mentioned, that he's got himself in a good position. He set himself early before the bowlers delivered the ball, so he's got time to pick up the line, he's got time to pick up the length, and I thought he did that extremely well yesterday.
And there's nothing wrong with trigger movements, provided you get them going at the right time and you're engaged and ready to go, and not caught on the hop like he was in the first dig, flowing nicely in the second dig, so he's going to be a key player. Another person who's a key individual in the Afghanistan lineup is the bloke that Brian Murgatroyd caught up with.
Jonathan Trott, Afghanistan coach, thanks so much for joining us. 2 days done, a lead of 26 with 7 wickets in hand. Where do you see the balance of the match?
Well, I think very evenly poised. I think we fought really well last night and played some good cricket on a pitch that's obviously turning a little bit. And we're going to need that skill again today in this first, second and hopefully third session. So exciting game ahead, and you know exactly what Test cricket's all about.
You mentioned the pitches helping the slower bowlers. A word on Zia-ur-Rahman. He really shouldered that spin burden for you with those 5 wickets, didn't he?
Yeah, I thought he bowled brilliantly. Also negating the wind. It was a little bit tricky as well, certainly for a spin bowler. But bowling with the wind or having to change around and bowl into the wind, you know, I thought he did really well, and we're going to certainly need that second innings if we're going to win this game.
And a word on Hashmatullah as well. That was a really crucial half-century, wasn't it, given the match situation?
Well, of course. I think when the captain stands up under pressure, it's always good, and it sort of showcases his skills to the rest of the side and the commitment and desire to get us ahead of the game, if you like, a little bit, and in a position where we can hopefully push on it today and push for a victory. So, Yeah, I think the way that he played and being able to, get into positions and hit the bad balls, he put the Irish bowlers under a lot of pressure, and it was really good to see.
First session, I guess, is going to be crucial. How will you play it? Given you've got Ramanullah at the crease, he only knows how to play one way, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I think with Gurbaz, I think you'd sort of got to make sure you don't try and, curb his natural flair in the way that he plays. We saw the way that he started his innings last night was really good, and if he can bat for a session or two, we'll be in a good position. And it's always tricky to stop a player like him scoring runs. So look forward to seeing him bat for a long time, hopefully.
Jonathan, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Go well today.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan Trott's application, of course, as batsman was legendary for England when he was playing. But if we just look at this first hour, and of course Jonathan also talking as you guys did in the first hour, if they bat well in the first hour, they should be around about 65 runs ahead. And if they don't lose a wicket, then that's going to be extremely beneficial, Tino.
It will indeed. And there's a statement that he said that I really like there. Try not to curb the natural ability of Ramanullah Gurbaz. So if he bats for that first hour and he bats the way he did at the end of yesterday, they'll be probably a good 70, 80 runs ahead. So it'll be crucial for Ireland to try and get early wickets. But if they don't do that, then I think Afghanistan could be getting plenty on here.
And what are you expecting from Ireland first up today?
Well, I'm expecting plenty of energy. Bring energy to the party. It's a huge day. We'll call it moving day, day 3 of the Test match. Opportunity for Ireland to get themselves back in this contest, get ahead of the game. Plenty of swing up front, plenty of pace. I wouldn't be surprised, though, Hazy, if Andrew McBride really does hold and end up and let some of the seamers operate. They've got to bowl better than they did yesterday. I think they bowled fine. But for Afghanistan, Jonathan Trott, what a wonderful person to learn from. Just go out and do your thing. Stay in your bubble if you're an Afghanistan batter.
So we didn't see any swing from them yesterday. We saw plenty of swing in the first innings. Why?
I think the wind, Hazy, to be brutally honest, the conditions just didn't
allow.
Shouldn't
they be used to that, playing a lot on Ireland? And
no, rain, go away.
My mistake, sorry, my mistake. So they should be able to swing it today. Should be able to get back to what served them so well in that first dig. And of course, Mark Adair's got 7 at the moment, so he's steering what could be a terrific performance.
Yeah, listen, for Mark Adair, he's had a cracking 24 months. The chance to maybe get another 5-er and a 10-er in a Test match would be absolutely incredible. Hazy, the game is set up beautifully. It's what we want. We're going into the 3rd innings here, and Afghanistan on top at the moment. But we know, watching both these sides, Hazy, as we have done for a long time, it can go either way. Who wants it more? Who wants to grab this game by the scruff of the neck?
Righto, Niall, Tino, thanks so much for your views this morning. The build-up to day 3, it should be a beauty this morning. Anything could happen. Let's join our commentators.
Welcome to day 3 here at Tolerance Oval in Abu Dhabi. Getting ready for Afghanistan to resume their innings. 134 for 3. It's a lead of 26. The match delicately poised. And this partnership between Hashmatullah Shahidi and Ramanullah Gurbaz, 41 in 61 balls. It's some of the fastest scoring of the match so far. And Barry McCarthy looks as though he's going to get things underway from the pavilion end. Gurbaz on Test debut. Goodness me, look at that, the way he came in last night and played so positively. Took a few chances, but it was thoroughly entertaining to watch him. And at the other end, the skipper, a really, really important half-century from him. He looked rock solid. The island seam bowlers in particular tried to get after him. He was equal to the task. Barry McCarthy operating this morning from the pavilion end, and he's going to be operating with the benefit of a very stiff breeze. The breeze has turned round 180 degrees. It was blowing from the northern end yesterday, and it made things very difficult indeed for the bowlers. But now it's blowing from the southern end.
Salud.
Time to get cracking on day 3. Two slips and a gully for McCarthy, first up. Gurbas, who scored a century against Ireland just over the road on one-day international debut. That was back in 2021 in a one-day series between these two sides. Well fielded. It's good work at mid-wicket. Andy McBride, he's going to have a key role to play today with the ball, you would think. Devender's alongside me this morning. Good morning to you, Devender. How do you see things?
Good morning, Brian. I think it should be a fascinating day, given the fact that Afghanistan looking determined to make a contribution, especially from the captain, the way he played yesterday, would like to continue in the same vein today as well. The sense of determination, the sense of more commitment into the action today from the Afghan batters, as we could see in the practice as well before the beginning of the play.
It's kept low. It was quite incredible, Devender, what you mentioned there. I don't think I've ever seen a batter come out and have throwdowns 5 minutes before the start of a test innings like that. Really hungry to get cracking again, the skipper. McCarthy round the wicket. This is the way the Irish seamers have adopted to bowl at him.
Normally Afghans, they operate on emotions. They like to get into the activity. When they are into the activity, and that's where he was in the practice session early today, coming out early, padded up to receive a few deliveries. Look to middle it as many as deliveries possible early on to get that feeling that is required to get his innings going.
You normally see a batter coming to the ground and having some throwdowns into a net as soon as they arrive, or some batters go for a net, but I've not seen a batter go out like that just literally a couple of minutes before he's due out into the middle in full kit, having throwdowns. He's hungry for runs.
Had some low scores coming into this test match. A lot of criticism about his batting as well. Not quite getting up to a committed start or a determined start. He has been shaky over the period of time to begin with, and that's where he lost his wicket. So that's the story. 135 for 3.
Bright and breezy morning here in Abu Dhabi. Afghanistan, remember, trailed by 108 on first innings and losing all 3 wickets that they've lost so far before they cleared that deficit. Mark Adair will operate from the northern end. 7 wickets in the match so far. He's bowled absolutely beautifully. Look at him shining the ball. He's trying to replicate the movement that the Irish bowlers got in that first innings. They didn't get an awful lot of movement yesterday. He's going to be pushing into a stiffish breeze this morning.
also the direction of the wind as well. It's coming from far end towards us. It's blowing across the ground at the moment, so might assist his outswinging deliveries. That's where he was successful in the first innings as well. And should be fascinating given the fact that Gurbaz is facing at the moment. So he will try to take the ball away from the batsman. Strong breeze, just like the other day. Might assist him to get some outswing going.
Camphor offering protection on the boundary. Let's have a look at Mark Adair's 2 wickets so far. Brilliant catch to get rid of Ibrahim Zadran by PJ Moore in the gully. Fantastic left-handed effort. And then Adair getting rid of Ramat Shah. He almost got him for naught. Ramat just inside edge that ball past leg stump. That would have been a pair for the Afghanistan number 3. But in the end, Adair got his man. Just probing around that 4th stump line. Round the wicket again for Hashmat.
Will take a run. That's much better. The focus would be for the 2 batsmen. For Hashmat, it's about strike rotation. Take the single, feed it to Gurbaz, who likes to play shots early on to put the bowlers off length. If he finds the right length and he keeps bowling in that area around the off stump, there's a possibility of a bit of extra movement in the air to get the batsman out. It's a good strategy and keep that momentum going into the innings as well to begin with today. 2 slips in gully are waiting. Bouncer.
Surface for day 3. Something of an unknown quantity. The pitch over this sort of distance of time. This is the first time we've had a test match at this venue. Niall O'Brien and Tina Momoyo were saying this morning that they felt the surface was holding up pretty well.
Off the thick outside edge run here. The one thing that changed is the moisture content in the pitch. That's what they experienced in the first morning. There was a lot of moisture, a lot of sea movement as well. Not much of movement now.
Interesting, Ireland first up opting for a little bit of protection on the offside there against Gurbaz. Field changing over now for the left-hander, and this is what Devender was talking about, rotating the strike, making the bowlers continue to change their line. Again, another single. It's a good start this for Afghanistan. 2 overs gone, 139 for 3. .21 overs of spin yesterday for Ireland in this second innings, and that's in contrast to the success that their seamers had. Their seamers took all 10 wickets in the Afghanistan first effort.
I think that's where they missed a trick yesterday, Ireland. A lot of wickets going to seam bowlers on the opening day. They should have persisted with the seam bowlers to have greater effect. There was a lot of turn available, but it was necessary to land the ball in the right areas to get the wickets.
I'll just offer the contrary view here, Devender, because from my perspective, that wind yesterday was so difficult, and I can understand Andrew Balbirnie looking to use the slower bowlers, because from a seamer's perspective, particularly pushing into that wind was really difficult. So to that extent, I can understand that spin was used for those 21 overs. But of course that doesn't alter the fact that it wasn't all that effective.
And also the experience for Afghan batters facing the quality of spin that they experience in domestic cricket, and even the likes of Rashid Khan and company in the nets, quite competent at playing spin. This time just looking for that in-swinging movement to the left-hand batsman. That's where they've been able to get him out as well early on into the innings, but he looks more determined today. Watching the ball onto the bat as well. He's playing late as well.
That's well bowled. A little bit of swing there as well for Barry McCarthy. He'll be encouraged by that.
Big encouragement early on, looking to take the ball away from the left-hand batsman. Got men catching position as well. Bowling into the breeze. That was movement away from the batsman off the seam.
See the way the ball swung after it passed the bat there. McCarthy standing the seam up.
Man in catching positions, they got slip, they got man at gully and short cover as well. For the driving stroke through the offside, that's where he likes to score runs early on into the innings.
Yeah, it's an interesting position, isn't it? Andrew Balbirnie there at short cover. It's also an indication, of course, that the ball's gone a lot softer now. Less opportunities for edges to carry to a second or third slip. More emphasis on fielders in front of the bat.
One thing that had changed early on into the innings, what we experienced in last few test matches for Hashmatullah Shahidi, is that he was playing more shots square of the wicket on the offside. And in this innings in particular, the other day and today as well, he's trying to present the full face of the bat. More runs down the ground. One, 3-9 for 3.
Maiden over from Barry McCarthy. 5 runs from the first 3 overs of the day. But it's wickets that are the currency that Ireland really need to be trading in here. They'll be hoping that if they can apply some sort of tourniquet, Ireland can just restrict the scoring, particularly of a free-flowing player like Gurbas, they'll hope that mistakes will follow. Two fielders out on the onside for Adair with Gurbas on strike. We've got a deep backward square leg and a long leg, and mid-wicket actually is going a little bit deeper too. And Gurbas's response there. He's actually skipping down the pitch a pace or two. Real game of cat and mouse here.
Gurbaz comes from Khost province in Afghanistan, where football was popular sport. Cricket took over. Different batsman in comparison to Ibrahim, who also comes from the same province as well. More methodical. Gurbaz is more about spirit, more about aggression.
Did it surprise you, Devender, that Ikram Ali Kale was overlooked and Gurbaz was given the opportunity at test level, or was that something you anticipated?
I remember having chat during the World Cup, ICC ODI World Cup. There was discussion about should they be thinking about having a specialist wicketkeeper like Ikram Ali Kale, who is brilliant behind the stumps and is a competent batsman as well. But they wanted someone who could change the complexion of the game in one session, like Adam Gilchrist, or Andrew Flintoff or Peterson. So focus has been given on finding a batsman, especially in these conditions in subcontinent or in United Arab Emirates, where normally it's good for batting. So they wanted someone who can change the course of the action with attacking 100 or counter-attacking innings. And that's why he's been demoted. He wasn't asked to open the batting. He's been asked to bat in the middle order, where the ball is slightly softer and not much of movement to make a big difference to shape a victory.
Is it something he's comfortable with, Ramanullah Gurbas, slipping down the order?
Well, he's comfortable given the fact that he plays spin well, and he's an attacking batsman, so he doesn't mind too much whether he's opening the batting or first down or second down. There are some batsmen who prefer to open the batting, like Ibrahim in particular. He's very particular about where he wants to bat. For Gurbaz, it's about whenever there is an opportunity, he's going to cash on to it. So he doesn't think too much. A jovial character in the dressing room, never thinks too much, never overcomplicates things.
Big shout for LBW, and the finger goes up. Adair strikes. Oh, what a crucial breakthrough that is. But I'm pretty sure that Hashmat will look to review it. We wait to see. Yes, he's going to go upstairs. He knows the importance of his wicket.
Player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Check both feet, fair delivery. Front on first, please. You can go to ultra edge to confirm bat or non-bat. Okay, going through. Yep, clearly pad first. And you can go ball tracking when ready. Red decisions out. Impact in umpire's call. Hitting the wickets. Go back on field, Adrian. You can stick your original decision.
How crucial a moment is that going to be in this test match? Hashmatullah Shahidi, the rock around which Afghanistan have built their second innings. He's come crashing down, out for 55. Adair strikes. Afghanistan 140 for 4. So Afghanistan losing a wicket in the first half hour, and Nasser Jamal coming in at number 6 on a pair. He's under pressure. This is why he's here. Looked to me as though he was done by the angle there, Hashmatullah. The end of the over, a successful one. 8 in the match for Adair now, 140 for 4. Afghanistan began the day 134 for 3. So already losing their captain.
Nasir Jamal and Gurbaz, two fluent stroke makers in the middle at the moment in the initial period on day number 3. Oh, that ball kept low and came back into the right-hand batter as well.
Well, Devender, I spoke to Jonathan Trott before play, and we were just having a little bit of a smile about how we thought Rahmanullah Gurbaz would play this morning. Just wondering whether the loss of Hashmatullah will affect the way he goes about his business, and whether he'll just continue to play the way we normally expect him to do, which is to play his shots. Shout for LBW. Looked to me there as though Gurbaz was well outside the line of the off stump. May have even been some bat involved. It would be the height of optimism to review that one.
That was outside the off stump.
Looked like a slower ball there from Barry McCarthy, almost floating up. Let's have another look at that wicket.
Going wide of the crease, creating that angle, stuck in the crease. No footwork. The angle created the problems for Hashmat. Was caught on the crease.
Looked to me as though he was expecting that ball to bounce a little bit higher than it did. Frustration for the skipper.
Well, coming back to that question, so that was clearly off the bottom of the bat. The slower delivery almost yoked him. Good call from the umpire as well. So they got mid-wicket in catching position as well.
Do you think Gurbaz will play a little bit differently here now?
I remember trying to play differently against Pakistan in one of the ODIs. So he consumed 60 deliveries, got some runs as well. But once he gets into the shell, it becomes very difficult for Gurbaz to come out of that situation. He thrives on emotions. He thrives on that typical Afghan, spirit, fighting or taking the opposition down. That's where he thrives. I don't see him curbing his natural instincts for long. But he's got good defensive technique as well. But it only works when he's stroking the ball. That's where he thrives. So I think either he's going to, if there is a good delivery, he will certainly defend it, but his mind would be on finding the opportunity to get a boundary.
Yes, I think he's one of those players who his first thought is to attack, and then if the ball is a good one, he'll then look to defend, rather than the other way round, rather than thinking of survival, defence, and then trying to take advantage of a loose ball. But this is good probing stuff from McCarthy and Adair. Really is. They're asking questions of the Afghanistan batters. It's very difficult to think of too many deliveries that the batters haven't had to play this morning. The line has been good. They've been attacking the stumps. This is really good cricket. Really good start from the Irish bowlers. They've been very much on it from ball one.
Great lines around the off stump, and that's where they create problems for right-hand batsman, Gurbaz in particular. Once again swinging back into the right-hand batsman. They had the fieldsman in position as well. 140 for 4, Afghanistan.
Eight wickets for Mark Adair in the Test match, the first Ireland bowler to have taken 8 in a Test. And he's hungry for more.
Solid in defence this time round. Nasir Jamal spent a lot of time playing great cricket in England. He's on a pair as well. Received series of away-going deliveries, then a fine piece of bowling. The ball coming back into the right-hand batsman, cutting off the seam and hitting the middle stump. Bit nervous to begin with, considering the fact that didn't score many coming into this game. Driven.
Still on a pair. Let's see why he is on the mark. This was its dismissal in the first innings. Bowled all over the shot by Young. Really good delivery that, cutting back off the seam. Finding the gap between bat and pad. It's falling over a little bit there, Nasir Jamal. Didn't Young enjoy that?
Two slips in gully. And he gets a bouncer. 2 men on the boundary as well. Men at the fine leg on the boundary. Square leg is on the boundary as well, forcing him to play it into the breeze as well. So 2 men on the boundary for the fine leg and men at the square on the boundary. And we've got 3 in catching position, 2 slips in gully, and man at mid-wicket as well, short mid-wicket.
Yes, Nasir Jamal played in the most recent Test match at the SSC in Sri Lanka. 41 in the second innings. Left high and dry, actually, as the side lost its last 8 wickets for 59 runs. This is 2 balls ago. The short ball. And then here's the next one. Fuller length. And he's off the mark. He'll feel a whole lot better for that, Nasir Jamal.
Massive relief. Getting the first run always crucial, whether you're playing one-day T20 or Test match cricket in particular. You have to earn every run. It's nicely behind, just opening the face of the bat at the last moment. With a soft hand, just pushing the ball into the offside, getting a run. Gurbaz, who was challenged in the previous over with some fine bowling, attacking the off stump. And he receives a bouncer as well. That marks the end of the over. 141 for 4, Afghanistan.
Fledgling partnership for the 5th wicket between Nasir Jamal and Ramanullah Gurbaz. Such an important one, this, for Afghanistan. He's been around for quite a while, Nasir Jamal. He was part of the Afghanistan squad for its first appearance in an ICC Cricket World Cup in Australia and New Zealand way back in 2015. .50 balls since the last boundary. That's an indication of the way Ireland have bowled with such discipline this morning. Barry McCarthy and Mark Adair, they really have been superb. They've given absolutely nothing loose for the Afghanistan batters to feed on. All credit to them. They've come out and really made a statement here, these two bowlers.
A great consistency. And they've been putting the ball in the right areas, getting some movement as well. Solid. There is a sense of determination into his defensive stroke as well. Nasir Jamal. Given the fact that they got test match status in 2017, didn't play many test matches, and his focus has been on playing test match cricket, and the amount of talent that is available in the white ball cricket for Afghanistan, it's very difficult to get in, so he's been in and out of the team.
Annie McBride off the ground at the moment. George Dockrell's just trotted out in his place. It's drifting down the leg side. Very optimistic again from Barry McCarthy.
The last time when he played in Abu Dhabi, test match against Zimbabwe, getting a half century. Played the spinners really well. Challenge presented by the fast bowlers who are bowling disciplined line and length and attacking the stumps as well. He's early into the innings as well, so we'll take some time to think about dishing out those drives.
Yeah, Nasir Jamal, third highest run scorer in the Ahmed Shah Abdali 4-day tournament in Afghanistan last August and September. First class cricket, 6 matches, 448 runs, 100 450s. He actually captained Maiwand to the title, winning the final by 7 wickets against the Hindu Kush strikers. As we've said, very experienced. He's been around for a while now, 30 years of age. Actually made his international debut in one-day international cricket in July of 2014 before his first-class debut. Of course, in those days, there was no first-class cricket in Afghanistan.
Getting test status in 2017. Since then, they've been playing first-class cricket. Earlier, they used to have 5 teams. This time, not quite coming on to the bat, just getting the inside edge. He knows he was very close to get another wicket here. Now 4 teams participate in domestic cricket, in first-class cricket in particular. 5 teams in T20s. The National T20 League that's scheduled this year. Shpagida scheduled this year in the month of April. APL also in the month of October. 3 T20 leagues. Nicely bowled and nicely played eventually. 141 for 4.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to listening to the Jamal story now. Like this one? Yeah.
Interesting half hour. Big wicket of Hashmatullah going down. Adair, 8 now. Terrific stuff from him. It's been really good intent from the seamers. First up. As we expected, those spinners will be put on the burner for a while. And the seamers, who did such a fine job in the first innings, have got all 14 wickets actually so far for Ireland.
done a fine job. So that's exactly how it should be. And there's just an indication from Gabaz that was the slower delivery. Always amuses me actually when batsmen do that, because I'm quite sure that the guy at the other end has noticed as well. If he hasn't noticed, I'm not sure why he's there. Getting prepared. Jonathan. 41 not out in the first innings. Slow ball again, so that's good work. A little bit of variation from Adair. He bowled for 45 minutes on day one, quite comfortably. A 7-over opening spell. He's clearly a fit boy. And he realises, I'm sure, how important right now it is for Ireland. They happen to get Gabaz soon after getting Hasmatullah. It'll be a massive blow for Afghanistan. And that's what Gabaz has got to counter. Nicely bowled. Tino, good morning.
Morning, Mike. Yeah, no doubt the discussion would have been, we want to get early wickets today, and we want to get as many as we can. But Hashmat would have been the big one that they wanted to get out, looking at the way that he went about his innings yesterday. The fact that they've managed that and just opened up one end this morning. This man again, Mark Adair, has been outstanding. 34 runs the lead. I think if they just manage to get another one before the drinks break and maybe one before lunch, that's what they'll be thinking, then this could be very nicely set up going into the post-lunch session. I wonder if I just saw a bit of reverse swing there, Mike.
We'll have to watch that carefully. Afghanistan will certainly look to utilise that. They're pretty good at that. They'll need to. It's nicely bowled. Just 8 runs scored in that first 30 minutes of play today, so there hasn't been any aggression, and that's largely because the bowling's been so good from Ireland. Described as an attempted Yorker. If it was a Yorker, it would have gone underneath the bat. Just asking for a little bit more protection. The offside field point has gone deeper. And that's good batting. That's where point was.
Yeah, so important, especially with these Ireland bowlers bowling as well as they are this morning, that if you can get an opportunity to get to the other end, you do that. You don't want to be sitting at one end and constantly facing Mark Adair, who's in top form.
I wonder why he made that change, because that's quite bizarre. That a man at point and suddenly decided to put him on the boundary, square on the offside. You would think that he might make a change towards the leg side if he's going to make any sort of real difference. Can't see the ball going to the man square on the offside. The way he's bowling. 143 for 4. Adair's numbers are brilliant. He's got 8 for 70 so far in this test match. 5 for 39 in the first dig. Really good work. McCarthy, as always, gives 100%, charging into the breeze. Nicely bowled. Good strong action, McCarthy.
Yeah, I like the look of him. He's a hard trier. He's always willing to give his best. Didn't start off well yesterday, but came back. His first over, got the breakthrough. And I think they've got a really nice trio operating with the ball in this test match. Do you know that, gentlemen?
I don't actually know. That's beautifully bowled. One thing that I've noticed is the pace. The pace from the island seamers is quicker than what Afghanistan have been bowling. Generally, they've been around about the 130 k per hour mark, whereas Ireland 135. Now, it's not a massive difference, but if you're not used to facing 135, I mean, they would be, of course, Afghanistan batsmen, I think, in various conditions. It's perhaps not so much when they're playing in their domestic leagues, but it is a step up. Fastest is 141. Now, that is a big jump from what Afghanistan have been bowling at generally the 130 mark. It's good stuff. Oh, trouble maybe at the bowler's end. No, gets back okay. It's like, Tina, the step up if you're a batsman facing on a bouncy track somewhere, and you're a top international batsman, to face someone at 140 compared to 145, and that is actually quite a big difference, because 145 is seriously sharp, so it's suddenly a big jump. I'm not saying that's necessarily the case here, but it needs an extra adjustment.
Certainly does, yeah. And sometimes when you talk about it, 140 to 145, you actually don't realize how much quicker it is. And it's not just the pace, it gets a bit of extra bounce as well. Or if it's skiddy, it skids off the surface a lot quicker. So there's a lot of adjustment that needs to be done.
Here's a question for you, Tino. I've often thought about this when it comes to batting. I can't think of too many sports where you come in cold from sitting on a bench and you suddenly have to face a quick bowler who might be bowling at 140. McCarthy's quickest is 141. It's been tracked so far in this innings. But suddenly you've come in cold from sitting on a bench and straight away to face these quick bowlers. I mean, other guys, and I'm talking some of the American sports, NFL, for example, the boys ride cycles on the sidelines before they get into action. Athletes always warm up. Sprinters always do a lot of stretching. Bowled him. That is a beauty. He has loved that. What a magnificent delivery.
Wow. That is a beaut. He's caught in two minds there, Nasir Jamal. Not sure whether to play or not. And I mentioned earlier, Hazy, I thought I saw some reverse swing, and I wonder if it is. Looks like it. Certainly looks like it. That is an outstanding delivery to get the second wicket of the morning. Wow, he's enjoyed that.
And rightly so. That has come back a mile. What a fine delivery. That'll get a lot of batsmen out. Jamal for 2, 143 for 5. So 5 down. The lead is 35 runs at the moment. Afghanistan, now remember that they do have a knack of their last couple of batsmen, the last 3 or 4 batsmen, not lasting too long in the middle. Now, he played really nicely in the first dig, 41 not out. Karim Janat, so he's going to be a handful to get rid of. Got a good technique. Tends to be naturally aggressive. Only played a couple of test matches, and that was his best score in the first dig. Obviously missed out in the previous knock. Up against McCarthy, getting movement. Brilliant stuff. End of the over. 143 for 5. Big wicket this morning was Hashmatullah. Adair picking him up. So again, seamer. 15 wickets to the island seamers. It's running away, and it's going to be 4 runs.
Not convincing, but Afghanistan will take the result. Done. It's just softened the hands at the last moment. Opened the face so he could just get the ball through that vacant gully area. Gurbaz, he's moved on to 32. His approach this morning very different to the way it was last evening.
What a delivery. I'm still thinking about that last wicket. Brilliant work from McCarthy. Let's have a look at this movement back in towards him. That is excessive. That's what he thinks as well. Fine celebration, well deserved. Was plugging away. It's a nice little controlled performance to pick up that wicket.
Yeah, it's nicely played, solid behind that. Gurbaz will just be thinking him and Karim Janat have got to put together a partnership here. And I need to just grind down these Irish bowlers. This was an incredible delivery. A look of shock in Nasir Jamal's face.
It's nicely played. Short delivery, no problems from Gurbaz. He's played that very easily, as he does do, and there's a white ball coming his way.
He's played that with relative ease. No danger of the fielder down at third man. Second boundary in the over in that region. And this one a lot more convincing than the first.
That's simply just to try and get him off the front foot, which is what he's been planting that front foot and just trying to protect his stumps at the moment. No single off the last ball of the over, or the second last ball of the over either. How much longer he's going to be going, Mark Adair. He's got a couple other guys who can do a good seam job as well. Nicely bowled, want to keep Gurbaz off strike. 151 for 5. Look at the bowling numbers. 21 overs a spin yesterday, which was a little bit bemusing actually, because they went completely away from the successful plan of the seamers that they used superbly on day one. McCarthy will have an extra skip in his step after picking up that wicket. 2 for 26 now for him. I think Ireland have been really good today. They've been very purposeful. It's a good stride in. Nice from Janat. Now just a little package we're going to show you from Hawkeye, just to show that the work that they've done, I mean, nicely attacking the stumps. You'll see a red one coming along sooner or later, but it's really good. This was actually a nice little build-up from McCarthy in particular to pick up the wicket. There's Hashmatullah LBW, and there's that one going straight through. That's a beauty. My goodness, number 60, well done.
You can tell there's a stark difference between the Island seamers yesterday and today, and you can probably guess they've gone away and spoken about maybe the way we went yesterday with spin is not the way to go.
There's a lot of seriously good ball management going on again, like they did in the first innings. Ireland, they kept the ball nice and shiny, and they used a lot of conventional swing in the first innings. They certainly have used it in the second innings, but as we said, spin was used far too often yesterday. Let Afghanistan off the hook. Kept them quiet, and they picked up 2 wickets inside the first 45 minutes today, which is exactly, I would think, the target would have been probably 2 wickets inside the first hour. I think they're probably ahead of the game, Ireland, from their own plans. This is an investigation to see if we can see if it's conventional swing or if it's reverse swing. The darker side is actually on the right-hand side of that picture, which means that it's still just going conventional.
How crucial another wicket here would be for Ireland. Very difficult to tell there. At the moment, the way Barry McCarthy is bowling, doesn't really matter which side the shiny side is. He's bowling really well.
His line has been outstanding. That's the first time he's strayed down that leg side. End of the over, 151 for 5.
Bowling change.
Well, the brakes are on at the moment. The lead is just 43. It was 26 overnight, so there hasn't been too much of an addition from the runs department in the first 55 minutes. I actually worked out before play if they were going to play really well and Gabaz had been nice and aggressive, which is difficult, of course. They could have added 35 to 40, I suppose, in that first hour, and if they hadn't lost a wicket, then that would have been a nice little spot for them to be at the 1 hour mark.
This answers your question as to how much longer a day is going to go. Not much. Andy McBride will come on from the north end. I think this is a good move. It's been a good burst from the 2 seamers that opened up this morning. And this man will probably play a few strokes to him. I think an opportunity maybe just to get an opening as well. 43 the lead now.
think he's bowling with the wind now, which is a little surprising. McCarthy, I'm sure, is quite happy to continue at the other end, but it's been a solid body of work from him for an hour, nearly. I don't mind this for a while. I wouldn't get too plugged in if I was the captain. I would think the seamers could be very beneficial still because of the work they've done so far in this test match with all the wickets they've picked up. I have no problems for a bit of a couple of overs from McBride. I think he's going to keep it tight enough anyway.
McBride hasn't quite been able to get the purchase out of the surface we've seen from his Afghan counterparts. But he has got it to go.
Let's look at the flag now. That's coming right behind McBride. Spinners generally like to bowl into the wind. Cries of catcher, but he's hit that too well. It's the danger you have, I guess, of this sort of situation. The spinner gets involved. Runs can come quite quickly, and I have seen Karim Janet play in some of the limited over stuff. And he can be very aggressive.
I think it's a good gamble, though, because look at this. There's 3 balls into his over, and he's come down the wicket already. He's looking to get after him. Now, this might present an opportunity. Give you another opening, which is just what they're looking for.
It's nicely bowled. Good flight, a little bit of purchase. That pace is right to it, around 84 k's per hour on this surface. A single off the last ball of the over. 4 off that one. 49 gone. 155 for 5 it is. The lead is 47. Time for drinks.
Oh, some beautiful shots from Afghanistan, the hosts of this Eddie Salat Cup Afghanistan versus Ireland test. And well, how interestingly poised it is. Afghanistan do have a lead, but it's a tenuous one. It's worth 47 at the moment. And they're going to need, you would think, to get more than that. There has been 5 wickets to fall in the innings, 3 yesterday and 2 today. Mark Adair is the best ever figures in Irish test match history. And he's got 8 for, and Barry McCarthy won last night. And one we'll see in a few moments, maybe the delivery of the entire test. That was Adair getting the breakthrough, the big run of Hashmatullah Shahidi. Delight for him. Upheld on DRS, and then look at that from McCarthy. Wasn't he pumped up? Ireland are just starting to believe, starting to think of what could be a historic first ever test victory here in Abu Dhabi against their old rivals Afghanistan. They are the 6 bowlers to be used thus far. Probably a bit more spin than we would have felt. And Barry McCarthy, who's bowled 6 unchanged, is going to continue. He's racing in. And they're playing a miss immediately. I've got Niall O'Brien, former Irish keeper batter, joining me. Niall, this is quite vintage Barry McCarthy, isn't it? He's such a wholehearted cricketer. He's a real fan favourite.
Yeah, I spoke to Mike Hazeman this morning and Tina Moeo on the pre-match show, Lenny, and the word character, that's what you want. You want character from Ireland today. You want someone to really grab this game by the scruff of the neck. And Barry McCarthy has really set the tone. I know Mark Adair also alongside him, but the energy that Barry McCarthy is bringing and delivering, he's thumping that pitch time and time again. He's really asking questions of the Afghanistan batters every single ball. Even there, he's attacking the stumps. He's looking to be aggressive with his approach. Janat was good enough. So you just feel, and as an ex-wicketkeeper, Lenny, you always feel like you're in the game and every ball's an event. So that's what Ireland and especially Barry McCarthy has done this morning. Have a look at this, Lenny. That's superb. He's smashing that 8-metre length. 50%, call it 50% of the time. A lot of balls in and around that, attacking the stumps. I mentioned on day one, you pitch the ball up on day one, and as the game unfolds, you drag your length back a little bit, time and time again. Again, he's just attacking that stumps. Every ball is an event with McCarthy.
Well, he's bowled 6.3 overs today. He's gone for 3 runs. And that builds pressure. And look at the movement again off the surface. Significant back in. If he could find 1 or 2 more here in this burst. He's a big, strong, fit man. He's been so impressive.
Well, Ireland are comfortably on top now. 49 the lead for Afghanistan. This morning, you know, an hour ago, we all thought Afghanistan were in front. But we also knew that, so you stick 2 wickets on it and the game flips. So this is a huge little passage of play.
He's someone that I think the Irish fans, very, very passionate Irish cricket fans now, they've always wanted in the 11. Firstly, because he's a wicket taker, and secondly, because of the passion that he brings. There's no shortage of skill either. I think the red ball skills he shows there, like that. And then look at the passion. Well, WWE was a reference yesterday. What about this? Not Hulk Hogan, maybe the Hulk.
Well, I think in any Irish sport, Lenny, and avid followers of rugby and football and all Irish sport and all Irish sports fans, all you can ask for from your elite international sports men and women is commitment to the cause. Go out there and give it your absolute all, time and time again. And cricket is no different. Yes, it's a team sport, but you are out there on your own right now, Barry McCarthy, going through your mind, your plans. What are you going to bowl? Everyone's looking for you for inspiration. So from a fan, and as a fan of cricket, and as a fan of Irish cricket right now, you're just looking for that kind of level of commitment from Barry that he delivers time and time again.
Another good over from McCarthy. 50 overs now bowled. Afghanistan 157 for 5.
I think traditionally, you and I are very similar age and vintage. You always think of Irish sports teams tend to be the underdogs. The rugby side have maybe changed that in recent years, but Ireland are always going to have to punch above their weight on the cricket field.
Yeah, it's I think something that played into Ireland cricket's team's hands throughout most of my career, really, being that, you know, inverted commas, underdog status. Ireland ahead of the game right now, not a position they're used to in Test match cricket, not a position they're necessarily overly comfortable with, but it's realising the state of the game and just trying to ram home the advantage. This is a big passage here. You've got Gurbaz, who's an attacking batter, up against off spin. There's boundary riders aplenty, but there's also catchers in play.
The big question for me right now is, should Andy McBride be bowling? Or would Ireland be better served with one of their seam options? You haven't seen Curtis Camphor in the second innings yet. Picked up a nice twofer in the first dig. And all 15 wickets Ireland have taken have all gone to their pacers.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I don't mind McBride having a short burst with a little bit of finger spin, especially against Karim Janat, who's an attacking batter but not as technically sound as the likes of a Ramanullah Gurbaz, who's used to playing at the top of the order. So you say someone like Karim Janat, who wants to attack Andy McBride, may bring an opportunity. There was a chance that went in the air not so long ago, so I don't mind it in a short passage, but I wouldn't persist for too long with the spin when you've got the likes of Camphor, Craig Young, Mark Adair bowled well this morning. Probably need to give Mark Adair a bit of a break. He's just doing some extracurricular activities right now. Strong breeze again, so McBride maybe just trying to use that breeze to good effect, but I don't think Andrew Balbirnie will persist for a long time with the spinner. I do feel from Afghanistan's point of view, this is probably the best chance to potentially score. Look at this.
Shows the strength of the wind. Mark Adair, the man for the cause, he sprinted across from long on to toss it back over. About 20, maybe 25 Irish fans have travelled over, enjoying the sunshine. Colder back home in Dublin, Derry or Belfast right now, but by the Gulf standards, probably a bit more Irish than it is Emirati right now.
Well, I played bingo last night with a lot of those Irish fans. Bit of bingo with lots of those Irish fans. It was lovely to interact with people who have travelled from Ireland and England and Australia to watch their beloved cricketers play. Didn't win much at bingo, but it was good fun. Bit of live music.
Yeah, tight-knit community, the Irish cricket one. Very, very passionate, those who are into it. I know there's a bit of turn on offer here for McBride, but for me it just looks significantly easier for Gurbaz and Janat against the spin than the likes of McCarthy, Adair. Haven't seen Camphor yet, and Craig Young didn't quite get it right in the second innings in the few overs that he bowled yesterday. Just the 4 for him. The wind is swirling around as well too. It's not like the stiff breeze we had just going one direction yesterday. Ireland may be best served by looking at one of their quicker bowlers. 51 ball, 160 for 5. Will be a change in bowling. We're just speculating about Niall O'Brien, but it won't be a seamer replacing a spinner yet, as Craig Young will come in for his first ball of the day, replacing Barry McCarthy. 7 on the bounce for McCarthy, maybe right at the limit of where he can get to.
Yeah, 7 overs on the spin is a good effort for any seamer or pace bowler, especially when you're delivering the level of effort that Barry McCarthy does every single ball. So that's a fine effort this morning. Setting tone nicely for McCarthy. And Craig Young, you mentioned yesterday, didn't quite get it right, but it's a surface. Craig Young used to be a genuine fast bowler and swung the ball away. Used to be a genuine swing bowler. Just keep an eye, though, as this spell goes on. He's got a habit now just running the ball back into the right-hander. So that LBW and bowled is an option. Just there. I'm not sure if it's something Craig Young has worked on intentionally over the years, or just the fact he's played a lot of white ball cricket. When he burst on the scene, Craig Young was genuine, close to a 90-mile-an-hour bowler. A little bit erratic, but he swung the ball. That new white ball used to swing it and swing it big. And as a keeper, you're always thinking outside edges on. The last couple of years, I think he just started to run the ball back in towards stumps.
He's still retained that wicket-taking ability in a big way, particularly in white ball cricket. Has had a few injury problems, but averaging 23 and 25 with the ball across the two white ball formats, with over 130 wickets across his 100 or so appearances. Has always been a genuine wicket taker. You're right, though, his game has evolved. I think his control has got a lot better. His death bowling equally has improved a little bit too. Not something he ever did at the start of his career because of that erratic nature. But the red ball skills, the first time we're seeing him in a test match for Ireland. With everyone here, probably some of the most limited first-class experience, just 18 first-class games. It's been a long time coming, this test debut.
Yeah, and for Craig, you have to understand the mentality as well of a person that was so desperate to perform and do well for the Ireland team. The acceptance and understanding that he belongs at that level. It took a long time for Craig Young to really get his head around being an international cricketer and what's expected of him, because his endeavour and his effort and his attitude was so good, but he almost tried too hard, Lenny. So when you played with Craig, and I played a lot with Craig, and he's a lovely, lovely fella, but he wanted to do well so desperately, and when it didn't quite go so well for him, it took him a long time to recover from maybe a bad day or a bad couple of games at the office. I think the maturity in Craig Young as a person has really helped him on the field.
You're right, he used to be fiercely harsh on himself as well, didn't he? Get very down when he had a bad even 2 or 3 overs. He'd be kicking the turf. He'd see the red mist a little bit.
I think everyone at the elite level is very harsh on themselves. Even if you ask any cricketer, when they go back after a day's play, they'll reflect on probably what they did not so well, as opposed to, you flip it, you speak to sports psychologists and the positive mental attitude, try and focus on the things you do well. It's easier said than done, something I struggled with greatly through my career as well. Good start from Craig Young, better, just a single off at 161 for 5.
No injury concern, we don't think, for Barry McCarthy. Just looks like a comfort break, maybe a change of some equipment as well. Challenge here for Afghanistan, particularly Ramanullah Gurbaz on his test match debut. It's going to be that test of composure. We've had 15 overs already on day number 3. He's only faced 30 balls before that delivery. He scored fluently, 17 off them. He's mainly been watching from the non-strikers end. In Ireland, I think here, Niall, are expecting a big shot from Gurbaz. That's why Adair's out at long on. He's also deep backward square, deep mid-wicket in place too. They're just wondering, can they test his mettle, his composure? It's a completely different art batting in this format. The others at the other end, they've faced 60 balls, they've only scored 10. So he'll be keeping an eye on that. He'll be very aware of that. And almost the chance comes.
I think I mentioned it this morning when we did the pitch. It's for Gurbaz, you need an in-out field, so you need to keep your wicket-taking options. So your men around the bat are very important to Gurbaz because you can't let a potential opportunity slip, but you have to have protection. So I think Balbirnie's got his tactics spot on here for McBride against Gurbaz. In-out field. If you want to take on the sweepers, you've got protection. If you get a good one, there's a catch for a short leg and slip.
A real game of cat and mouse here. Ireland know, they're acutely aware of just how good this man is in the white ball format. They know it's his first time at the top level in a test. And will they be able to find a way to create an opportunity? He's having his wills tested here. Well, a probing over. Fascinating one will just be the single from it, and Gurbaz will keep the strike. 162 for 5. A lot of talk overnight, Niall, about what Ireland could maybe chase in a fourth innings. I've never really had any experience or exposure of doing that, barring that one time at Lord's.
I think, you know, spoke to some of the players last night and thinking overnight something around that 180, even 200. I think they'll be confident. There's nothing wrong with the surface. There's a little bit of turn. You're chasing a score sub 200. You just need one player to have a really good innings. The issue in this game has been players trying to get past that 40 and 50 mark to try and cash in and get even an 80. Not necessarily 100 might not necessarily be required fourth innings, but someone to get a large 50, 75, 85, something in that region. At the moment, the scoreboard's going nowhere. As you mentioned, Lenny, the runs have been dried up, and that's all Ireland have to do. They want to prey on the pressure telling against the Afghanistan batters and preying on the metal and the concentration of the Afghanistan players, and also knowing that the tail, with all due respect, is quite long for Afghanistan.
Across the three innings that we've seen so far, Afghanistan's second one in progress here, haven't seen anyone go past Hashmatullah Shahidi's score of 55. Lots in and around that. Sterling 52, Curtis Camphor 49, Ibrahim Zadran in the first innings 53, Kareem Janat 41 not outs, Harry Tector 32, Lorcan Tucker 46, Andy McBride 38. I know Gurbaz is there on 41 and starting to threaten a really big score. Any idea why plenty of batters are getting in but no one going on? Is it just that lack of experience at the test level? 17 tests between these two sides.
No, I wouldn't say it's a lack of experience. There's plenty of ability there. I think the surface is it's not a flat belter. Let's be realistic. There's a little bit in it for the bowlers, a little bit of small bit of up and down nature of the surface, so it's not a pitch you can really go out and play fluently on. Gurbaz wants a couple. Karim Janet says no. Even that ball there, it's safely negotiated by Ramanullah Gurbaz, but it's right in front of all three. So that little bit of up and down nature in the surface, we saw Noor Ali get one, wrap him on the glove. So I just think the surface itself, the odd balls turning, it's not as true a surface as would allow you to play fluently. So even that's why I mentioned that in the second innings, a score of a 75 or an 80 is as good as a big 100.
This will be runs. Should just be a couple of there will do the work. There's definitely a pattern to it though, isn't there? Gurbaz could well break that. There's all the potential to go on and maybe not just double that total. He might be thinking of more than a maiden test match 50, could be thinking of three figures. And that would put Afghanistan into a really strong position. But there is a pattern, lots of batters getting 30, 40, 50, and then finding one to get past their defences. It does feel a bit like a surface you're never quite in on. completely. 165 for 5. McBride to continue, still no sign of Curtis Camphor in the second innings, and Mark Adair is a reasonably heavy workload already across the 2 innings. Being given a rest. McBride very much Ireland's go-to man in ODI cricket and in Test cricket in terms of what they know exactly what they'll get from him. He'll just bowl and bowl and bowl. Not going to concede many runs. He's only going at 2 and over here. Is it specifically the matchup against Gurbaz that Balbirnie and maybe the Brains Trust like? It's McBride versus the aggression?
No, I purely think it's an opportunity to get through some overs. As you mentioned, just going at 2 and over. Get a little bit of rest and recuperation into the legs of the likes of Mark Adair. He's doing a fine job here, Andrew McBride. The scoreboard's going nowhere, as I've mentioned numerous times. And as a batter, you're just preying on the fact that Gurbaz and Karim Jannat want to score runs, and they're not. So it helps giving McBride an opportunity, but also puts pressure on the batters when they're facing the seam bowlers. Maybe they think it's easier to score against seam, so it brings Craig Young into the game a bit more. So I'm absolutely fine with it. Scoreboard's going nowhere. Ireland are dominating proceedings. Afghanistan need to come up with a counter punch here. At the moment, they're in go slow mode. And it's not suiting Gurbaz, and it's not suiting Karim Jannat. So that plays into the advantage of Ireland.
And just to highlight your point, we've seen, after this delivery, we'll have seen 18 overs, and it's only 31 runs that have been added right now. So the scoreboard is not moving quickly, and McBride is offering control. 165 for 5. .57 runs the lead right now for Afghanistan. 5 wickets in hand. Gurbaz and Jannat just starting to grow. A 6-wicket partnership is worth 22. An awful lot of cricket to be played. You have to love the pace, the tempo of a test match. Ireland in control at the moment, but whilst Gurbaz is still there in particular, anything could happen for Afghanistan. Yeah, nerves and tension ring around this Tolerance Oval right now. Hashmatullah Shahidi didn't add many to his overnight score. Trapped LBW by Adair. Here's Jonathan Trott. What's he thinking?
Well, we had a really good interview with him this morning with Brian Murgatroyd. Spoke so much sense, Jonathan Trott. One thing he did say was they don't want to curb Ramanullah Gurbaz's natural flair and fluency. I just suspect, Lenny, the last probably 15 minutes or so, that Gurbaz has curtailed. He is holding himself back a little bit. And if you're an Ireland fielder and being in that position behind the stumps, and you realise maybe a batter's not going about things as naturally as he would like, that just gives you a little boost, a little filler. Gurbaz very watchful, especially against spin. You see, and then you miss out on something. You go away from your natural game. That's a leg stump ball that Gurbaz will clip time and time again. In the end, he gets lucky because it hits the thigh pad, nearly goes back onto the stumps. Just have a look at this. We've seen this so many times. Just grabs that thigh pad, and it's not far away from that leg peg. And that, to me, is just mentality, because he's been watchful and thinking about surviving for a while now. He's missing out on those run-scoring opportunities.
Wider the crease this time, Young. Take on the quick single and will get home. Thoughts of an overthrow. He was 23 off 28 overnight, and certainly in the last 20 minutes or so, as you rightly say, he's really just been forced to apply the brakes.
I don't mind it, Lenny, against the seam bowling, but it's against spin, because Ireland have got sweepers aplenty for Gurbaz, and they've got men around the bat. So there's ones. I'm not expecting to go out and try and crash and thrash the ball for 4s and 6s, but I'd like to see him just try and rotate a little more.
Again, Young challenging that inside edge. It's another good over. 1-6-7 for 5. McBride to continue. Might have been a little bit more than a comfort break for Barry McCarthy, but he looks freshened up and may be able to get back on. Been really fascinating to watch Gurbaz and his approach against McBride. It's definitely been a cautious one. He's reining in all that natural flair, the natural aggression he has. But you just suspect at some point he's going to look for a big shot. This has been McBride in this spell. And that's what you get from him, real accuracy, real consistency. But for now, Gurbaz playing him really well. Happy to survive on a diet of dots and singles. There's the aggression. Comes from Kareem Janat, hitting with the spin. It's a different field to Janat to Gurbaz. So the man who's out, the deep mid-wicket, isn't in place. That's why Janat's taken on the shot. He gets to double figures.
Good option. Intent is there. Kareem Janat is an attacking, clean striker of the ball. If he stands his ground and just tries to defend, he's going to lose his wicket. I don't mind that at all. It wasn't quite out of the screws, but there's oceans of space. More than happy for an Afghanistan batter like Karim Janat to really take the attack to Ireland. Trying to assert themselves back in the contest, leading by 64. A good half an hour between Karim Janat and Gurbaz will put Afghanistan in a good position heading into that lunch break. So it's really important. I'll stress it again, you play your natural game. If you feel there's a ball there you can hit, you put it away. Reinforcements now on the leg side as an extra sweeper at deep mid-wicket.
Now just 3 fielders in the offside for Andrew McBride. Very heavily stocked leg side field. Good man to have at number 7, Janat. The problem is the amount of support they have beneath this 6-wicket partnership. Maybe not what they would like, but for now they're building this lead for Afghanistan. It's worth 64, 172 for 5.
Afghanistan in the lead, 64 runs, 5 wickets down, 2 batsmen with the capability of playing big innings in the centre. Janat 13 of 35. Gurbaz has taken 79 deliveries for his 44 as he's approaching his half century.
Well, we've spoken on a number of occasions about the fact that in the first innings Ireland managed to get the ball swinging and seaming. They looked after it very well. They've been able to look after it again today. Just managing the ball, ensuring that it's in the best possible condition to swing. Seamers have done a terrific job here this morning. Yes, there's been that little bit of work from Andy McBride as well. He's bowled in containing fashion, 16 overs for 37. But Adair, McCarthy, Young, they've been absolutely outstanding. Remember, Afghanistan began the day at 134 for 3. So they've added 39 runs only in the first hour and a half, and that's testament to the control Ireland's bowlers have exerted.
And especially against the team that has the tendency of playing attacking shots. Gurbaz at the crease. Most of the people won't believe it that they haven't got many runs. But the discipline from the bowlers, fast bowlers in particular, was remarkable. Hitting that off-stump area time and again, just concentrating around the off-stump and getting the ball to move as well. Excellent bowling performance so far from Ireland in the first innings and now replicating in the second innings as well.
Both these batters know the importance of this partnership. 30 they've added so far in 71 deliveries. And as Niall O'Brien mentioned a short while ago on commentary, it's quite a long tail for Afghanistan. They've had a few problems actually in the longer form of the game in terms of runs from the lower middle order and the lower order. And we saw that, didn't we, in the last test match they played, the vendor in Sri Lanka at the SSC. They got into 2 decent positions in that match in terms of their batting, and then they just fell over in a heap on both occasions.
It can be attributed to how they feel in the dressing room. So it was all about panic setting in rather than reflecting upon their true potential as batting unit. Straightforward catch at mid-wicket. And Young has provided the breakthrough, has broken the partnership.
Well, there we are. We've spoken about that fielder in front of the wicket. One of the slips coming out. And it's paid dividends. They've turned the screw and turned the screw and turned it again, the Ireland bowlers. And now they've got their reward.
Fieldsman in position. And chipping it straight to Balbani, captain of the side. Jubilation time for Young. They believe that first test victory on cards. Karim Jannat goes for 13, 173 for 6.
Third wicket of the session to go down for Afghanistan, and Zia-ur-Rahman, who was such a star with the ball, now he's going to have to be a star with the bat as well. He's at the non-striker's end. That was the last ball of Craig Young's over. Now, how's Ramanella Gurbas going to play with the tail for company?
It will be interesting because they believe that Zia-ur-Rahman, look at his first class record at the age of 26, averaging only 15, but 2 half centuries to his credit. He can hang around. Flicking it straight to the fieldsman at short mid wicket, trying to play it slightly square than where he played. Can understand the frustration from Karim Jannat. Batted well in the first innings as well, scoring 41. Was set a partnership building, but Gurbaz is on 45. Not at his usual self, the way he started the other day with attacking shots against the spin bowlers. Today he's been circumspect with his approach. He's been solid with defensive technique, but hasn't unfurled those shots that he's known for. Still Zia-ur-Rahman, capable bat, so he will be thinking about at least developing partnership, taking more time, and then when 8 wickets down, he will start playing his shots.
He wanted to, Gurbaz, and rightly so decided against it in the end.
Off the blocks quickly. And there was no second run available there. It's a good call to not go for the second run.
Zia-ur-Rahman now with plenty of company. A leg slip, a slip, and a forward short leg. Don't underestimate the role that Andy McBride has played in this innings. Into his 17th over, just none for 38. Another example of the control that Ireland's bowlers have exerted. Terrific stuff.
And that also allowed a break to the fast bowlers, a rotation of the fast bowlers as well, holding the one end tightly, not allowing easy boundaries, which wasn't the case when it came to Afghanistan.
End of the over, just a single from it. Afghanistan 174 for 6. It's the quicks who've done the damage for Ireland. 3 for Adair, 2 for McCarthy, 1 for Young. Gurbaz 4 away from a half century. There's Karim Janat's wicket. And there's Jonathan Trott's reaction. Oh, what a ball! Young struck again, and he's got Gurbaz. Gurbaz can't believe it, but he's going to have to go. He's had his furniture rearranged, and Afghanistan are 7 down.
Young probing away around the off stump. Magnificent piece of delivery this. Absolutely brilliant. And that's how they bowled since the beginning of play today, the fast bowlers. Brilliant piece of bowling, the line that forced Gurbaz to play defensively throughout this innings, and once again just holding its line and hitting the off stump. Joyful exuberance from the fast bowlers, and it's reflecting well in the performance as well. Ireland on top. Gurbaz goes for 46. Afghanistan falling apart, 174 for 7.
Right down there, lads.
In number 9 is Naveed Zadran. Played a rather eccentric innings first time round. Made 12, hung around for a while. Has a defence all his own. I think that's the best way to describe it. And Craig Young is now on a hat-trick. Can't get much closer than that. Remember, he got the wicket of Janat from the last ball of the previous over. And that's what he did to get rid of Ramanullah Gurbaz. Fine delivery. Look at that. Bowlers are told, hit the top of off. And that's exactly what Craig Young has done there. Sending that off stump cartwheeling. Oh, yes.
Playing it in the air. It was a stunning piece of delivery. Just holding its line, hitting the top of the off stump. Procession, wickets to fall. So 322, 332. Then a partnership in 10-18, 10-43, 11-36 and 11-42. So wickets, at least a couple of wickets.
Yes, today it really has been a slow death for Afghanistan. Here's Young's 2 wickets in successive deliveries. Last ball of the previous over and the first ball of this one. Fantastic bowling.
Seamers delivering in the first innings and in the second innings as well for Ireland.
There's that defensive shot again from Naveed. Really is a remarkable technique.
I saw him in the morning as well, dancing down the track to the fast bowlers, but this is remarkable. Just like the right-hand version of Srinan Chandrapal at times. Two for 24. More changes inflicted in the field now. Looking to get more people in catching position. 2 men on the onside. Nicely defended. A successful over. This getting the big wicket of Rahmanullah Gurbaz. Afghanistan 174 for 7.
Well, even in their wildest dreams, I'm sure Ireland couldn't have imagined a better session than this. Afghanistan began the day at 134 for 3, so just 40 runs have dripped into the bucket for the loss of those 4 wickets. It's been all Ireland. They've been all over Afghanistan like a rash. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. Mark Adair, he's had about 40 minutes rest after his opening spell this morning, and he's back into the attack now, on the hunt for more wickets. Ireland smelling blood in the water here by recalling the man who's got 8 wickets in the Test match. And wouldn't he love to take at least 2 of the next 3 to finish with a 10 for? That will be the first time an Ireland bowler would have achieved that mark in Test match cricket. Bit of work to be done yet, though.
Was amazing in the first innings, utilising the conditions to great effect. The seam and swing in the second innings as well, providing them with the early breakthrough. Slanting it down the leg side. He's been absolutely brilliant for Ireland. Hitting the pad on the way through to the wicket keeper. Also contribution came from key batters as well for Ireland in their first innings. Sterling getting a half century. Runs from Curtis Kemper as well. I think the Curtis Kemper's inning that brought about the change in momentum. He batted with aggression, controlled aggression. And from there, things changed for Ireland in batting department.
Yes, Kemper moving up to 3. And that innings of 49 is a very important one. It's a nice shot down the ground from Zia-ur-Rahman. Gets him off the mark with a boundary. They've been as rare as hen's teeth this morning.
They're pitching it up, trying to get some movement, working for himself. Lovely straight drive from the middle of the bat. Superb stroke. Imagine the presence of Gurbaz, Nasir Jamal at this point of time. With him, he could have provided them with some support.
Well, having played that stroke once, he fancied doing it again. A little bit less successful this time. Square leg has now dropped back about 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Cut away, and that'll be 4 more. A little bit of much needed aggression here from Afghanistan, throwing a few punches back in return. 182 for 7. Afghanistan really just suffering a slow death. So it's a good thing that Zia happy to play a couple of shots there in that last over. It's important that this Afghanistan lower order somehow try to put a little bit of pressure back on the Ireland bowlers, because Ireland have had it all their own way in this first session.
I was speaking to Hashmat yesterday evening after the stumps, and he was of the opinion that they got enough batters to provide the support, the talented ability to do the job. Not conventional, but it worked well in the first innings for Naveed. Entertaining, much better than I think Shrishant. I remember dancing down to Andre Nail and smashing him into the stands, and then dancing.
Yes, that was Johannesburg, wasn't it? Yes, I think we all were of the opinion in that first innings he was a bit like Courtney Walsh here, Naveed. Well, he's got a good eye, obviously, because he can hit the ball, but in terms of technique, truly is remarkable. Almost like French cricket there, really, just standing there, bunting the ball out on the offside.
Hammered down the ground, not quite getting it from the middle of the bat. What was so interesting in the morning, just before the start of the play, he was practicing just like this. So he's quite confident about his ability to defend deliveries in this particular fashion. Most of the strokes, if you see, is middling it.
He's got a new bat here now. Looks to me as though it might be the bat that Nasser Jamal was using a little earlier. Obviously wasn't happy with the previous blade that he had. There's a chat between him and the non-striker Zia-ur-Rahman. Goodness me, yeah, hold the pose, absolutely. It's the most orthodox shot he's played in the Test match so far.
Reflecting upon how things went for Afghanistan. So yesterday, when they came out to bat, the message from the dressing room, from the coaches, was to play Test match as ODI format, play attacking cricket. Either get out for 100 or get 300 and win the Test match.
He's determined that the photographers around the ground are going to capture this, I think. It's two defensive shots in a row. Left elbow, nice and high. Here we are. Show the maker's name.
There's Sachin Tendulkar straight driving. Once again defending well. 182 for 7.
Afghanistan 74 runs ahead. They've added just 48 runs in this session. And this now is likely to be the last over before lunch. Markadir getting ready to bowl it.
Well, interesting approach from Afghanistan, though they were challenged by good bowling as well, line and length bowling. Particularly when it comes to Gurbaz, he likes to play attacking shots, and that's where he thrives. So he decided to play defensively, trying to form a partnership. And once they started losing wickets, he went into shell and couldn't quite recover, couldn't quite come out from that situation, even when the spinners were introduced.
I don't think we can underestimate the significance of that early wicket of Hashmatullah Shahidi. Out for 55, adding just 2 runs to his overnight score. Out in the 4th over of the day. That really has been pivotal to the way things have gone, I think, over the course of these 2 hours.
Some aggression from the bowler as well. A wicket to fall. Just going wide of the crease, creating angle. Hashmatullah was dismissed early, as Brian mentioned. And that's where things started to fall apart for Afghanistan. The beginning wasn't bright today.
Of course, the interesting thing about Hashmatullah's dismissal was that it was umpire's call in terms of the point of impact. So, had it been given not out, it would have stayed not out. They're the margins, the thin margins, the fine margins on which matches can turn.
I remember listening a story on the broadcast from Tony Greig about his appearance in first-class cricket in England. Was out LBW early on, wasn't given out because the umpire was a friend of his father, and he went on to get 100, was picked for England cricket team, went on to become the captain of English cricket team as well. So one decision can alter the careers of many individual athletes and teams as well.
One more big effort. That's what's required from these island seamers. They really have been lion-hearted. 7 wickets down. Can they finish the job? Round the wicket. Just one more delivery to go now in the session.
And Tony Greig also carving out a career in the field of broadcasting as well. Famous for his popular broadcasting on Sachin Tendulkar's Desert Storm against the Australians at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. That's where they will be playing the ODIs and T20 internationals. Afghanistan versus Ireland.
That's the end of the session. And what a session it has been for Ireland. Absolutely fantastic from their perspective. 26 overs, just 48 runs and 4 wickets. And with the day beginning, you just felt that Afghanistan were marginally ahead. Well, I'll tell you what, now Ireland are absolutely in the box seat here, with a really enormous chance to get their first win in Test match cricket.
Great discipline from the fast bowlers, getting the early wicket as well, and an excellent support from the spinner McBride as well. Outstanding session for Ireland. He came into today's play with the prospect of getting at least 1 or 2 wickets in the first session, but the bowlers were remarkable and making the job of the captain a bit easier today, the way they bowled today. Brilliant morning session for Ireland. sitting in a comfortable position to eke out the first victory in Test match cricket for them. Where the partnership was good, it was developing the other day, losing the wicket of Hashmatullah Shahidi early on. A lone half-centurion in this innings. Plenty of batters. Noor Ali getting 32 of 72 getting start. 46 for Gurbaz as well. Very impressive in the bowling department. Once again, Adair getting 3 for 47, 2 for 28 for McCarthy. Let's go downstairs with Andrew.
Got Barry McCarthy here with me. You probably wanted 2 or 3 wickets in the session. You've got 4. How happy are you with that?
Yeah, I think that's a very good session for us. You know, we plugged away nicely there. We talked about just being disciplined for as long as possible, and the rewards will come. And I think that's exactly what's happening in that session.
I was talking to you last night, and you said you were really disappointed with your first couple of overs yesterday, but today it was a completely different effort from yourself.
Yeah, I think just probably a little bit change in plan, trying to just attack the stumps a little bit more. And I think myself and Craig were pretty disciplined with that, and we got the rewards that were there.
Taking 17 wickets in the test, they've all gone to the seamers group. You're a very close-knit unit. How much does that mean to you?
Yeah, it's great. You know, we all get around each other. You know, I'm just as delighted for Youngie getting wickets as I am. Same with Sparky as well. So yeah, hopefully we can continue on that in the next session as well.
Barry, thanks so much for chatting to us. Best of luck.
Thanks very much.
Let's have a look at some highlights then of the session. And they're all about Ireland, really. That was the 4th over of the day. Mark Adair striking the big wicket of Hashmatullah Shahidi. And then how about that for a delivery? Fantastic bit of bowling. Nasser Jamal dismissed. Ramanullah Gurbaz and Karim Janat tried to stitch together a partnership, but then Janat was caught at short mid-wicket. Craig Young breaking through. That was the first ball, the last ball of his previous over, and that was the first ball of his next. 2 wickets in successive deliveries for Young. Rare stroke of defiance from Zia-ur-Rahman. Couple of boundaries in 1 over, but really a disastrous session for Afghanistan. So this is how we stand then at the end of the first session on day 3. And Ireland very much in charge. Afghanistan 74 runs ahead with just 3 wickets in hand. We'll go for lunch now, and we'll be back when play resumes.
We are getting ready before we start the second session on day 3. Before that, some sights of Afghanistan. Right, so welcome back. Start of the second session on day 3. It is a one-only test match, which right now Ireland have the upper hand by their superb performance in that first session. 4 wickets for 48 in the first couple of hours this morning. Certainly given them a real boost, I'm sure. As look at the match summary, Afghanistan winning the toss. Batting first, only getting to 155. Ibrahim played nicely for his 53. Didn't capitalise. Adair was outstanding with 5 wickets. Ireland in reply, 108 runs ahead of Afghanistan's total. Sterling with 50. Zia Rahman picked up his first 5 for his second test match. And Afghanistan now 182 for 7. Hasmatullah 55, and Afghanistan now lead by 74 runs. Niall O'Brien's alongside me. Wickets.
Yes, brilliant marker there, but it was all about the catch. PJ Moore, that was Ibrahim Zadran, the big fish, their gun player. Ramad Shah, 2 failures in the game. Not often you say that about the Rolls Royce of Afghanistan cricket. Noor Ali got one to jump. Barry McCarthy thumping the ball into the surface. This morning, Hashmatullah Shahidi, who looked so well set last night, done by Mark Adair, just skidding on. That's a beating. Barry McCarthy, who called a cracking spell, wholehearted performance, cleaning up, and then there's a little chip to mid-wicket. That's a big, big dismissal. Karim Jannat chipping to Balbirnie, and then Gurbaz, what a ball. Craig Young, good pace, holding its line. A bowling coach's dream. Top of the off stump, all Ireland this morning.
Yeah, it certainly was, and the big wickets, as you said, Hasmatullah with 55, he didn't capitalise, and Gurbaz on 46. I think that there's no doubt that Ireland were worried about both those guys who were not out overnight, but they certainly made short work of it today. So the lead is 74 runs, 3 wickets in hand now for Afghanistan, and there has been some movement off the surface. I think that delivery to get rid of Jamal from McCarthy, it seamed back sharply, was quite extraordinary. Magnificent delivery. Angled in from wide of the crease as well. So really good work, and he's picked up 2 for 28 off a dozen overs. Naveed has been there for 11 balls. He has his own style. He hasn't got off the mark yet. And Zia Rahman is his partner. Here he is. He gives it a go, this boy.
Terrific morning's work from Barry McCarthy on test debut. Waited a long time for this. He is bowled out of his skin. More of the same. Attack the stumps. See if there's any up and down, uneven bounce on this surface.
Well, he certainly gave a good look of 3 sticks then, the first ball after the lunch break. Like he got a bit of willow down in time.
Got to show a lot of appreciation, Hazy, for how Ireland have gone about bowling in both innings. Give a lot of credit to their bowling coach Ryan Eagleson, who's not on this tour, but who has been working hard with all the seamers. We've mentioned numerous times medium fast bowlers, so they haven't got that express, that X-factor bowler. So what you're asking as a coaching unit and the analyst, when they're planning, and the captain is saying discipline. Be disciplined with the ball. Time and time again, prey on the vulnerability of the opposition batters. And I think the coaching staff, Heinrich Milan on the left, and the analyst, and Gary Wilson on the right, who's the assistant coach, and Ryan Eagleson, I mentioned the bowling coach, he's not here, but he would have been so proud watching on. They just plugged away time and time again. testing that forward defence, looking for that bold and LBW, the odd bit of brilliance, yes, a little bit of luck along the way, but you earn that.
I'd love a quick one after the break too. What's impressed me is the way that they swung the ball with good channels in the first innings, realised it wasn't swinging away from the bat in the second innings, and they've just kept plugging away. There's been a little bit of seam around there, but no grass of any note that's alive, but it's a reasonable carpet of grass, and I think once or twice it's perhaps just burnt through the top of that carpet and just come back, particularly that one I was talking about when Jamal had his castle disturbed. But so two different styles, and that's great adapting from the team, the captain, I'm sure some instructions from the bowling coach, who I no doubt is sitting there a little bit upright now in his lounge room watching this with pride.
Yeah, especially the fact that we've mentioned it numerous times, but neither of these sides are playing a great deal of red ball cricket. So to have the discipline to bowl it spell after spell, day after day, when you're not playing a great deal of red ball cricket. They had a really good camp, Ireland, in Dubai, and they got a lot out of it. They got their skills and their tactics and plans to the point where they were confident stepping on the park, and that's not easy when you're not playing much test cricket, much red ball cricket. So I think for all the bowlers and the batters alike from the Irish side, they can be proud of their work so far, but you just got to get that icing on the cake now.
He's got off the mark with delivery number 16. Yeah, I agree with that, and I think also as we look at McCarthy, just again full in at the batsman, giving everything at him. I think that's another lesson. I mean, just to see McCarthy, and as you said on debut, just bowling with terrific pride and keeps running in and doing everything he can for Ireland. I think it's a terrific attribute to have. Should be the case, but you don't always see it. He's just bursting with pride, you can see. He wants to add to those 2 wickets. Going to be just the 1 run, I think. Some good fielding as well. End of the over, 184 for 7. Just Zahir and Nijat, the 2 men yet to come at the moment, but these 2 guys are relatively new at the crease. Zahir Rahman has had a fine test match in his second test, picking up that 5 for 64 in 30 overs. He bowled beautifully. I think he's still got quite a bit of work to do in this test match. And here's a bloke who's just got a lazy 8 wickets. He's done a fine job, Mark Adair.
Yeah, good to see the skills from Mark Adair that we've all grown to know and love in the white ball game, transferred to red ball cricket. Experienced campaigner, played a little bit of county cricket for Warwickshire. Matured greatly the last 2 years, I'd say. He's matured really nicely. Fine batter as well. He's a really good stroke maker and a good catcher. We've seen him in the slip cord, and he's a all 3 format cricketer.
Slower ball that time. Be quite remarkable if he happens to pick up 2 of the last 3. I think it's a nice little 10-wicket haul for the test match. Off cutter, bit of extra bounce as well. Something that impressed me about him also, that 7-over spell right at the start of the test match. And he didn't seem to worry him one bit, just kept coming back and back all the time. Some guys will do that and they huff and puff for a while for the next couple of spells they have, and they haven't got too much left in the tank.
Couple of cutters. Interesting, straight after the lunch break to roll your fingers down the side of the ball. Wicketkeeper Lorcan Tucker and Paul Sterling, to me, look a long way back.
Looking to go over the top, and he's done that successfully. That's a good solid shot. It's gone for 4. Nicely played by Naveed.
Well, it was his downfall in the first innings, trying to go downtown and over the top. He spliced it to mid-on, but this is a good option. We've seen a couple of slower balls, and this was pace on, and Naveed, credit where it's due, he picks it. Not out of the middle of the bat by any means, but with a bit of a flourish and, well, dare I say it, a little bit of style.
There's a response, which he would have bowled as well had he been hit over the top for 4.
Well, let's talk batters' techniques at the back end of it. I'm thinking Courtney Walsh, I'm thinking Jack Russell. Nice shot over the top. Love that.
Tries to get the ramp out. 189 for 7. Talking about batsmen's techniques as we just check out the bowling work that's been done so far. 352 for Adair, McCarthy 2 for 30, and Young, I think he's been good too. Picked up a couple of wickets on that first innings. 2 for 24 at the moment as McCarthy continues. Courtney Walsh you mentioned. Naveed has his own technique. Desio Ramon who's on strike at the moment. One of my favourite stories about fast bowlers trying to be batsmen is Chris Martin from New Zealand. He was a wonderful performer for New Zealand with the ball in hand, but the first to admit that he was absolutely pretty much useless with the bat in his hand. He also says that even though there were a couple of knocks that he played, which he fought away and kept some of the quicker bowlers out, that when the guys got really quick, he wasn't the bravest around, and that's the case, I think, for quite a few. The guys who generally about number 11. After he retired, he admitted that the most terrifying bowler he faced was Alan Donald. And he admitted that there was one time when Donald was screaming in New Zealand and bowling quickly and picking up wickets where he just snuck out the back and had a little drink of something alcoholic just to help him settle down before he batted.
Well, facing Alan Donald, I suppose you need all the Dutch courage you can summons. Chris Martin, yeah, fine bowler, not so good with the bat in hand. Jack Russell had a wonderful technique, useful, very useful batter down at 7 or 8 for Gloucestershire in England, but he had a very unusual leave.
He did indeed. I saw that for a long time in '95 at the Wanderers with Michael Atherton when he and Jack Russell put on he and Atherton put on a magnificent partnership. Atherton got 100 in the end. Can't remember the numbers, but it was a big one. I think it was about 3 days worth. That's what it seemed like.
I'm going to throw it out there. I think it was something like 185.
Rajneesh is on it. What do you got, Rajneesh? There's our stats man extraordinaire. Rajneesh, what do you got?
In 10 hours.
185 in more than 10 hours. 492 balls.
49 fours. 29 fours.
You were right.
Oh, I'm so happy with myself. I'm absolutely chuffed to bits with that. For some reason, 185 was just twirling away in the back of my busy mind. No sixes, Athers, what were you doing?
I can also attest the fact that Niall O'Brien's got a busy mind. A channeled busy mind.
Well, the Wanderers, it does throw up some brilliant cricket down the years because, as you well know, Hazy, you're spending a lot of time in South Africa. The pitch can really give fast bowlers something to work with, and there's a bit of unevenness, and then climatic conditions as well play a big part.
Used to, not these days.
And the crowd, you just get a great crowd of the bull ring.
Unbelievable crowds. The crowds seem like they're, as a player, they're right on top of you. So these days it's got a bit of a spinning profile, which is a little disturbing. It's a nice solid shot. Scamper through for one. 190 for 7.
Well, Balbirnie's just nipping off, and I think that's a tactical chat here, because you can just see the coach heading in the same direction.
It's nicely worked for one. Wonder what that could be about. What do you reckon, Niall? 83 is the lead now.
Well, it's 11 minutes into the session, so you would feel that all the plans as they had their lunch would have been implemented, discussed. So it's strange if there's a change of tact or a change of policy in such a short space of time. So I would love to say I know what that chat's about, but right now I can't really put my mind on it, put my finger on it. You've got Adair, who's been sensational, and you've got McCarthy, who's bowled wonderfully well in the contest. So you've probably got your two premier options. New ball still 14 overs away, thereabouts, so you're not really thinking about that a great deal. Obviously you want Mark Adair to be fresh for that new role, and Barry McCarthy, but they've got to give him 2 or 3 post-lunch.
News has just come our way. They've just brought the chocolate ice cream out. That wasn't available at the lunch break, so they've just got that out now. It's eased away.
Talking about chocolate ice, I played a first-class game at Worcestershire. I'm going to say it was about 2014, and it was a red-hot day. English summer, you know those 3 days of summer in England where you get the sunshine, and we were having it. Oh, this here we go. Well done. Love this.
This is the one you got right. Atherton 185.
Dominic Cork 5 for 84. Wouldn't he let you know about it?
Oh, that's nicely bowled. Slow delivery. Another off cutter.
Yes, Corky. Clive Eckstein.
Brian McMillan, 100 not outs. Gary Kirsten, 110.
That was a great era of Test match cricket. Top class era. I used to love that. Mid-90s, you got Ambrose and Walsh for the Windies. You got a great Australian side. South Africa had a quality team.
Again, the cutter. Spooning it up.
Yeah, fine cricketer, Brian McMillan. Excellent all-rounder. Clean striker. Good seamer. You played a bit against him?
Played a lot against him. He used to be quite brisk when he wanted to be. He used to bowl with a heavy ball. Somewhere around about 6'4", Big Mac. Nice guy. Still around the place. You still see him at Newlands. These guys are doing it reasonably easily at the moment. That lead's increasing. 194 for 7. So the lead is now 86. We've still got 60 overs left in the day, so there's still so much time today for this test match to evolve.
Been good aggression post-lunch from Barry McCarthy. Just wondering, can Andrew Balbirnie maybe get someone in at a short leg or a leg gully without overly attacking or getting too giddy. Safe to say that Naveed is not keen on getting in line, and McCarthy's just got him on the hurry up here. Maybe a leg gully is an option, or a forward short leg.
Yeah, that wasn't too far away from that leg stump region. I wonder what he's going to do from the other end, because a dare with those cutters, I don't know how long they're going to continue. One or two were spooned up in the air, but perhaps just becoming a little bit predictable with the cutters. Good direction again from McCarthy, but it's nicely played. They're going to come back for a couple. These runs are so valuable. Partnership now worth 22.
Yeah, just ask our esteemed colleague Devinder, who spends a lot of time in Afghanistan and has a real love affair for Afghanistan cricket. At what stage will the Afghanistan side start to believe that they can bowl Ireland out and win this game with the bowling attack that they've got? He mentioned 175, so he still wants another, well, just shy of 100 runs from these last 3 wickets. That's going some.
He's greedy. Big swing of that. Running away towards that advertising triangle, and that's a desperate dive, but I think it's gone for 4. Couldn't quite get it away from his body.
First of all, it gets away from the keeper, then gets away from the man a long leg. 200 comes up, a little milestone. It's getting that lead to closer to 3 figures. I just feel Afghanistan are having a good little passage of play. First of all, he gets a little bit of a lucky bounce there, Lorcan Tucker. Parries it on, and then probably should have been hauled in at the back end, down at long leg.
Maybe by the keeper, perhaps, for starters. 155 they got in the first innings, 200 up now in the second.
Just mentioning that figure that would give them the real confidence. I reckon something at around 140, 150. We'll give them a decent chance and open with the quick, and then we've spoken off air here. He may be going with your left arm finger spinner with the new ball.
Well, I think that's perhaps a really important point, because Zia Rahman was magnificent with the ball, and he got some turn and some bounce. Now that was on day 2, so what's he going to do now? Got some turn and bounce actually on day 1, late on day 1. So what's he going to do now when we're halfway through, almost day 3? It's bound to be a little bit more. You got 1 or 2 just to go through the crust and disturb the surface a little bit. This is the attempted desperate dive, but unfortunately back onto his arm, and then a bit of freestyle.
Yeah, PJ Moore down the deep, wonderful catch in the gully to get the wickets up and running in this second dig. That was a little bit disappointing, a little bit sloppy. Partnership 27, it's useful, it's better than useful. It's started to frustrate Ireland, you feel, out there in the middle.
Naveed's overtaken Zia Rahman on the runs now. 201 for 7.
Left arm round the wicket.
Lead is 93 now. Still 3 wickets in hand. Can they extend that to what Niall was talking about, 140-ish? Going nice at the moment, 27 off 53 balls, 13 and 14 respectively. Got a bit of tap. Van Walkom couldn't bowl consistently enough yesterday. He's going to be asked to do a job now by his captain. He's got to keep things nice and tight. And you would think with a little bit of wear and tear on this surface, he might be able to pick up a little bit of turn. I'm not suggesting he's going to get a hat-trick.
That's very good from you. Hat-trick. I don't think many people got that.
Well, no, understandably so.
You're not just a pretty face, are you? Spin. Interesting. And even more interesting, it's the left arm spinner. Now, no Andrew McBride. Theo van Workum, the left arm finger spinner, who has struggled. I can't work this out. I don't see why Andrew McBride's not bowling right now, unless he's going to come from the other end. Still haven't seen Curtis Camphor. Very useful seam bowler. Picked up 2 in the first innings.
I think they're hoping that Naveed is going to have a bit of a dip because mid-on is deeper, so is mid-off.
Yeah, understand that. Give your premier spinner the opportunity. Give Andrew McBride the opportunity, unless he's going to come with double spin.
It's chopped away off stump.
It's a real vote of confidence from Balbirnie to the left arm spinner, and it's nice to see the captain backing the selection. I can only think maybe they're going double spin to try and rattle through 12 overs quickly and get that second new ball. That's the only logic I can put on this current scenario. Your face says it all. You're slightly perplexed as well.
Well, yes, but I think he's done a reasonable job so far. A little bit of flight, a little bit of disturbing the surface of that delivery, which Rahman will be watching closely. Of course, spinning away has got its added benefits for the right-hander. Pretty tidy stuff, actually, in his first over back. Would still boost his confidence a bit. 202 for 7. Two for 38 for McCarthy, 15 overs at the moment. And he continues. I wonder if Naveed hadn't been on strike, if there would have been a change. Because he was chasing the batsman as he tends to back away a little bit. Solid drive, straight down the ground. He's not going to like that too much, I would imagine. That's a very good shot.
Lovely stroke from Naveed, the entertaining tail-ender down the pitch, which is his preferred method against seam bowling. Gets a little bit of momentum into the ball, a little bit of fluency. Lovely on drive. Not so long ago, lifted Mark Adair over mid-off. This time pumps down the ground once again, holds that pose First class highest score 33, so good work here from Naveed.
No more driving opportunities. Backing away, splicing that one in the end, not carrying. Yeah, he won't get any more. He can hit down the ground, that's for sure. I think McCarthy's had enough of that. Hoping that he leaves those stumps open. Well, he did, but the length was very short. So what he's got to make sure he does here is he doesn't become too repetitive. Yeah, driven down the ground, couple of short balls now. I would think that Naveed will be expecting one that's going to be pitched up for this next delivery.
Has got a good back of the hand slower ball, Barry McCarthy. See it a lot in white ball cricket at the back end of an innings. T20 cricket, he's got a good wide Yorker and he's got a really handy back of the hand slower ball. So I just wonder, is it worth maybe going a little bit white ball skills thought process and see if Naveed has a bit of a dip and hits one in the air.
Well, if it does go that route, he's got, again, mid-off and mid-on a little bit deeper than where they would normally be. Also, there's those two men on the leg side that are in a catching position, a short forward square and a short mid-wicket. And now he's going to change his line. This will be the double bluff. Two men back on the hook. Those men catching on the leg side will both go a little bit square as well, as they have, only by a metre or two. So he'll be expecting something at the rib cage. I reckon it might be something nice and full. Well, I was slightly wrong.
Never tried to predict an Irishman's behaviour, Mike Hazeman.
I've tried with you a few times, didn't work.
It's quite a frustrating little passage of play since lunch. Ireland would have been very jubilant going off for the lunch break and hoping to come out after lunch and wrap the Afghanistan innings up, the lead 98 now. Just getting a little bit frustrating for the Irish fielders. They must keep their composure. Look at the bigger picture. They're well on top.
Keeps that out. 4 off the over, 206 for 7.
Vital runs for Afghanistan. An 8th wicket partnership already worth 32. He's already giving their bowlers something to defend. If they could double that lead that they have now, well, Afghanistan might feel as though they're on top. Lots of cricket left to be played here. Ireland's spinners, McBride has bowled with real control. Workham a little less so, but neither have looked hugely threatening in terms of taking any wickets. Big surprise for me, the absence of Curtis Campher thus far. The all-rounder not given the ball at any stage. And just like that, a change of commentary brings about the wicket, and delight for Van Workham. just gets one to turn enough, and that 32-run 8th wicket partnership is broken, Devender.
Well, he struggled in his first spell, but coming back nicely. And the partnership has been broken. It was frustrating for the captain when the fast bowlers were in operation. The partnership was developing. He bowled beautifully in this spell, tossing the ball up, getting the ball to turn, and good catch, good low catch taken in the slip. Afghanistan on leading by 98. Beautifully bowled, bit of turn, good catch taken, good low catch by Balbarni, the captain. And the faith that's shown in his bowler has reflected in his performance as well. Ziaur Rahman goes for 13. It's 206 for 8.
Najat Masood in at number 10 after, well, 17 wickets, all going to the seamers. The spinners have one for Ireland, and it's a maiden test wicket for Theo van Workum. Najat Masood did not score in the first innings. He's on a pair, very attacking field, silly point in place alongside those two slips. There's going to be some real flight from Van Workum, a moment that, well, he's never going to forget, is he? A first test wicket for him.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Was taken for runs in the first innings as well. Didn't start well against Gurbaj and company, but came back, captain showing the faith, and he has shown it that he's quite capable of taking wickets in test delivery as well. Lovely tossed up delivery.
It's been a big contrast, isn't there, in terms of the speed with which the two primary left-arm orthodox spinners that we've seen in this series, between Zia of Afghanistan and Van Workum of Ireland. Van Workum's been a much more sort of old-fashioned drift bowler. As we've seen Zia Rahman bowl probably 7, 8, 9, even 10 miles an hour quicker through the air. I think one of the good moves from Balbarni here to get the left-arm spinner back into the contest, because he's bowling to that lower order, maybe that slightly slower pace more suitable to pry one of those wickets out. That was a big breakthrough. And now there's a bit of turn on offer as well. Every run is going to be important. Ireland have no pedigree of chasing in a fourth innings, Devender.
Sharp turn. And also Afghanistan got two excellent spinners, Ziaur Rahman and Zahir Khan Pakhtien. Nicely bowled once again. Success from the over. 71 gone. It's 206 for 8.
We've got a really interesting conclusion to this test match on our hands, I feel, Devender. Whether that be today or possibly tomorrow, that's immaterial. One thing is for certain, every run is going to count here over the course of the remainder of this third innings of the match. The lead's 98. Afghanistan would love for that to be hooked away, but a long way in front of deep backward square. They'd love for it to be 130, 140, wouldn't they?
Absolutely, with the possibility of their spinners coming into play. I remember one test match.
And this is one that I've asked for the team to pull together Lots of talk back in Ireland about, well, what does Test cricket mean? What is the pinnacle of the game? This is how long it has taken for the 11 other Test nations who've all won at least one Test. Plenty of those have won lots. It's how long they took to win their very first Test match. Look at how quickly Afghanistan did it. That was against Ireland. But for New Zealand, look at the pedigree they have now, World Test champions. 45 games it took them. Decades. Ireland could be on the precipice of joining this list and doing it here in their 8th Test match. They would be euphoric, they would be ecstatic to do that, but it's named Test match cricket defender for a reason. It's still going to be a test from here, even if they get these 2 wickets quickly. Even if they're only chasing 110, 120, it's not going to be easy in the 4th innings, I don't think, because of those spinners you mentioned. And that's number 9. It goes to McCarthy. Full and pretty straight, maybe a deflection, yes, but McCarthy has a 3rd, and Ireland, they need just 1 more.
Magnificent delivery. Pair for Nijat. Out again or not in the 2nd innings as well. Full. Attacking the stumps. Off the deflection, onto the stumps. Bells flying. Ireland flying. They sense a victory. Goes for not. Nijat. Afghanistan 207 for 9.
Just keep coming back this way.
Round the wicket, 3 to go. Come on now.
Well, 2 massive breakthroughs for Ireland. Very quickly, Zahir Khan comes in at number 11. He is also on a pair, and he holds a pretty inauspicious record with the bat. Not many runs, to say the least. Here comes McCarthy. He had 7 consecutive innings without a run, holding the longest runless streak from the start of a Test career. You never want to see an average less than 1. That's what he's averaging right now. Pretty full, pretty straight, probably flicked the back pad. And McCarthy, well, he's almost put Ireland onto his broad shoulders and carried them today. It's been a dare throughout the first 2 days of the Test. Today, it's the man they call the BM around the squad. The big man, the best man, it's Barry McCarthy. He is putting his body on the line here. What a shift he's putting in.
Brilliant spell in the 1st innings as well. When the partnership was developing, came on and took the wicket, broke the partnership, and now again making very, very impressive contribution. 3 for 43. That was quite well played.
I just wonder if Zahir can survive this delivery. Will Naveed maybe start to throw the willow a bit? That lead is yet to get to 3 figures for Afghanistan. He does survive. 207 for 9. This has been an enthralling Test match, Devender. How much have you enjoyed it? I know it still hangs in the balance.
It does. There were contributions in the batting department as well. Afghanistan, they've been patching with bat in hand. 55 for Captain Hashmatullah Shahidi of 107. 46 for Gurbaz. Noor Ali also getting started as well. 32 in much better conditions to bat.
I thought Gurbaz showed an awful lot, didn't he? He showed, we know how brilliant he is in white ball cricket. He may end up becoming one of Afghanistan's best ever batters in their history in the white ball game, but I know it's only his early steps, his early stages. He gave us a taste of what could be in the red ball game. Much like Ireland, their players vocal in wanting to play more and more Test cricket. Afghanistan the same. That's why this series is so good to see. I think he is going to play a few shots. It was a yes, then it was a no, and then they've decided to take the single. So the lead is now 100. They have that milestone achieved, but it's going to expose Zahir Khan, who's on a pair, to 5 deliveries of Van Workum.
Himself, a spinner, should be able to find a way to get a single and feed a strike back to Naveed. More fieldsmen around the bat now.
Also will have the benefit of the ball turning into him. 3 close catchers in place, slip leg, slip short leg under the helmet, and also a couple hovering mid-wicket and cover, not too deep. It's going to be a case of survival for Zahir Khan. Just surprised they took the single from the very first delivery. 3rd or 4th, no problem, expose him to a couple from Van Workum, but maybe not 5/6 of the over.
Because left-arm spin in operation, himself left-arm spinner, good at reading the variations, almost fair it to the fieldsman at short, forward short leg. Pushed through the offside, wants a run, sent back.
Really good piece of fielding. And again, it was McCarthy with body on the line at cover. You can see every ounce of what this means to both teams. To Ireland in particular, never having tasted a victory in a Test match. 4 pretty chastening defeats last year, their re-entrance to this format. They may never have a better opportunity. I think that will be running through some of the top order batters' heads. What's PJ Moore thinking right now? What's Andrew Balbirnie thinking right now? Up at the top of the order, Curtis Camphor at 3. Who's going to step up and make a contribution? He does survive those 5 deliveries he was given. 208 for 9. We have seen low totals defended in 4th innings of Test cricket. The fact that Ireland were bowled out for 38 when they needed, I think it was 180 odd against England at Lord's in London, very different conditions. That will give Afghanistan some hope.
Also, I remember a Test match against Australia, India versus Australia, at Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai in 2004. 107 the target. Murali Karthik taking 6 wickets. I remember 6 wickets for Michael Clarke, left-arm spinner, where Tendulkar played a good counter-attacking innings of 52, I think, or 54.
Amazing how Test matches linger in the memory. You can almost see the picture of them, can't you? American Tucker's just been a little bit tardy, isn't he, with his glove work in the last little while. They're going to take on the second, and we'll get back. They're going to be 2 byes. There's an inside edge. He misjudged that cost 4. Here he costs 2. It's never easy off the second bounce when the slower ball comes in, but with all the white ball cricket that he's playing, you'd have expected him to get enough on that. Instead, 2 more runs to the total.
Just bouncing in front of the keeper. Wanted to get it over the top of the keeper.
I think this has hit him probably up towards the shoulder. McCarthy, with the field that he has, 3 catchers in the deep and the leg side. One of them's in a very strange position, kind of quite a deep square leg, about maybe 45 yards from the bat. And then there's, if you include fine leg, there's actually 4 catchers on the leg side. So I don't think Naveed is going to get anything in his half. What the Irish Test captain would give for the 20th and final wicket right now. Going to take the single, so he'll get 3 balls now at Zahir Khan, who still is on that pair.
Well, Zahir is comfortable against the spin, but against the fast bowler, tried his very best in this over to get a boundary away. Wasn't successful. 3 deliveries to survive from the over. Also, the new ball is not far away.
Well, I think Afghanistan would be delighted to get there, wouldn't they? They do get to that new ball, the second new ball. Probably picked up another 20 or 25 runs. And really has played the role of enforcer brilliantly. McCarthy's figures overnight were 5 overs, 1 for 25. Conclusion of this over, he'll have bowled 13 of those bowled today. They just haven't been able to hit him. He's only gone for 19 runs. He's threatened on the front foot, on the back foot. You talk about wholeheartedness and character, which McCarthy has in spades. He's been so impressive today. Adair, the star of the show, no doubt about that. Best figures in Irish Test history. If Ireland can get into a winning position, McCarthy will have played a huge role. It is going to be runs, not where he intended. He gets off that unwanted pair and finds just an 8th run in Test cricket for Zahir Khan.
It is for the first time in the history of Test cricket or his Test career that he's faced 10 deliveries. A scratchy boundary. Edging into that vacant space on the offside behind square. Can he survive this delivery from McCarthy?
Well, he does, but McCarthy can't understand how. The lead's 107, it's 2-1-5 for 9. So the lead for Afghanistan is 107. Had over 2,500 Test matches in the history of the game, dating back to the 19th century now. And if the innings ended in the next 3 or 4 runs, only 3 lower totals would ever have been defended. One in that Test match you were talking about a little earlier in Mumbai. Good to watch Naveed, isn't he? Tries some innovation. That's the 3rd lowest total ever defended. The 2nd lowest ever was a West Indies-Zimbabwe Test match in Trinidad in 2000. Then you have to go all the way back to England-Australia, the Oval, 1882. Fred Spofford, the Demon, making 7 for 46, or taking. And this one's heaved into the leg side. Gets a good piece of it. He'll want 2. And he should get it. So Afghanistan are going to have to do something special to defend this total, unless this 10th wicket partnership can get another 30 or 40 runs.
No other option than going for the short, big booming shots. Goes again. But finds the fieldsman on the boundary. He's throwing everything at it.
to say, he's been a bit maligned by a few in the commentary box, hasn't he, this test match? He's been mighty effective. Unorthodox, yes, but you see unorthodoxy in bowling in particular has been a very good thing. That's to say you can't make runs in your own method as a batter. 25 very handy ones. Naveed, the bowler, will love every single one of them, because it's given him another 25 at least to protect the wind. Getting up again, buffeting the shirts of the fielders and the batters too. I'm not sure if Van Workum's the right choice here, particularly to Zahir Khan. Who would Zahir Khan rather face? Mark Adair, Curtis Camphor, Craig Young, or Theo Van Workum right now? Did a great job to break that 8th wicket partnership, certainly. For me, I'd get Van Workum off now. 2 on 8 for 9. There is that test you were just talking about, defender. A low-scoring epic for the ages at the Wankhede.
Dravid scoring 31 at Gillespie 4 for 29. Australia 203. And Martin 55. Lakshman 69 in the second innings. Tendulkar also getting a half century. And Australia bowled out for 93. 5 for 29 for Harbhajan Singh. Clark 6 for 9.
That test match you were just talking about a little earlier, there it is. The team done a brilliant job finding it. I suspect that wicket might have turned a little bit, just a touch. Look at those performances from the bespectacled, the legendary, the iconic Anil Kumble. Michael Clark, career best test figures with his left arm spin. And even if they were bowled out right now, it would still be a top 4 performance of all time, be just behind that effort of defending from India. Can Afghanistan make a bit of history? The end of McCarthy for now. Craig Young comes in for a little burst. Is Naveed going to look for boundaries off the seamers, or what's his approach going to be?
He will attack the fast bowlers. If it's in his areas, if it's pitched up, he's going to dispatch it to the boundary. But he's been tested with short ball.
A slightly different tactic with Young coming over the wicket rather than McCarthy was round. And almost a double bluff, because again, the field is one where you would expect the short ball. There are 5 men on the leg side, 4 of them are on the rope. There's a long on, there's a deep mid-wicket, there's a deep backward square, there's a fine leg, and then even Andrew Balbirnie himself is about 40-45 yards from the bat. So it's almost a double bluff, isn't it? Young is saying, I'm going to bowl short to you. Instead, he tries to hit the top of off, and it somehow evades it. Not quite sure how it missed. Good skills from Craig Young. Ireland desperate for this final wicket. Well, he is box office. You know how good a bowler he is. Did you know how good a batter he was? Great to watch.
Well, I've seen him playing in domestic cricket, also playing in a similar fashion. The scoop shots, his defense work as well. He practices like this in the net sessions as well with the coaches. They're comfortable with his unorthodox ways of defending. But he's made vital contribution in the first innings as well with the bat in hand. Also bowled him. That's all over for Afghanistan. All out for 218 in this second innings. Young picks up his 3rd wicket.
And Ireland have done their work with the ball. It's complete for the test match. They control their own destiny. They're going to need a Nelson to do it, to win a first test in their history. It will be exactly 111 required. And it's just the 2nd time in their nascent test match history that Ireland have taken all 20 opposition wickets in a test. It just nipped back, didn't it? Another good change in bowling from Andrew Balbirnie, who's captained excellently. He has given his side a real chance, but don't discount the value of those late order runs from Naveed Zadran. Bowled for 25. Afghanistan bowled all out for 218. Real delight for Ireland. Those 3 there, Young, Adair, McCarthy, well, take a bow. 19 wickets of the 20 that fell have gone to Ireland seamers, those three alongside Curtis Camphor. That is a delighted backroom staff for Ireland. Adair will probably get the headlines, but Young and McCarthy, and look at that punch of the air from McCarthy up towards the travelling Irish support. They believe up on the balcony. Can Irish batters, Ireland's batters, do what their bowlers have done and make history here in Abu Dhabi? Such an impressive performance from Ireland's seamers in particular. 19 of those 20 wickets to those four pacemen.
Only resistance came from Hashmatullah Shahidi, 55 of 107, and Gurbaz was looking good. The partnership was developing. And then Naveed making a significant contribution of 25. Let's go downstairs with Niall O'Brien.
Well, I've got a very happy Theo Van Workum beside me. You've got your first Test wicket. You're a happy man right now.
Yeah, like obviously it's nice to get the first one out of the way. Just nice to contribute, I guess. Obviously, really good toil and good fight from the lads. Really, it wasn't easy out there. We knew that first hour was going to be, really important for us, and I thought the guys at the top did a really good job, and yeah, it was just nice to be able to finish off at the end.
What about the bowling unit adapting to conditions? First innings, the ball swung or seamed, and the second innings, maybe a little bit up and down, so a change of tack, attacking the stumps. How impressed were you with your seamers?
Yeah, I thought they were outstanding. I think, like you said, first innings it did do a little bit, and then to make that adjustment, obviously these conditions are something that we're not too familiar with. So, although we've played a lot in these types of conditions, can be tricky. But I thought the seamers did a wonderful job. I thought, the way that they talked amongst themselves, talked with the coaches, come up with, good game plans, and I thought they nailed it.
The captain, Andrew Balbirnie, showed good faith in you. I think the first innings you were probably a little bit nervous. You came back well. Captain showing confidence, showing faith. How important is that to a young spinner? Yeah, I think it's really important. Obviously it's not easy. Test debut is always going to be tricky, no matter how much cricket you've played. But I thought Bell was excellent, and it was good fun out there. Well done, congrats, and all the best in chasing that 111. Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, thanks to both Niall O'Brien and Theo Van Workum. Congratulations to him. A first Test wicket to his name on a day that he won't forget. Could it be a day that Ireland won't forget? They've got a chance at making history and picking up their first ever Test victory. They've only once chased in a fourth innings with a total that they could get to. They needed 180 in Lords. There they were bowled out for 38. So there's going to be some nerves around. No date for Ireland. Here are the bowling figures. The three heroes really in the second innings for Ireland. Those three seamers with 3 wickets apiece. Maybe the pick of them, Craig Young alongside Barry McCarthy. Outstanding. They shared 9 between them. So that's it for 3 innings. We've got 1 to go, and which way is this Test match going? Ireland, the magic number. They will need 111 to win. We'll be back with all the action very shortly.
Welcome back. We're just about to get underway with the final innings of this test match, Afghanistan versus Ireland. Day 3, of course, live from the Tolerance Oval in Abu Dhabi. Before we do get that final innings underway, we're going to have a look at the Gustapa Valley in Afghanistan. Beautiful. Nice to see these shots we've been showing of parts of Afghanistan as we just look at their batting card. 218 it was. Top scorer Hashmatullah with his 55 of 107. Gubaz threatened but didn't kick on with 45. Another problem throughout this entire test match, actually, guys getting close to 50, just above or just below, and not kicking on to getting sizable scores. The 218 all out. As we now have a look at the wickets that did go down. That was a brilliant catch from Moore, right at the top from the bowling for Dare. It was Ibrahim who went. Rahat Shah was the next one, caught behind for Dare, so he picked up the first two, 9 and 12 respectively. 12 for Noor Ali, caught in the gully. McCarthy, Hashmatullah, Dare again in the game with him for 55. That was a big one today, and that was a magnificent delivery from McCarthy, getting rid of Jamal for just a couple. 143 for 5 at that stage. They lost 4 for 48 in the first couple of hours this morning. Kareem Jannat was the one to go 13 on that occasion. Gubaz was the big wicket. They were delighted with that as well. So this is the time when they were all sorts of trouble. And then there was a bit of spin involved, and he was delighted, welcome, to pick up that wicket. McCarthy kept running in. He picked up 3 wickets overall, so his performance was outstanding, but it was Young who came into the game right at the end and picked up a stick as well. So a really good performance to roll them out. For 218 and Adair, 3 for 56 in the second innings means he got 8 for 95 for the game, which is ridiculous, really. And McCarthy 3 for 48. Volkan picked up 1, his first, and 3 for 24 for Young as well. So nice work from the Island bowlers, but they've still got some work to do with the bat. The target is 111. 111 it is to win. They haven't won a test match yet. Ireland have played 7, lost 7. So this is potentially historic for them. And it is Peter Moore, the right-handed batsman who's 33 years of age. He's played 13 test matches. That's quite a handful of test matches, actually, comparative to the number of games that they play. And he needs to get them off to a good start. He's got a partner out there who's very experienced. The skipper, Andy Balbirnie, also 33, and average on the low 20s. Best of 95. So their sole aim will be to get things off and running, because they don't want any scares right at the top when they're chasing a total like 111. And sometimes these smaller totals can be a little bit treacherous if you don't get going comfortably at the beginning. Jat Masood will be starting. 8 wickets in his test career. 1 5-wicket haul, best of 5 for 79. So we still have 49 overs left in the day's play. Tino, what are your thoughts?
Well, we'll have a winner of this test match today, that's for sure. 49 overs. I don't think it will take Ireland longer than that to get 111. Early wickets will be the key.
I would imagine that Zia Rahman will have a say in things right at the top. Ireland away straight away with the boundary.
Yeah, I think the 2 Afghanistan seamers will bowl very straight again, as we saw in the first innings. Didn't swing the ball around like the Irish bowlers. They'll look to attack the stumps. This one a little too straight, the length not right as well. Off the hip by Peter Moore.
Yeah, I think they can learn something from the way Ireland quicks bowled. They didn't get any swing in the second innings, but they kept charging in the whole time. Nice and direct at the batsman. That's spot on. Good, solid forward defensive shot from Moore. Lots of encouragement out there from Afghanistan for their bowler.
Yeah, nicely behind that, PJ Moore. Struggled with a few of the straight deliveries that were just angled into him in that first innings. No doubt it would have been something that he would have been aware of by his technical staff. Maybe watch that innings, so he'll be looking to address that today. Oh, that's a big no ball.
Doesn't want to pick up a wicket with that. I love it when some of these teams, and they're playing against English-speaking teams, they suddenly, when English is not their first language, and good on them for actually speaking some English, but they're suddenly talking all the time in English, so the batsman in English, so the batsman can hear them. Happens a lot with South Africa, actually. Got a couple of blokes who are pretty stout Afrikaners. I'll suddenly be conversing in English the whole time.
You're trying to get under the batsman's skin, aren't you? He's got to hear and he's got to understand what you're saying. So that'll be the general encouragement for your teammates and your partners and your own language, but definitely when you just want the batsman to hear a little bit of what you're saying, the English needs to come out.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Went away superbly. Nicely bowled. Just going past that outside edge. Baz at one stage thought about going up.
Now this is where they've got to be. And just keep hitting a good length. There is still enough in the pitch. We've seen that. Look at that, angled into Peter Moore and just nipping away at the last moment off the seam.
Naveed will certainly pair Nijant with that new ball initially, but it won't be long before they want to get the left armour in the air and bounced.
Peter Moore, I think, just playing for the ball that's angled in, because he's expecting the bowlers to be looking to try and hit the stumps or hit his pad. These last two deliveries have just straightened after pitching. That's why this time he's got the outside edge. Oh, it's carried. It's carried.
It has carried.
Well, PJ Moore's had a lot of luck in this test match. Out of a no ball in the first innings. Ibrahim Zadran prides himself in that slip cord and disappointed. 3 slips in now and a gully.
He's bowling quite briskly too. Up near the 140 kph mark. 5 for none. Well, they had a chance in that first over. First over a test match, you're in the slips, you're expecting something to come your way. There's no excuses, really. And I think he got in pretty good position. It wasn't too bad, it was a low catch, but if you're a second slip is generally your better fielder, your better catcher in that cordon. You'll be disappointed with that. What a start that would have been. Naveed now.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, come on.
Naveed Zadran.
Boys. Come on, come on. Come on, boys.
The young man just in his second test match, full of energy, attacks the crease. Bowls a hard ball. Again, not one who we've seen swing the ball all that much in the Test match.
It's nicely bowled. It's got to keep the skipper honest with those sort of deliveries. I would imagine he'll find a little bit of extra pace as well at the start of this innings due to the drive, but then he looks like he's moving nicely. With us before the start of play, we were talking about how batsmen, when they first arrive the crease, and sometimes it doesn't happen, it's as simple as that. Your feet are not working as well as you would like. You're not in flow, not in tune with the game. Bavoni's working nicely. Doesn't seem to be rushed at all. That's a nice drive. A little bit of bottom hand involved in it, but that's absolutely fine because that's going towards that boundary. And come back for 3.
That's a good chase. Ziaur Rahman, equally well played. It's over pitched. It's just lent on it and got it in front of that fielder at point on the offside.
Naveed running into that stiff wind. Moving straight in at his face at the moment. As he did in the first innings as well, and he picked up 3 wickets.
I'll buy for you money pads, okay? Yeah. And you get another.
Got him. That is a very fine delivery. Came back nicely. Inside edge onto the stumps. They have struck early.
Yeah, nothing shot from PJ Moore. It's a good length. Yes, it's nipped back to get through the gate, but he's really just played that well in front of himself. Lack of foot movement. He adds another to his tally in the Test match. And PJ Moore has to go. Doesn't trouble the scorers. Ireland lose their first. It's 8 for 1.
Fucking hard wicket, boys. Not easy. Shabash, shabash, shabash.
Well, that's pretty much going to plan now for Afghanistan, picking up a wicket nice and early. Curtis Comfort now in at number 3. Moore didn't get moving at all. 9 balls, didn't get off the mark. Comfort's got 1 ball to go in Naveed's first over, so he has struck already. He struck again. It's another wicket, 2 and 2. That's going to get them excited.
What a start to the defense of 110 runs from Afghanistan. Curtis Comfort, the hero of the first innings, looked really good. He gets an absolute beaut, first ball up. Second time in the day a bowler's on a hat-trick. This time it's from the Afghanistan side. Wasn't sure whether he should play at that or not. When he decided to, it was too late. Ball had gone through him already. Naveed Zadran gets a second and 2 balls. Comfort goes without scoring either. Ireland 8 for 2.
Well, that's a dream start. 2 wickets in the second over. Harry Tector in at 4. That's what they want. He's a fine player, Harry Tector. Get him in nice and early. See what can happen at the start of his innings. 3 slips and a very fine gully. In fact, I'm going to call it 4 slips. Nijat now. He's bowling quite briskly. Inside edge under the pad. He's got the wind at his back. 138 k's per hour, that ball.
Wow. Afghanistan tails up. And this one just to seem angling into Andy Balbirnie, and that's why it's just nipped back after pitching.
Both those dismissals in that over were very similar. Terrific stuff from Naveed. Worked away solidly. Some start for Naveed. 2 for 3 he's got at the start. Here's a look at the 2 wickets. Moore was the first to go. Disturbing that furniture. Came for the second. Brilliant work from him. Brilliant. They are pretty excited now, Afghanistan.
Harry Tector, by far the most accomplished Irish batsman in the side. And I'll be looking to him. This one goes away. I think they've certainly started the way you felt they should, Hazy, where you said they really just need to make sure they're running in and hitting a good area. And we can see with that new ball, hard seam, a pitch that's just drying out a little bit. There's still something in there for them. Ball's definitely nipping around.
Yeah, it is. It's that proud seam. That's what's doing it. It's got that. It's a carpet of grass. That's what it is. So it's just sort of burning through the top, if you like. But that the rope, the seam, is just gripping a little bit on this ball, and that's why it's moving around a little bit at the moment. Every single ball slips Corden and Gabaz, the keeper. They follow a long way down to encourage the teammates and encourage the bowler, of course.
Harry Tector, as you know, will take his time early on. Gauges the pace of the wicket, lets a lot of balls go. And that's how he gets himself into the groove. He'll be in no rush. Mr. Nouri from the Afghanistan Cricket Board.
Last ball, the third over. And it's a good one too. Nicely bowled, nice and direct, good pace. 9 for 2. Balbirnie missed out in the first innings. As the first wicket to go down, hitting that off stump nice and hard. Tector got 32 runs. And Naveed it is again, charging in. He's found a yard in pace too. That one at 136 k's per hour. Generally operates around about the 130, 132.
That's the first one. PJ Moore finally going tough in this test match, and that's the next delivery. I think just a slight inside edge. Curtis Camphor thinking of letting it go.
So the batsmen know exactly what he's trying to do, because he's done it twice successfully already when he's hit those stumps. So he's just getting that ball to come back a fraction. He is bowling nice and full at the moment, so Barberni is thinking about getting forward. Thick inside edge onto the pad. Surprised if Naveed just dropped one's a little bit a shorter one, just to make sure Barberni doesn't just rock onto that front foot. But he's in a nice rhythm right now. It's a half volley, doesn't want to bowl too many of those. Not intentional, of course, probably striving to get one underneath the bat.
Give him a strike. Go on, boys, go on, boys, go on, boys.
And Balbirnie, being a tall man, sometimes is quite upright when he plays on that front foot. So he's just got to be careful here with the amount of pace and bowling at the stumps that Naveed is doing, and just getting it to nip back in. Very easy for the ball just to slide past the inside edge onto the pad or through the gate if you're a little bit upright as a batter.
Eight for 95 for him, Mark Adair. Superb stuff in this test match.
No, he's done a sterling job. 5 in the first, 3 in the second.
No, Sterling got 52. Tino. That's past the inside edge.
He's getting that ball to come back in again. I guess the good thing, you still have to remain positive, and Balbirnie just looking to take advantage of that full delivery. Have a look at that. 16.5 overs in the first innings, 5 for 39. 16 overs in the second, 3 for 56. Outstanding.
It's well outside the line. Well, they certainly gave it a good shout. That's for sure. I wonder if they're going to send this upstairs. It's well outside the line. They should be getting enough advice to know that's not going to be much of an opportunity, I don't think. But they have decided to go upstairs.
To the umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. Check the feet. Fair delivery. Front on first, please. Yeah, looks like it's missed the bat. I'll confirm that with Ultra Edge, please. Coming through, clear gap between ball and bat. Onto the pad. Ball tracking when ready. Okay, red decision's not out. Impact outside. Go back on field. To get you to stick your original decision not out.
Confirmation that that's not out. And the end of the fourth over, 11 for 2.
They do have 3 reviews, but one thing, well, they don't need more, they've only got 2, but one thing they need to make sure that they don't do is burn up the reviews. Last thing you want is have a really tight test match and you haven't got any reviews left. Nice ball by Najat.
Really nasty ball. What I like about that, though, from Harry Tector's point of view, is he's stayed down the line that he's played originally. Hasn't flinched and followed the ball outside the off stump.
Worked off the hip, be able to come back and pick up a couple comfortably. So you've got to wait for the ones that you can recognise. Just turn away around that corner. Try and get the bowler to bowl to you. At the moment, the channels from both these bowlers have been really good so far outside the line of off stump. One's coming back in, one's going away a fraction. If you start leaving them alone, then the bowler loses a little bit of patience and will bowl a bit straight, and you can do that.
They've been outstanding, these two, with the new ball. Can they just nip out another one? Really set the cat amongst the pigeons in the Irish change room.
That's a very good delivery. Was there a tickle? They've gone up in a big way. I didn't hear anything through the stump, Mike, I must say. Afghanistan are certain. Now, this is going to be interesting, because if they lose this review, there might be some trouble later on, because they've already lost 1. I didn't hear anything.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. I've checked both feet and it's a fair delivery. Original decision is not out. I'll go front on first, please. Yeah, Ultra Edge looks like it's gone past the bat. Confirm with Ultra Edge. Thank you. Thank you. Just rock and rolling that. Just put one back. Yeah, thank you. I'll go back on field. I'll get you to change your original decision.
Well, that's interesting. That spike was before the edge. I didn't hear a thing, and that spike was before contact with the bat. Halfway through the 5th over, they've lost their 3rd. Tector goes for 2, 13 for 3. So 13 for 3 now. Paul Stirling now. 3 wickets down inside 15 runs. Now this is spelling trouble for Ireland. Very experienced as Paul Stirling. playing in his sixth Test match. He's got 100 and 150. Needs to occupy the crease now. Another look, a bit of a listen as well. Spike just before the ball hits the bat. So 13 for 3. Let's have a listen to that in real time and see if we can pick up a nick. I didn't hear a nick. Two balls left in this over. A little bit leg side, that's worked away. Going to pick up, I would think, 3. The chase is on, they should better come back. Sterling will touch and turn, he does. And 3 the result.
Yeah. Painful reading, 17 for 3. Ireland. 94 more runs to win. How this match has ebbed and flowed.
Well, this game has now become very interesting. Fair to say, I think it's been interesting all the way through, but there's an edge to it now. 17 for 3.
What a start to this Ireland run chase. Goodness me, you can't take your eyes off this. Got Niall O'Brien alongside me. Good afternoon, Niall. And the amazing thing is here, I was expecting the Afghanistan spinners to do the lion's share of the work to defend any target that was set, and the pace bowlers have come out and they have been fantastic.
Exceptional. I thought there might be a bit of spin and seam, but 2 quicks operating in tandem. The bowling with real venom. Some good aggression. They're attacking the stumps. They're pitching the ball up, Brian. They've learned from the first innings, adapting to conditions. We saw Ireland do that so well, and Afghanistan are doing it superbly, but they know they're under par. 111 to play with, but they're smashing a length time and time again, and they're saying to Balbirnie, to Tector, Sterling, PJ Moore, Curtis Camphor, what have you got?
Interesting looking at that first dismissal of PJ Moore. He was going at the ball as well, wasn't he? It's not to detract, of course, from the quality of the bowling that we've seen. It really has been really fantastic. And again.
How do you play that? With a little bit of fortune, says Balbirnie. That is a seed, yeah. You're right, Andrew Balbirnie. There's nothing you could do. That's an absolute cracker. Good pace, standing the seam up, it's a whisker away. A bigger bail and you might have your fourth. Highly skillful. This is brilliant from Afghanistan. This man on your screen as well. Don't forget those runs he got at the back end of the innings.
Yeah, it's very interesting you bring that up. 25 he got. Let's have a look at the wickets.
Yeah, it's loose. It's hesitant. It's a shot with no conviction, no confidence. That's a very good ball. Truth be told, you test the batter's defence first time and he's too good for camphor. And this is the judged caught behind. There wasn't much of a reaction from Harry Tector. There was a little scratch. We felt maybe the scratch was slightly before edge, but Afghanistan were convinced. They sent it upstairs. They got the rewards, and they're not far away from 4 or 5 right now.
Every run here is going to be cheered by everyone from an Ireland perspective. 19 for 3.
Some beautiful scenery there in Afghanistan. That looked absolutely sublime. Love the music as well. It's not my favourite artist out of Afghanistan. Aryana Saeed is my favourite musician and pop star.
Let's have another look at that wicket of Tector. Well, the rationale behind that decision is that if a spike appears a few frames before or after contact, it is supposed to be considered an edge as per umpiring guidelines. That's the rationale behind Paul Rifle's decision.
What a lovely bit of timing from Paul Sterling. Yeah, listen, the technology is there and it's been used to its fullest under the letter of the law, so I've got no issue how they came with the decision to be judged caught behind. Not a problem at all. You go through the protocols and it's there in black and white for us all to read and understand. Harry Tector just felt a little bit hard done by. And
it wasn't as if it was just 1 or 2 Afghanistan players appealing. They all appealed, and it was all spontaneous as well. So it wasn't one of these little orchestrated appeals where someone in the slips clicks his fingers and everyone goes up.
I'm just keeping a close eye on Andrew Balbirnie. This is on the left. Is look at that for a straight bat through mid-wicket. Straight bat through mid-wicket. That's really important. First innings LBW. looking to clip it, or whip it a bit more. Look at the bat face when he connects with the ball. It's only a minor detail, but he just holds the bat face, the bat plane on the ball a little bit longer, allows him to make connections. That's really good from Balbirnie. It's a subtle change from the first innings.
Yes, we were chatting in the first innings, weren't we, how he's a little bit susceptible to planting that front foot and working a little bit too square on the onside. Picked up a pair on his Test debut. Mohamed Abbas got him LBW both times.
Yes, he got me as well in the first innings, that game, Mohamed Abbas. I was also on a pair. And I said to my teammates, I'm retiring in a couple of weeks and I am not ending my career with one Test match and 2 ducks. So the first ball I hit in my second innings, I am going to run, no matter where it goes. Nice timing. Energy through the ball. And the first ball I hit, Brian Murgatroyd, I hit straight to Shadab Khan, who was fielding a backward point. I took off like a Irish greyhound trying to make my ground. And Shadab Khan, he picked the ball up and he almost had time to look at me in the eye and say, I've got 3 stumps to aim at and I'm going to run you out for that pair you were trying to avoid. He missed. I made Pakistan pay. It was a wonderful 18.
This is about the point that I should refer you to the podcast we did on your one and only Test a couple of years ago, One Test Wonders.
Yeah, wonder's a bit of an exaggeration, but one Test is correct. Balbirnie eventually got a pair. The second innings actually was going over the top. I'm not going to mention the umpire's name, but there was no review system in that match.
Shout for LBW. Will they review? No real interest there. The end of the over. Ireland 21 for 3. Ireland need 90 to win. Well, we've spoken about Andrew Balbirnie getting a pair on debut. Ireland's first ever Test match against Pakistan in Malahide in 2018. Gosh, I bet he would have felt terrible about that, and I'm sure his teammates, yourself included, Niall, all got round him and cheered him up.
Yes, we cajoled Andrew Balbirnie. Tim Murtagh, our teammate at the time, he's the right prankster. At the end of the day's play, after Balbirnie got a pair, Tim Murtagh put 2 pairs in his shoes. So when Balbirnie went to put his shoes on at the end of the day after getting a pair, very down and out, feeling sorry for himself, he had 2 pairs in his shoes. Oh, that is gorgeous, Paul Stirling. In the first innings, you played many drives but found the fielder. On that time, your placement was exquisite.
Don't know about a pair, that was a peach. Lovely shot there from Stirling, his first boundary, and exactly what Ireland needed. They need to try and wrest the initiative back from Afghanistan here. Have a look at this. It's his favourite area there, extra cover. It really is. And that was vintage Paul Stirling. Trying to repeat the dose, not timing that one. Here's that Test match that you played, and Also Andrew Balbirnie played Ireland's first ever Test match. And you very nearly won it in the end, thanks to 100 by your brother.
Yeah, it was a great game, great occasion actually, and credit to Pakistan, they played their part. They were wonderful tourists. They got plenty out of that game, and if you remember correctly, if you're a Pakistan fan, they had that great Test match in Malahide as preparation, and they went on the next game probably a week later to beat England at Lord's. So if any board is watching around the world, if you're touring England, please come to Ireland for a Test match as your preparation. You'll get a good competitive game of cricket and set yourselves up for a tour to England. Yeah, some bloke, Kevin O'Brien, got a pretty handy 100. I think, to be fair, Kevin, everyone will remember his 100 at Bangalore, and rightly so, 100 off 50 balls to beat England, the old enemy, but from his cricketing pedigree, for a player that people just presumed was a hitter, and a six-hitter and a fine stroke maker and white baller, I think that was his best ever innings for Ireland, because he batted so much time. He occupied the crease, Kevin. He sucked up so much pressure that was upon him, and to avoid a really poor loss for Ireland, to get us in a position to potentially get a win on a Test match debut. So for me, probably not the most decorated innings of his career, but where I would rank my baby brother's best ever knock.
Yes, he batted for almost 6 hours in that match. 344 minutes, 217 balls, 12 fours. And Stuart Thompson as well, 53. Good support from the lower order. It was a terrific performance to set Pakistan what turned out to be quite a tricky fourth innings chase.
Yeah, he batted so long. He was so tired. I remember Kevin seeing him in the hotel bar that night with his wife Ruth Ann. He was so exhausted that the next morning, I don't know if you remember, so early in the next morning, he got a really floaty wide one and had such a tired wave and wafted the bat and nicked the slip. It was just fatigue.
Of course, Paul Stirling has joined the club there with hundreds in all formats for Ireland. 2 of them have done it. End of the over. 8 overs gone, 26 for 3.
Number 4.
85 to win for Ireland, 7 wickets for Afghanistan. You're going to get a result in this Test match, but which way is it going to go? Quicks are being persisted with here. Nijat outstanding from the northern end. In he comes again for his 5th over. Once again, Andrew Balbirnie, full face of the bat for that on drive.
Yeah, I had a good chat with Gary Wilson, the assistant coach, this morning about Andrew Balbirnie and his technical flaw maybe in the first innings, and it has been an area of his career that's troubled Andrew Balbirnie, just playing around that front pad. And Gary said that Andrew's working extremely hard. Even you could just see on your screen there, just working that top elbow, making sure that top hand, his left hand, is really dominating proceedings. Getting that head down the pitch, not collapsing. His tall man, Balbirnie, head down the surface. That's even better. I know it's a thick inside edge, but his head is in such a good position there over the ball, so he's able, Mergers, to adjust to the ball that nips back. As soon as your head gets a little bit outside and offside of the ball, you start scrambling and searching and trying to find the ball. That's when you start playing around your front pad and playing too square. So Balbirnie will keep telling himself, head down the pitch, head back towards the umpire. He wants to keep that badge of the helmet going down towards Adrian Holstock, the umpire. Brilliant. It's a solid forward defence, 87 mile an hour, good wheels, but it sends a message to the opposition. No, I've got my game in order. Yeah, you got me first, Stig. I played around a straight one. But I've worked on that. I've looked at the research. Have a look at this. Top hand, left hand doing so much work there. Not overcommitting. That's pretty good. You're going to do well to get past that.
Probably going to be time for one more over after this before the tea break. Just wondering, Niall, Ireland needing 111 to win. Goodness me, in the final analysis, both sides are going to be reflecting on the end of that Afghanistan innings, aren't they? 44 runs added for the last 3 wickets. And those 44 runs are looking absolutely priceless for Afghanistan at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, and that's the modern way, Brian. Even tail enders, they're expected to contribute in their own unique way, because Naveed, he played well with the bat, certainly technically not sound, but effective. It's just so important that all batters from 1 to 11 can get their head down the nets and hold an end up or pick up 5 or 6 singles. I don't necessarily think Ireland bowled poorly at that stage. I think Ireland, over the 2 innings, is probably as well as I've seen an Ireland team bowl in a long format game for a very, very long time.
And a nice sound off the bat, that, and it's misfielded out on the deep backward square leg boundary. 4 to Sterling. Ireland 31 for 3. One more over to go before the tea break. It's going to be bowled by Naveed. Lorcan Tucker padded up, ready to go, hoping he won't be required before the break. Oh, that's so unlucky. That really is Andy Balbirnie.
Lucky boy, boys, come on.
It's exactly what Niall O'Brien's been talking about, playing with the full face of the bat. It was beautifully timed, straight, but too straight.
Yeah, beautiful shot. And have a look at Balbirnie. No, what are you doing there? Get out of the way! You gotta love a bit of raw emotion.
Well, if you're an Ireland fan, turn away now, because when they were chasing a 4th innings score there at Lord's 5 years ago, that was a really tricky chase as well in difficult conditions, but well, they fell over in a heap.
It was pitch black. I'll never forget it. Never seen a morning as dark and dreary, even by English standards. The floodlights are on at 9:30 in the morning at Lord's, and Chris Wokes, as he often is in English conditions, was unplayable.
Shout for LBW. Didn't look quite right, that. And Richard Kettleborough agrees. Just looked at, is it a bit too high, maybe?
Potentially high. Andrew Balbirnie's a tall man. Was he just outside the line? The ball was angling in, so pretty sure it was good for the line. It was just whether it hit Andrew Balbirnie slightly too high. I think he hit him on the back leg above the pad. Inside edge potentially as well, and outside the line, and maybe a bit high, and Richard Kettleborough knows what he's doing.
Yeah, but apart from all those things, it was a very good shout. Well bowled, though. Very well bowled indeed. It's a nice shot as well from Balbirnie. He's looking in very good order here. Captain's rising to the challenge. Leading from the front. This, you feel, is an absolutely crucial partnership. Yes, there's batting to come after this pair. These two senior players.
Well, I tell you, from an Afghanistan point of view, Brian, the tea break that's about to be upon us, it's not a bad break, actually, because it will give these two quick bowlers a chance to maybe get a drink, get some refreshments, get a clean shirt on, and probably come out for one more burst after tea and give Jonathan Trott 2 or 3 overs each end to try and make a massive difference.
Fantastic. That'll send Ireland into the tea break with a little bit of a spring in their step. Wonderful punch down the ground by Paul Stirling. And that will be the interval with Ireland. Well, they've been 13 for 3 at one stage. They're now 36 for 3.
Well, there was a shout of catch, but it was gone past the bowler before he had a chance really to react. It was good timing and commitment from Paul Stirling. It was a lovely shot. Going to the tea interval on day 3 at 36 for 3. They've had their scares, but they only need a further 75 runs to get that historic first test win. Captain Hashmatullah Shahidi can be proud of his efforts from his 2 premier quicks in that 10-over burst, but there's a lot of work to be done and plenty for coaches and captains alike from both sets of dressing rooms to ponder over a cup of tea and a sandwich.
What a fantastic session of cricket that was. Compulsive viewing. Every ball was an event. Test cricket, don't you love it? The match absolutely still in the balance.
Well, Ireland chasing 111. They lost PJ Moore for a duck. Lovely bit of bowling, and Curtis Camp for first ball. Harry Tector, a judge caught behind for 2, but Balbirnie and Stirling, 2 brilliant mates, have combined nicely in a partnership of 23. Pace, and Nijat 1 for 15 was aggressive. Naveed has been impressive all tournament, 2 for 17 from his 5. Okay, we've got Tina Maway, who's got a superstar alongside him.
Yeah, thanks. I've caught along with the debutant Ramanullah Gurbaz. Ramanullah, congratulations. First of all, how's this Test match debut been for you so far?
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. I think yeah, it's really good, but not happy from the performance, honestly. But yeah, feel excited and proud.
Didn't register too many in the first innings. Looked good last night. And Afghanistan in a good position today. A little bit disappointed that you only managed to be 110 ahead.
Yes, honestly, disappointed with the performance because we didn't well with what we expect from ourselves. But still, it's cricket. Everything can happen. We try our best to defend the score.
Yeah, you certainly tried your best. 3 early wickets there, but Ireland just pulling it back towards the end before the tea break there. So you need to come back out here and get another couple of early ones to still entertain a chance to win.
Yeah, we could look really good for the spinners. I think if we look at what we want, we did that, but still we are in the game. If we take some wicket in after the tea early, and I think we are still on in the game.
Yeah, you live to fight after the tea break. All the best for that.
Thank you.
Thanks indeed to Ramanullah Gurbaz. Let's have a look at the highlights of that session. And it was a session which saw the Afghanistan tail wag First Test wicket for Theo van Workom. Zia Rahman caught by Balbirnie. And Nijat was bowled by McCarthy. And in the end, Navid Zadran, agricultural, but he did his job. 25 he got, and the Quicks, fantastic effort from them. 19 of the 20 wickets for Ireland. Drop catch in the very first over by Ibrahim Zadran, but thankfully from an Afghanistan perspective, it didn't cost them anything. PJ Moore failing to break his duck. 2 in 2 for Naveed. Fantastic bowling. You miss, I hit. And then the caught behind, Harry Tepter sent on his way, on review. Paul Stirling, though, throwing a few punches back in return. Belligerent stuff from the big man. How about that in the last over before tea? Stirling then, he's on 14. Balbirnie on 15, and these two carrying the hopes for Ireland at the moment. Another 75 for their first ever Test win. Time for a cup of tea and a lie down, and we'll be back after the break with what promises to be a really thrilling final session of the day.
welcome back. We have potentially 39 overs left in the day's play as we end day 3, so a couple of hours to go. Before we do go any further, we're just going to have a look at some of the sights of Afghanistan. Right, so this could be quite interesting. Nice to see those sights of Afghanistan. We're bringing through the broadcast as well. The situation right now, 36 for 3. They were 3 for 13, and there was certainly, I'm sure, a little bit of concern in that Ireland camp. But since then, it's been Sterling who's played nicely. Balbirnie also, both on 15 and 14 respectively. Let's have a look at the wickets that have gone down. And the first one was Peter Moore. He was sent on his way. Really good work from Naveed. He was running in and bowling very briskly. This one just came back enough to knock that off stump back nice and hard. So really good work from Naveed. He's ended up with 2 for 17 because that was the next one. Beautiful delivery. Kampfer was on his way with that delivery. It did come back considerably. Just a little bit of an inside tickle, I think, under that middle stump and middle and off stump. So really good work. 2 and 2 for Naveed. And that was the final one. It was given out on review. So 3 down at that stage for 13 runs on the board. As we look at the work that the seamers have done, it's only been right-handers have been bowling to. Hence the line that has been so good on the pulsing red balls. 2 have been full. 1 is on a good length. And that's exactly where you should be right at the start of the innings. So that's really good work from Afghanistan to pick up those 3 wickets. Rijat has got 1 for 15. Naveed 2 for 17. He got 3 in the first innings as well. So he's continued to be very impressive. Jonathan Trott having a final chat to his charges. Andrew Leonard's alongside me. Right, Andrew, what are you thinking before we get involved in this final exciting session of day 3? Maybe the match.
Well, I can tell you what every Irish fan is thinking back in Dublin, in Derry, in Belfast, in Cork and in Galway. And they are watching on the very edge of their seat. They know that Ireland don't have a pedigree of chasing down totals in Test match cricket. They've only attempted to do it once, and it was, well, a disaster. 38 all out. And when it was 13 for 3, there'll have been a few jitters sent across the country. There's snow back in Ireland right now. And those who are having a lazy mid-Friday morning are going to be gripped to this action. I think Afghanistan seamers have been exceptional. Just wonder how long before we see some spin, which is another style of test. Ireland still control their own destiny, their own fate, no doubt. History is there for the taking. I'm not sure they'll have it all their own way through this, what is surely going to be the final session of the match. There will be another twist and a turn yet, but Ireland could yet do it.
Yeah, they could indeed. They have played 7 and haven't got a test victory yet, so this will be historic if they do get up. And Afghanistan will be trying their utmost to make sure that doesn't happen. Interesting to see what they start with after the break. I would suggest that they'll have Izil Rahman into the attack straight away. And Balbirnie is 15 not out at the moment, so he's doing a good job, a solid job right now. A couple of good drives from him also. Nice pull shot from Paul Sterling and a nice drive straight down the ground. Last ball before tee. And these 2 guys are key. These guys have got to play really well, I would suggest, for about an hour. I think that's got to be the name of the game. They've got to really get stuck in and make sure they get a good stand together to ensure that they can get them fairly well on the track to victory. 75 to win it is. That's what's required now. And that is a beauty first up from Izil Rahman. What a ball.
And this for me, Mikey, is why I was surprised that they didn't just give Izil Rahman 1 over. I'm not saying 2 or 3 before tee, just 1 to try and find a 4th. Look at this. It's not just the turn, it's the bounce as well, sharp turn.
Bowled 30 overs in the first innings. It was outstanding. With his 5 for 64. So he kept the runs down, but picked up wickets regularly.
These two do play spin well. Balbirnie in particular likes to sweep. But it's a battle of the mind here. It's one up above the eyes. 75 might seem like not too many, but with the ball reacting like that here into the afternoon evening session on day 3, 75 also feels a very long way away for Ireland.
Becomes problematic also with the boys in the change room, in the dugout, watching this in the viewing area. They'll have a TV monitor there. I would suggest maybe turn it off. Might be my advice at the moment. He can afford occasionally to bowl that sort of line around about leg stump when he's getting this sort of turn, hoping that the batsman plays too early and provides a leading edge, an opportunity for a catch back towards the bowler perhaps. Slip in the gully. Just a half prod, but importantly he's got it away for a couple of runs. Well, that was certainly an exciting over first up from Ziaur Rahman. 38 for 3.
It's beautifully poised, isn't it, Mike Haseman? It's not going to go the duration, this test, by any stretch. It may well all end this evening, who knows, with a setting sun across from us. But we will have a result today, I'd be pretty sure. Afghanistan, they've got mystery and brilliance with their bowlers always. And they need 7 wickets. Ireland needs 73 runs.
1 for 15 at the moment. He also can get that ball reversing quite nicely. And Najat also, it's too new at the moment to do that. 11 overs old right now. Good broad bat from Paul Stirling. What time is it right now in Ireland?
Just a fraction after 11 a.m. Reasonably rare that Ireland gets snowfall, but a healthy dose right across the capital and the surrounding Dublin and Wicklow Mountains apparently too. There's probably an even number of Irish and Afghan fans here in Abu Dhabi as we nudge past 3 p.m. local time on a Friday. It's the 122nd Test match venue coming into play for this Etisalat Cup. Ireland desperate to find these 73 more.
We're talking about how this could be historic for Ireland, the first Test victory, but let's not forget it's also Afghanistan's 300th international match, so this could be massive for them as well. It will be massive anyway if they get up, but it could be extra massive because of that number.
And that's one of the really big things that Afghanistan have. It's their 9th Test, but they've won 3 of them, so they know what it feels like to taste victory. The first one came against Ireland, and they followed that up against Bangladesh. Comfortable win by 224 runs, and they've also won a game at the main stadium behind us here against Zimbabwe. 3 from 8 is a good start.
Very strong. The cut shot is Paul Stirling. Afghanistan have got a further 5 Test matches this year, which is great news for them. That's a nice little run.
And for Ireland, unless they can find something maybe into the autumn or winter, just one more, likely against Zimbabwe at home. It'll just be their 2nd home Test match. Ireland have had to go away to try and find fixtures. A couple in Lords, a couple in Sri Lanka, to Bangladesh, now here to Abu Dhabi. Playing Afghanistan for the 2nd time. The first time they played them in India Lost that one by 7 wickets, and they'd love to win this one by 7 wickets.
Looking to advance, Sterling.
For me, Mikey, Paul Sterling, the man on your shot there, is utterly integral to this chase. The reason why, he's got so much red ball cricket experience through his time at Middlesex. He went over there as a fresh-faced teenager. He was incredibly popular and successful in his time. And although much of his fame and his legacy there will be with the white ball cricket for Middlesex, he did play quite a chunk of first-class cricket, over 60 games. He looked so good in the first innings. It took an incredible piece of wrist spin bowling from Zahir Khan to remove him. If he's still there in an hour, Ireland may well taste victory.
The thing about him is that Afghanistan, and our viewers I'm sure would know, that if there's anything that's loose, he will put that away quite easily. It's one of those guys who's got a little bit more time than most. It separates the very good players from the others, from the hard grafting players. And there's nothing wrong with those players, believe me. Those guys who get stuck in and get runs and accumulate in this sort of situation are extremely valuable. Now Bernie, for example, 38 balls now for his 17. He's played a couple of nice drives. He looks extremely determined. Over leg side. It's a maiden, 38 for 3. Let's look at the first over bowled by Zia Rahman. Actually, the first innings. He picked up all those wickets. Slip involved in the first one. LBW the second. Third was extremely plumb. He did get 5 in the end. Icy bowled. He was outstanding with his 5 for 39.
Yeah, Mikey, the reason he can get success bowling that full is the difference in pace and the trajectory of those deliveries in comparison to Ireland's Theo van Workum. He's bowling oftentimes 10 miles an hour quicker through the air than van Workum. You can see the deception, McCarthy in particular. He went back to a delivery that he really should have been full to. So it's the batter trying to assess that trajectory and trapped on the crease. Bowled, LBW slips into play.
The other thing about Zia Rahman is he's got a real swivel in delivery, so that enables him to get more revolutions on the ball as well, and that's why he's getting a bit of extra bite as well. There's a look at the lowest targets defended in Test matches. 85 in Australia, winning against England, the Oval, in 1882. West Indies number 2, India the winner on number 3. That's a magnificent delivery.
And again, look at how full it is. He drags Paul Sterling forward. He has to come forward to this. And that is spitting sharply out of the surface. Great accuracy and great threat posed by Zia Rahman.
Yeah, just disturbing the top of that pitch. A bit flatter that time. That's nicely bowled. I don't think that's going to get any assistance from the umpire.
It's turning so sharply, it's going to be very difficult to get this one to go in Afghanistan's favour. They have the option of the review. They look like they've no interest, and Shahidi doesn't want to use a second. It's probably pitched outside leg. May well have gone on to hit the stumps. If it pitches outside, it doesn't matter.
Now that might be pitching in line, that one. Hard for the umpire to give that with the turn that he's getting at the moment.
big factor here is, Mikey, does Hashmatullah Shahidi think as though it's hit Paul Stirling on the full? Because then the projection will be that it will go straight on. Shahidi goes for it. Up for the DRS to Paul Rifle.
TV umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. Check the feet, fair delivery. Front on first, please. Yeah, touch the tell with that. We'll go to Ultra Edge, please. Thank you. Ultra Edge now, coming through. Running through, ball's under the bat. Keep running through. Keep running through, bats hit the ground. Then onto the pad. Just run that back again so I can make sure it's all clean. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, and then forward. Thank you, yeah, it's under the bat. Coming through. Bat hits the ground there, and then the ball goes onto the pad. So I'll go to ball tracking when ready. Okay, Ridge decision's not out. Impact outside. Go back on field. Adrian, get stick.
Not out's the call, so they lose another review. They've only got one left now, so they're getting into dangerous territory a little bit. They don't want to be towards the end of this innings and be out of reviews. That's something right at the start they needed to consider, and they burnt the first one. I don't mind that being sent upstairs. I think that was perhaps a reasonable shout, but the first one I think was definitely wasted.
Yeah, I think my point, Mikey, was that for that to be close and to be worth burning a review on, they needed to feel as though it hit Paul Stirling on the full. It clearly didn't. As a consequence, the turn imparted meant it was going to miss the off stump.
There's a catch. Stirling's gone. Catch has been taken. Stirling turns around, has a good look. He sees that it was taken, and Stirling's out of there. So they've lost their fourth now, and Stirling being dismissed by Zia Ur-Rahman is a massive, massive wicket.
We got a test match in our hands now in a big way. If you thought that the partnership between Balbirnie and Stirling was just bringing the game back towards Ireland, Zia Ur-Rahman's entrance has turned it again. Excellent low catch held by Ramit Shah. This man, well, he's having quite a test match. Stirling, he's caught for 14. Ireland in trouble, 39 for 4.
.39 for 4. 72 runs required. Afghanistan needs 6 wickets. Zia Ur-Rahman is going to be a handful. Lock and Tucker now in at number 6. Got 42 in the first innings. Stirling got 52 in the first innings. Everyone's tense now at this ground. Najat to continue. 2 slips and a gully.
Well, spin posed the primary threat in Ireland's first innings of batting. Could provide an even bigger challenge here. It's just a beautiful piece of left arm orthodox bowling. It's the angle in, A little bit of drift, then the dip. Because he bowls so full at that excellent pace, Hazy, Sterling has to come forward and he has to play it. It brings first slip, second slip, brings the keeper into play. We just saw an LBW review the ball before. You're keeping bowled in as a dismissal too. We saw him bowl a beauty to Theo van Workum, the night watchman, in Ireland's first innings. Excellent spin bowling.
It's on the outside quarter of the bat, I think, and running down to that vacant area, so they're going to pick up 4 runs.
Well, not in control, but Ireland's captain, he's now only in charge of this team, just the test match team. He's just lost his teammate who's captaining Ireland's white ball sides, Paul Sterling. He's made a big call. He left out James McCullum, and he said, I'll go up and open for the first time in my test career. Not convincing, but effective enough. He probably just opened the face in it to squeeze it away between that second slip and gully for 4. 68 more. Ireland will be trying to count them down run by run.
It's good work from Gurbaz going down that leg side. Had to move pretty briskly. Again, lots of encouragement out there at the moment. Gurbaz getting down that leg side quickly. In the test match, 1 or 2 of those got away from him, but as soon as he got down there and grabbed it, there were a couple of his teammates that went across to him smartly and said, well done.
That's 4 unsaved, isn't it? One of the things I've really enjoyed about this test is Gurbaz's debut in particular, and how much he has clearly enjoyed it. Massive star of the white ball game, loving his first taste of the red ball. And for me, that allure, that grow, that beauty of test cricket is still there. Sometimes it's much maligned, isn't it? It's not given the scale of love that it deserves. There is no other format like it. There is no other style of cricket that will put you through every emotion over the course of multiple days.
That's the key word. Test cricket is emotional. White ball cricket isn't emotional. Test cricket's emotional. Time and time again over 4 or 5 days. It's a nice solid shot. There is protection out there. It's only going to be the ones. That's a good fielding position.
Well, there are 2 of Ireland's players for the white ball series. Gareth Delaney on the left and Neil Rock with the fancy new more slim shady hairdo on the right. Keeper batter on the right, leg spinner, big hitting all-rounder on the left. They've probably just landed today, I suspect. We've got 3 ODIs and 3 T20Is to follow. And even though they're not involved in the red ball setup, they'll be as nervous as any Irish man or woman in the ground. Looked to me like they've just got off a flight. 2 very fine cricketers. We'll see them in the white ball action.
Might keep a camera on those guys. They're looking really relaxed at the moment. See how things unfold. 44 for 4.
Lorcan Tucker's entrance to the crease just faced that first ball there. Mikey, with his naturally quite positive game, I just wonder, a little bit like Gurbaz's innings for Afghanistan, whether or not that could either create opportunities for scoring or also a chance for the 5th wicket for Afghanistan. I suspect Lorcan Tucker will play his natural game, particularly against the seamers. And look at that for a start to his test career. Marvellous.
Yeah, terrific. These are the non-strikers in at the moment. Bernie on strike. This is probably a good thing right now, the way that Zia Rahman's going. If you get an opportunity, see if you can just see the pivot, the rotation in the delivery stride of Zia Rahman. It really is quite impressive. That's why he gets that over-the-top turn and bounce, like a tennis ball, like a top spinner in tennis.
There's the other spin option, the other primary spin option in Zahir Khan. Problem is for Hashmatullah Shahidi is he decides when to get his left arm wrist spinner into this fourth and final innings. And was that propensity to bowl a boundary ball basically every over he bowled in the first innings. And I just wonder whether or not so few runs to work with, he's going to maybe stick predominantly. I think we'll see Zia Rahman almost bowl unchanged now, possibly for the rest of this test match from the far end, alongside the two primary seamers from the near end.
Yeah, that's what I'll be doing. I'll be very surprised if that's not the case. Nice sweep shot, well in front of squares. Hit it solidly as well. Couple more.
And I'm not certain for Afghanistan the field is right here. Like all the men around the bat putting pressure on Tucker, but there's too many scoring options for someone who's so naturally aggressive. Because the only man out on the leg side is a deep backward square. Just wonder maybe one more protecting. Don't have many runs to play with Afghanistan. Again, beautifully bowled here, Mikey.
Yeah, it's terrific bowling. Turn and bounce again. Yeah, I'd be quite happy to have this field maintained for a while. Try and get him to sweep across the line. Maybe a top edge. He'll do that for a couple of overs. He's not going to hit too many in a couple of overs, I don't think. 47 for 4. Look at that lowest targets defended in test matches. What about the more recent ones? Where are we? 2004, number 3 on that list. Zimbabwe, the loser against the West Indies in 2000. Seven runs only, that first one. 35 the second.
I think the graphic that the Irish fans will prefer to see is the list of how long it's taken each of the other 11 Test nations to win their first Test. They don't want to see that one again, Mikey. They want to know, can they join the list? There's 12 Test nations in the world. Only one of them is yet to win a men's Test. Remember, Ireland have won a women's Test. Only played one, and they won one. It was in College Park in Dublin against Pakistan. So the men are trying to almost catch up to the women. Remember, it took New Zealand 45 attempts and 26 years, 9,560 days before they finally won one. Ireland are trying to do it within about 6 years. Yeah, that's the one there. Glad to hear the graphics team are listening. Certainly Bangladesh took a long time too, didn't they? 35 test matches, but that was actually only across 5 years. India even, modern titans of the game, 20 years, 25 test matches. That's how difficult this is.
I was going to ask you about Australia, but I don't have to now.
1877 that was.
Quick single, good running, no hesitation at all. All these runs are counting a lot at the moment. Just keep churning things over. Don't go trap down one end. Make sure you just share the pressure out there in the middle.
There's a lot of interest last night back home in Ireland. Got a call myself from RT, the national broadcaster. asking, could I come on the radio last night, prime time in the evening, to explain what was going on. Were Ireland actually on the brink of potentially winning their first test match? What would it mean? How massive would it be for the game in the country? How big an achievement is it?
Oh, it's a nice shot. That's a beautiful shot. Just straying leg stump, and that's put away easily. Nice work from Balbirnie.
And the 50 comes up thanks to Ireland's test match captain. It's a real strong zone for that, for Balbirnie. Angled in right out of the middle, and look at the way he picks this. Picture perfect. And finds the gap, beats mid on comfortably and races away for 4. Ireland nearly halfway there now.
Six runs off the 4 balls in this over, which is a little bit of a rarity so far in this innings, to have an over that's comfortable.
I wonder, will this over here maybe start to press a few buttons of Hashmatullah Shahidi into thinking, do I need to turn to my X factor of Zahir Khan, the wrist spinner? Do I need to go with spin from both ends? Ireland's fragility historically has been against wrist spin. We've got nightmares about the likes of Rashid Khan, but he's so few runs to work with, Shahidi.
There will be a clue if Naveed is introduced, because he warms up for about 2 overs. Does all sorts of contortions. He's not doing so at the moment. Oh, that's nicely bowled. That's come back beautifully. That's a very good delivery to finish the over. 54 for 4.
Oh, 30 not out for Balbirnie. If he can double that, Ireland surely will get home. Nobody's made more than 55 in the test match. That's been one of the real idiosyncrasies of this match. Every time a batter's got in, they've tended to get out. Lots of 30s, 40s and 50s. Nobody's been able to get past that 55 of Hashmatullah Shahidi. If Balbirnie could set the road for Ireland to victory.
Aha. Naveed. He started. He's got 6 balls from spin, I would imagine. He'll have to warm up and fast forward here to make sure he's ready. It's just going to be the 1. Look at the last delivery of the last over. Came back beautifully. Some extra bounce as well. Maybe just as well there's a bit of extra bounce. Otherwise I might have just canned into that stump.
I think that's missed on height only, Mikey. Probably gone over, off, middle and off. Lovely piece of bowling. Still something there for the bowlers. It's just been a surface no one's ever felt fully comfortably in on. And that's why Tucker's natural aggression might be the way to go. Fielders scurrying everywhere. Silly point's going to come back in, as will second slip. 4 men crowd around the bat of Lorcan Tucker.
There's an extra twist to the warm-up saga. Zahir Khan's warming up also. So they're both warming up now. Who will it be?
I think it's a risk, but I think it's a risk that could win Afghanistan the test match. You pick a wrist spinner as your X-factor player. I know Naveed has been outstanding throughout his efforts so far in the test. I just wonder, is it maybe the only way back in to go to your mystery, your X-factor player? You can turn it both ways.
I'm going Naveed. I go Naveed because you just don't want a loose couple of balls. That one just stood up a little bit, also just going through the top of the pitch. A loose couple of balls, couple of boundaries, and suddenly it's close to 40.
The only reason I go against you is, you know, Ireland's...
You don't like me.
Fragility against wrist spin. Nothing else, Mikey, I assure you.
It's beautifully bowled.
We've only got 2 balls left, Mikey. I just think you pick a wrist spinner to win you a game in both white ball and red ball cricket. Zahir Khan at some point will be given his chance.
It's tucked around the corner. That's going to go for 4. And that might have just decided who's going to bowl the next over. Boundary off that ball. Still 1 ball to go. Last thing he would want is a couple of loose deliveries in the next over. I'm going to Naveed.
Oh, yeah, nicely tucked by Tucker, as you said. All you need is just some bat on it there. The line, not the right one. Particularly with no leg slip in place.
Five off that over. 59 for 4.
Nicely set up, isn't it? 59 for 4. Well, Bernie has worked through some difficult periods in this innings. 31 to his name, and he's really knuckled down, shown some grit. Naveed Zadran back into the attack. That's well played, over pitched. He's taken a couple of wickets. PJ Moore, 1 ball through the gates. And one of the top batters in the first innings for Ireland, Curtis Camphor, through the gate. Next ball. Afghanistan at the time had their tails up. Ball was talking. Newhart seemed proud. Not quite the same now. Good afternoon, Niall O'Brien.
Tino, my old buddy, how you doing? What a game of cricket. Gotta love a bit of test match cricket. Gotta love a man with a hat as well. Look at this. Fashionista, aren't you? Head of Harare, the king of Harare.
No, I wouldn't quite say that, Niall.
That's Eddie Rainsford.
No, that's Eddie Rainsford. I'm the prince, the crown prince of Harare. Nicely set up, really, this test match.
Maybe a short test match, 3 days, but it's been gripping. It really has been a wonderful contest. Just think back to 3 days ago in Afghanistan, they won the toss. We'll bat first, and there was a cock-a-hoop Afghanistan team. Yes, we're going to bat first on this surface. We've got a chance to bowl last, and a slightly dejected Ireland team went off to get their bowling boots on and their whites on, but I think Ireland showed some real character to bowl Afghanistan out, and then Afghanistan have showed real character. The back end of their innings, second time round, and with the ball first up. Still 52, that's a long way away. Catching mid-wicket comes into play.
Oh, through the gate again. Now, we talked in an earlier stint with Mike Haseman about Andy Balbirnie and his approach to the seamers. Yes, he's a very tall lad, so often he stands upright. Doesn't really get down to the pitch of the ball. Have a look at that front foot. Almost braced, that front foot. It should be bent and trying to get a little bit more weight into the ball, but I think he has to try and do that on the surface a little bit more, because he is getting the ball to nip back in. Some of them now not quite bouncing the way they were. Have a look at that, Niall. Now, it'd be nice if we could have just had it slow down a little bit there. Now, if you're playing on the front foot, then that knee shouldn't be braced like that. It should be bent. Now, if the ball keeps a little bit low, you've got an opportunity to be able to adjust to it.
Well, one thing he's got to be careful there, Balberry. That ball went past his bat, his foot was outside the crease, and Ramanullah Gurbaz on that particular ball thought about doing the Johnny Bairstow, the Alex Carey. How can we forget that incident at Lords? Caused uproar in the members' long room. 18 overs done. Ireland 61 for 4.
They've tried and tried hard, these three. Ziaur Rahman, 1 wicket in 4 overs that he's bowled. Now they'll be expecting that he'll be the man to try and get a couple of middle order wickets here. Nijat and Naveed will continuously be given bursts. Conserve a bit of energy to try and get wickets from the other end.
Well, Ireland have a long batting lineup. They've still got options, and Andrew McBride is very useful. Mark Adair's a clean striker of the ball, an aggressive player. Even Barry McCarthy's no mug, so there's still plenty left in the hutch. Inside edge onto I don't think you want to leave Mark Adair, Barry McCarthy, and so on too many to work with. These two really do need to get the job done. Short leg and play, 2 slips, 45. There's an oceans of space for us. A hard sweep in front of square. Resisting.
And the sweep is a shot that he likes to play. And that one in front of square as well. I think he's okay now. He's in good form, and he played the spinners defensively very well first time around. So it might be something that he might keep out of his repertoire at the moment. But I can guarantee you, if he starts to get balls bouncing and turning past the outside edge, we will see that sweep shot.
That hard sweep, it takes some kahunas, I tell you that. Takes some real guts to get that hard sweep out.
Nice. I don't think it'll go all the way. It'll just be the single. Hashmat does the chasing. Just moving along steadily. Ireland, 23 now. The partnership between these two.
Is there anything more, Tina, you feel Afghanistan can do right now?
Yeah, there is. Definitely on the offside. I mean, there's a fielder who's just in front of where a normal cover would be. Get that fielder in front of the batsman's eye, because you've still got an extra cover fielder who is probably 30 meters off the boundary. That's okay. So if he hits it, there's somebody there. But to me, you're not putting any pressure with that fielder there, and I don't see how the ball's going to be looped into the covers in the air. Oh, he's gone on the sweep. Now that looked premeditated from Balberni. 19 gone, 62 for 4. Sub 50 for Ireland to win their first ever test match. 49 to win. Two for 19, Naveed. He'll be looking for another. Niall, you know these two
at the crease at the moment. What would be their thought process? What will the discussions be as to how they're looking to get closer and closer to this target? 49 more.
Well, Andrew Balbirnie will just be setting a stall out to be there at the end. Lorcan Tucker will look to be more expansive. And I think that's a decent mantra for Lorcan Tucker. He's an aggressive batter. He's got lots of shots. He's slightly unorthodox in how he goes about scoring his runs. Even there, you saw that one there, back deeper in the crease. Sometimes he's down the pitch, Tino. That ball there, he was slightly deep in the crease, so he's always trying to upset the bowler's rhythm, trying to be one step ahead, yeah. You very rarely see him practice a defensive shot. Look, deep in the crease, goes right back. Last over, he was down the surface. Nervous. I feel your pain. I'm hearing you.
That's well played, and he's done well off his own bowling, Zadran. I don't think he would have gone to the boundary anyway. Hashmatul is quite straight and he's given himself a bit of room at mid-off.
Yep, again, back in the crease and stays leg side of the ball this time, so just trying to find a bit of a rhythm here. Lorcan Tucker, Ireland's, well, one of Ireland's premier batters, really. First Ireland player to 400 runs in the Test arena. He was magnificent last year, won some accolades in various media outlets, was named in a team of the year, a Test team of the year. He was named in a global media outlet, which is no mean feat for an Irish cricketer and a wicketkeeper to be named in such high regard. So Lorcan Tucker, mainstay on this side. He's looking in good touch here. Played well in the first innings, Tino. Thought his rhythm and his template was nice. Always looking to score, always looking to be aggressive.
I've had the pleasure of watching him in a few Test matches. One thing that stood out for me in this one definitely is his defence has become a lot more assured.
He had a tendency, Lorcan Tucker, to play a little bit out from in, and what we mean by that, play from second or third slip and come across the ball, because he did favour the leg side. But just watching him over the last 3 days, he looks a lot tighter. His hands look a lot tighter to that back hip. And he's certainly playing straighter. He's hitting more balls down the ground and through extra cover than I've seen before. That catching man at mid-wicket, though, on the prowl.
That's pulled away, but fielder back. 20 overs gone, 63 for 4. Tolerance Oval here in Abu Dhabi. Its first Test match draws to a close. 155, Afghanistan batting first, 263 in reply. Ireland 218 for Afghanistan, 55 to the captain Hashmatullah. And Ireland needing 111 to win, need 48 more at 63 for 4. Rock solid, Andy Balbirnie. 32 not out. Just 48 more required for Ireland, with 6 wickets in hand.
The change in the field, Tino. The previous over for Lorcan Tucker, they had the man at 45, so now he's out. 2 slips and a short leg in play, so that paddle sweep is on. That risk versus reward. He could pick up a boundary, but brings the bowler into play. Very nice, good footwork, sweet.
Yeah, the other change is that the man we were talking about in the last over at cover has come a lot tighter. I like that option better. Yes, he's managed to maneuver the ball into the offside and get a single. It's just a single. But just a man in your face sometimes just gives you a bit of hesitancy.
What would you be doing right now? Test match cricket, a fine test match cricketer. You were 47 to win. You're on. Put yourself in Balbirnie's shoes, Tino. 32 not out. How are you playing this one?
Well, Bernie's faced 59 or 60 balls now. So if it was me, I wouldn't be on 32. I'd be on about 12. But what I would be doing is definitely trying to hit those sweepers. Ball turning away from me. Never really used to try and do too much. Swept well if the ball was going down the left side on the line. But I would definitely be looking to get myself to the other end.
How? How are you going to get there?
There's that gap to sweeper on the offside. Maneuver the ball into that gap if I can. Mid-off back a little bit, so you can hit that and go straight away. Oh, beauty. Beauty. 64 for 4.
.47 to win. Captain Balbirnie's looked fairly assured. He's had a couple of moments that were close to costing him his wicket. Probably this was as close as they come recently against Andrew Balbirnie. This is a cracker. Drift in, pitching on middle and leg, and Balbirnie beating all ends up, nearly beat Gurbaz. That's how good it was, and that's how close you are. Afghanistan, that is how close you are to a 5th wicket. Now, left arm wrist spin. Huge play in this game. Zahir Khan, expensive in the first innings, but take yourself back to that dismissal of Paul Sterling, and he has got a wonder ball in him. Ireland historically against Afghanistan and wrist spin and mystery spin have had their woes. This could be huge, because Ireland, if they can get a couple of bad balls and put them away to the fence, can nearly put this game to bed. On the flip side, Zahir Khan, if he can get a couple to turn and get his googly working nicely against 2 right-handers. Do not turn off your TV set, because this game is not done and dusted. Plenty of cricket to be played. 47 runs is a long way off.
They're thinking about 2. Lorcan Tucker's coming now. Confusion, ball's gone to the wrong end. And now, great work from the captain, Hashmatullah Shahidi. Oh, it's all happening.
Oh, Tolerance Oval. On your debut test, you're serving up a cracking encounter. Never going to be straightforward, this chase. Have a look. Lorcan Tucker wants 2. Right now he thinks 2. Balbirnie's not interested. Slightly better throw, and maybe there was an opportunity.
It's well watched. It's well watched. And this was the run-out attempt almost. I'll show you what the problem is here. Is that Lorcan Tucker's watching the ball. He's not watching his partner. And how often does ball watching cause run-outs? Because if he's looking at his partner, he can see that his partner's got his hand up and he's not running. The time he did look up at him, it was almost too late. Would have been too late if the ball had been thrown to the right end.
Well, teammates both at club and domestic level. Oh, no ball. Spinner just striving for that. Gusty breeze blowing.
शाबाश 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 तायो ball खत्ती की और डेढ़ खत्ती की
Yeah, he was well over.
शाबाश शाबाश
It's a bit of a gamble, like you said, at the beginning of the over to bring Zahir Khan on now. We saw in the first innings him deliver a few batter-friendly deliveries, to say the least, but he also produced some fantastic ones. So how was his introduction going to affect this game? Inside edge. Where is this running away to? Will it go all the way? No, it won't. Not enough momentum. And this time, Lorcan Tucker not looking for any extra runs. 22 gone. Creeping along slowly, Ireland. 69 for 4. Fourth bowler into the attack in the second innings, introduced in the previous over for Afghanistan. It's been heavy workload for the faster bowlers. Cuts away, fielder at backward point. Makes sure Balbirnie stays on strike.
Well, they need to get the communications right here. Andrew Balbirnie and Lorcan Tucker. There was nearly a run out in the last over, and there was a bit of yes, no, and thankfully for Ireland, there was no sorry. Nerves creeping in to the two men in the middle.
Oh, now, I don't think that's come off the glove. Looks like it's come off the forearm of Balbirnie. 2 more to the total. 2 crucial runs to the total.
Yeah, 2 leg byes, good spot. So, you know, don't mind the sweep shot option from Balbirnie. The hard sweep, he's a good sweeper of the ball, Andrew Balbirnie. He just picked this one up on length, I feel, yeah, pitching a good bit down leg side, a little bit of bounce and turn. It does bring risk, but it brings 2 leg byes. Required runs now, just 40.
In your description, just 40, Niall, I think is for you and me sitting in here. Not quite just for the 2 men in the middle.
I reckon the best place to be, Tino, is the 2 men in the middle from an Ireland point of view, because Lorcan Tucker and Andrew Balbirnie have some kind of control over what's going to happen. The worst place to be, from my experience, is in the dugout, either if you've been dismissed or you're still to go in.
You're absolutely right. Adrenaline coursing through your veins and nowhere for it to go and be used effectively.
One of our, well, probably I'll say our best ever coach for the Irish national team, Adrian Burrell, who's had wonderful success all around the world, was an awful watcher. He was the most nervous man. He had to take himself away from all the players because he was so worried about his nervous energy and tension affecting the next men in. What a ball, good pace, really good pace. Because you don't want that, your feelings to be portrayed onto the players that are potentially going to have an impact on the game. Great man, A.D. Burrell, wonderful coach, bad watcher.
Oh, he's pulled it out, but it's ended up slightly fuller than he would have wanted to be able to execute that sweep properly. 23 overs gone, Ireland 73 for 4. It's also time for a welcome drink.
دي الودان خورد مسلمان ګران افغانستان دا دلان وطن ټول لروبر دایمو د زړه سر یار دایمو د زړه سر دایمو د زړه سر یار دایمو د زړه سر خیر کو اخستای غی کسرو لمبو تورای پزاکړه لسیتمو تورای پزاکړه لسیتمو.
Drinks break then, coming to an end on day 3, the final session, or what will probably be the final session of this test match. Ireland chasing 111 to win. They've lost 4 wickets. Mike Haseman's alongside me. These are the 4.
Yeah, it was really good work right at the top. Very good stuff from Nijat and also Naveed. They had to pick up some wickets nice and early. Nijat got that one reviewed and was sent upstairs and was given out. That was Sterling. Big wicket that. Zero man into the attack, so he's continuing his fine form from his fifer in the first innings, but 2 to Naveed right at the top. Then Nijat 1 for 27 at the moment, and Zero Man's been a threat throughout this entire game. So here just the 1 over that went for 5. The countdown has started. There'll be a lot of people in Ireland right now getting very excited. 38 it is to win.
Come on, Bacha.
Oh, goodness me, that wasn't far away from being snaffled at short leg.
Thing about Zah here, he does get some sharp turn. Gives the ball quite a rip. How close was it? A foot or so, I would imagine, in front. It went to the ground pretty quickly.
I know you were very concerned, Hazy, about Zahir coming into the attack. Yes, he offers the threat, but there's also the possibility of a few cheap runs, should we say.
I don't think concern is the word. Yeah, I think that the thing about him is if you're going to get runs against someone, it's likely to be him. Because he will, because of the art he does bowl, he's going to dish up the odd loose delivery, because those back of the hand balls, the left arm unorthodox spinner, it's a very difficult ball to control. And he certainly bowled a beauty to get rid of Sterling in the first innings. But I think Naveed running in with 2 for 20 after 7 overs might have been a good option. The seamers would certainly keep it nice and tight and keep asking questions. Nijat as well.
Leg slip's gone in now to keep Andrew Balbirnie company. Jonathan Trott on the right of screen there, the Afghanistan head coach. He'll be living every ball. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. That's the threat that he poses, Zahir.
And so far this over, all the deliveries have been very good. So he's only given away the 1 run at this stage, and that was a beauty. That is terrific. That's not far away from that off stump, that's for sure. Look at the expression from the skipper.
Come on, boys, come on.
Balbirnie, that is.
Balbirnie's response to get the sweep out. Karim Janat down at deep backward square leg. Oh, there's a big shout for LBW there. Attempted reverse sweep. I have to say, looking live, that looked like a decent shout.
One review left.
No ball anyway.
One remaining.
And it's a no ball. Goodness me. If you want drama, you've got it here. Got to get that foot behind the line. And there's that poor ball. He's got away with it, Zahir. End of the over. 76 for 4.
Come on, boy, come on. Come on, boy, keep ready, get.
35 to win, Ireland. 6 wickets for Afghanistan. Oh, and it's gone past Zahir and down to the boundary for 4. Look at the enthusiasm there in the Ireland dugout. 4 more runs drip into the bucket.
That's a really important boundary. First ball of the over to squeeze that out and get it past backward point for 4. Really does make quite a difference. Just relieves a little bit of pressure for the rest of the over.
And Hazy, you know how things are in dressing rooms. Players count down, usually in things like 10s. They've moved out of the 70s into the 80s now. I won't say everyone will be relaxed in the dressing room, far from it, but just these little landmarks. There's a man who's certainly not relaxed on the sidelines, Jonathan Trott.
The guys in the middle will be talking about 10s, definitely. So the partnership is 42 at the moment. They'll be thinking, they won't be looking at the scoreboard too much. They'll be just thinking about their partnership, just ticking away with 10s with their partnership, knowing that they'll get closer and closer as they go along.
Oh, the edge is just short. Nur Ali is there, a sort of second slip gully.
It went very quickly, that one.
Good running from Tucker.
Yeah, you've got to trust your partner. You call for one, your partner's going to be backing up and he's going to be supporting you as well.
It's interesting, Nur Ali there. Quite often the modern way of fielding in that position is to almost get on your knees and get as low as you possibly can. Marcus Trescothick has done it recently before he retired. It's the end of the over, another good over for Ireland as well. 7 runs from it, 83 for 4. Zahir just remeasuring his run. Now, the reason he's doing that is because he bowled that no ball in the last over. Do you know he's bowled 15 no balls in Test match cricket? All the other Afghanistan bowlers in the history of Test cricket combined have bowled 23. So he's got a real problem with overstepping. And in this sort of situation, every run is like gold dust.
These singles they're picking up fairly easily at the moment, boosting Ireland considerably. 27 now from this stage, 6 wickets in hand, so if they just keep picking up the ones, that's all they'll be concerned about. I see there's a boundary post being posted now at long on, which is obviously there to save a boundary if there's a loose delivery, a full toss, a nice juicy full toss delivered. That means that one or two of the catches have just got to change a little bit, because they've just got to try and stop these little annoying singles to try and block it up a little bit.
Another single. It's interesting, the idea with the long on. This sort of situation, I might be tempted to have the fielder up, and if it's a bad ball, it's a bad ball, but maybe give the batter the temptation to go over the top, go down the ground.
I think they're waiting for over-pitch deliveries in particular they can put through the offside. I think that's what they're waiting for, these two batsmen.
Like that. Carved square by Balbirnie. They should pick up another 3 here. In fact, no, they've decided discretion is the better part of valour, and they've gone for 2, and the throw has hit Ramanila Gurbas on the knee.
Both batsmen were screaming no before they even turned around at each other.
I think Hashmatullah's got to make a change here. In the context of chasing 111 for victory, so here, in just over 2.5 overs, none for 13, he's going to have to go back to Naveed.
Yeah, I think if he was going to introduce him, I think he introduced him too late. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right time to bring him in. It just put so much pressure on him as a bowler. He's going to be losing confidence and giving the ball a lot of flight, because he can't give anything away. That's going to be driven, because they're going to pick up the odd ones and twos. The partnership now is 49 between these two guys, which is seriously good work for Ireland.
It's the end of the over. Ireland just 23 runs away from their first win in Test match cricket. 88 for 4. Ireland flag flying high at the moment. Naveed has just been going through some warming up exercises. Last throw of the dice, perhaps. It's a poor ball, and it's gone for 4. 50 partnership, and what a partnership it's been. Ireland now just 19 runs away from victory. Tremendous stuff by this pair. When they came together, it was 39 for 4. Balbirnie looking for the single, which would take him to 50. He's got all the time in the world here, Andrew Balbirnie. No need to rush. No need to go searching for big shots. Niall O'Brien's slipped in alongside me.
Yeah, Balbirnie on the cusp of a half-century. Welcome return to form after missing out first time round.
End of the over. Ireland 92 for 4.
Always nice for families to have players have their families on site cheering them on.
Naveed back into the attack. Last throw of the dice this by Hashmatullah Shahidi, recalling his big strike bowler.
Yeah, he's been impressive over the 3 days. He's bowled with real heart, very good skill and some excellent control. His pace has generally been up on the quickest bowlers in this fixture, 2 for 20. That opening burst this afternoon was sensational, really did rock Ireland. 13 for 3 Ireland were reeling at one stage, but Balbirnie has stood firm and Lorcan Tucker's given him excellent support, as always.
He's timed that beautifully to deep cover. Well, they'll scamper back for a second. It's good running as well.
Good running, but the timing was beautiful. Yeah, good call, that's right. Because they've had a few moments, Lorcan Tucker and Andrew Balbirnie this afternoon, when the communication hasn't been quite so good. So you can just hear Lorcan Tucker saying good call to his captain. Beautiful punch, really, really nice. Backing across, and Andrew Balbirnie called his wicketkeeper batter through for a second.
A little skip down the pitch there from Tucker.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier how he likes to play around with the bowler's lines, the length. Sometimes he goes slightly deeper in the crease, sometimes he stays a little bit leg side of the ball, but his preferred method is getting down the surface, as we've seen a lot in the green of Ireland, in the white ball formats, but not afraid to express himself down the surface in the test match arena.
Tucker will keep the strike. 16 to win. Ireland 95 for 4. Well, if Ireland win, they'll slip into the middle of that particular table. This is their 8th test match. It's a very respectable performance, that. A couple of wins for Afghanistan already in test match cricket. Will Ireland join them today? Well, if they don't, it's going to be one of the most dramatic collapses I think you'll have seen wherever you're watching. Yes is the call. And again, really good running from Lorcan Tucker. Little nod of the head there. He's so busy.
Exceptional running. Straight away, Tucker wanted it. Really superb from Lorcan Tucker. Game awareness. Captain. 49 not out.
50 for Andrew Balbirnie. It's his 4th in test match cricket. He's gone up to the top of the order for the first time in this format. It's his 2nd 50 in tests against Afghanistan. What an innings from the captain, exactly what his side needed.
Superb leadership from Andrew Balbirnie. A wonderful half-century. Missed out in the first innings, looked all at sea. This afternoon, his technique has been spot on. He has seized the situation, analysed everything that's been put in front of him. Then the hard sweep, what else? A wonderful sweeper of the ball and recognition from his teammates. His parents are here cheering him on in Abu Dhabi, as they always are. Lovely moment for Andrew Balbirnie. One of the most popular men in the Ireland side. He'll want to be there at the end, Brian. He will want to see this game over the line.
First 50 by an Ireland batsman in the 4th innings of a test. Real pressure situation, and he's responded.
Yeah, he's a great character. One thing he will never shirk away from is responsibility. He harbours all the hopes of the nation on those broad shoulders. He's a wonderful character, Andrew Balbirnie. Negotiated safely from Lorcan Tucker. Ireland are just 14 away from history, 97 for 4.
Shabba, 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 boy, boy. Come on, boy. Middle, please, cut.
Just watching Naveed charging in here, the effort is certainly there, but I just wonder if this particular storm's blown itself out a little bit. Very difficult to keep going back to the well with a quick bowler. Bear in mind, this is the third day in succession he's had to strap his bowling boots on and charge in. Not easy conditions to bowl quick in these with the wind that's blown, particularly over the last couple of days.
Well, there's been lots of notable bowling performances in this match. Pace and spin. Mark Adair's obviously the standout bowler in the pace department, and Zia-ur-Rahman in the spin department. But two quicks, Naveed and Barry McCarthy, for wholehearted effort. Flayed away through the offside. There was a shout of catch, but it's just going to trickle into the boundary cushion. 100 comes up, 10 needed.
Look at the Ireland fans there. Oh, the smiles are as broad as you can imagine. They can taste the Guinness. Andrew Balbirnie's 50.
Yeah. A little bit of fortune early on, that's fine, you expect that, that's good there. Timing, balance, much better than the first innings. Always good square the wicket, Andrew Balbirnie, and he's an excellent player of spin bowling, so when a spinner comes on, he's always looking to score. It's a favourite area. That shot, sweep shot, has brought him a lot of success. The little fist pump. Excellent from the captain. Nothing down the ground. Plenty in that point and deep third region. Leg side, lots behind square and through the covers. Nothing down the ground. I think it's more to do with the surface than how Balbirnie has played today. I think it's a really, really good half century.
It's the end of the over, 101 for 4.
It's possible.
10 to win. Fielder at deep square isn't quite sure it's gone. It's gone for 4. Ireland are 1 stroke away from victory. Just 6 required now.
Two good sweepers at the crease. That is a hard, flat sweep well in front of square. There's oceans of space. There's hundreds of yards. Hit it where you want, Lorcan Tucker.
Niall O'Brien, just put this into context for us. Your first game for Ireland, I think, was against Denmark.
Yeah, 2002, my debut, Denmark and Stormont. A handful of employees at was called the Irish Cricket Union back then, not Cricket Ireland. The wonderful John Wright was in charge. A terrific man, a stalwart for a long time of Irish cricket, who basically ran the show. They entrusted Adrian Burrell to come in and coach and develop the team. Adrian Burrell took it by the scruff of the neck and turned a fairly amateur organisation and team into one with a winning professional mindset. The game evolved. Getting to World Cups was absolutely pivotal, and then winning on the World Cup stage, turning into a professional organisation with a large number of full-time staff, developing the game both on the field and off the field. Grassroots cricket is absolutely huge, so crucial to the future of the game. But without the progress through the early 2000s and into the 2010 era, the next generation wouldn't have had those heroes and those stars to look up to. Now a fully fledged Test nation with a thriving club scene, participation numbers on the up year on year, and an abundance of talent coming through the underage systems. 31 overs done, 107 for 4. To get to the stage where Ireland are 4 runs away from a historic first Test victory, it's almost too hard to think of, Brian, from where I started back in 2002. Coming from a family where my dad captained Ireland, our whole family were just besotted with cricket. We lived for cricket, and that sounds hard to believe for a lot of people who are not from Ireland, that a family can think of nothing but cricket. And that's all that was in the O'Brien household, and many households like us. So when you travel around the world as a player, as a commentator, as a fan, and you see the highs and the lows, you feel those emotions. You feel the losses, they hurt you. And when you get a win, you ride the crest of a wave and you're loving life. But most importantly, you play for moments like this to get victories, to make a landmark statement, to put Irish cricket on the map once again. Pumped away through the covers. Balbirnie, the captain, is it going to race into the rope? Hit it harder, captain. It's okay. You're nearly there, Mr. and Mrs. Balbirnie.
The scores are tied. Wry smile there from Andrew Balbirnie at the non-striker's end. All the fielders coming up now, as you'd expect. 1 to win, 1 run is all that separates Ireland from their first ever Test victory.
There it is! Historic landmark for Irish cricket and everyone that has worn that proud jersey. Andrew Balbirnie and Lorcan Tucker have got the job done here at Tolerance Oval. It's an amazing moment for everyone all around the world, Irish fans, former players, administrators. This is a moment we will never forget for the generation, the next generation watching all over the Emerald Isle. You can dream, you can believe. Ireland have won a Test match. Magnificent moment. Very proud man in the commentary box, very proud of the captain Andrew Balbirnie to lead his side here at Tolerance Oval. A venue that's never hosted a Test match before. We've seen history and a wonderful game of cricket.
Magnificent performance from Ireland. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. The skipper leading from the front, 58 not out. He takes a couple of souvenir stumps. But there's disappointment as well. Afghanistan, they'll be bitterly disappointed with their showing in this match. But the story is Ireland. A test victory for them in their 8th match at this level. That's a remarkable achievement in itself.
Well, there's mutual respect. Ireland, of course, jubilant, and so they should be. Afghanistan have played their part. Do not forget that. Afghanistan have fought so hard. Both nations, there's a fierce rivalry, but there's a mutual respect between Afghanistan cricket and Cricket Ireland. They've locked horns many times before, but now it's all about Andrew Balbirnie and his Irish team, as they have created history in front of a loyal following here in wonderful Abu Dhabi, who have played host brilliantly well. Smiles, hugs, there will be tears. Gary Wilson, who was a stalwart for 15 years for Ireland, part of the coaching staff. Gareth Delaney, part of the white ball squad. Richard Holzer, performance director, is here looking over proceedings, and Lorca Tucker and Andrew Balbirnie, two products of Pembroke Cricket Club, one of the strongest clubs in the region, have got their nation over the line. Excellent from the batters, wonderful from all the bowlers over 2 innings. Bowling Afghanistan out twice on this surface was a remarkable achievement. Great game of cricket played in really good spirits and a beautiful new test match arena.
Yes, you mentioned some of those names from the past, Niall. Just thinking about the likes of Trent Johnston. You mentioned Adi Burrell, Phil Simmons, all these people who've been responsible for the progress that Irish cricket has made over the last 2 decades. This win's as much for them as for anyone else.
Yeah, Phil Simmons has already sent me a message. He's watching from Karachi. Was a brilliant coach for 8 years, Phil Simmons. Graham Ford. Do not forget Graham Ford and the role he played. And credit to Heinrich Milan, the new coach, who's overseen a difficult early start to his coaching tenure with Cricket Ireland, but he's persisted and he's given some young players opportunity. Lorca Tucker, Curtis Camphor, Harry Tector, and they have produced. This is the winning moment. This is history right here. Lorca Tucker, Andrew Balbirnie, hands aloft, and that's what it means. Well done, Cricket Ireland.
Hugs, smiles, delight. Oh yes. Magnificent. So, Ireland required 111 to win. They got there in the end, but not without the odd wobble. They were 13 for 3, 39 for 4, and then captain Andrew Balbirnie and Lorcan Tucker, they came together and added 72 unbroken for the 5th wicket to see their side to victory. Bowling figures. Magnificent opening spells by Nijat and Naveed. They really put the jitters on the Irish top order, but in the end they simply didn't have enough runs to defend. Let's have a look at the highlights of the innings, and there were plenty of them.
Well, Ireland would have been hoping for a solid start. Nick in the first over put down routine Ibrahim Zadran, and then PJ Moore castled. And all of a sudden, there were nerves, and nerves aplenty. Camphor gone, first rock. Ireland lost 2 in 2. The score was 8 at the time, and then Harry Tector nicked an absolute cracking ball by Nijat. Just a feather through to Gurbaz, and at 13 for 3, Ireland were rocked. Paul Stirling. one of the best players Ireland have ever produced, came in and showed a level of composure, assurance, and most importantly some good stroke play before he got a good ball. Excellent from Zia-ur-Rahman, who had an excellent test match, picking up 6 wickets. Andrew Balbirnie a lot rested on the captain's shoulders. I thought today Balbirnie really got his technique in order, got his balance and his stroke making right on point, and a little bit of luck along the way. You're always going to have or need a little bit of luck on the 4th innings of a game, and it was the sweep shot that brought Balbirnie his 4th test match and maybe his most important test match half century. The end was nigh and the ball started to be flayed to all parts, and the hard sweeps came out, and Ireland could see the winning runs very close, and this was it. Balbirnie calls Tucker through, and history is made in Abu Dhabi.
Three days of fantastic test match cricket at Tolerance Oval. A game that swung one way, then the other, and in the end, it swung towards Ireland decisively. They've won by 6 wickets. It's just the beginning of this Ireland tour, because we move into the white ball action now. We go north to Sharjah, 3 one-day internationals, followed by 3 2020 internationals, so still plenty of top cricket to come. We'll take a break now, and when we come back, please be with us, because we've got the presentation ceremony.
Okay, 1-2, 1-2. Yeah, it's coming.
Yes, hello and welcome to this post-match presentation for the Etisalat Cup, Afghanistan versus Ireland, the one-off Test match 2024. And what a fantastic occasion for cricket we've had, a brilliant Test match that has ebbed and flowed across every day of play, with Ireland ultimately running out winners by 6 wickets and taking a historic first Test match victory here in Abu Dhabi. Firstly, please allow me to introduce you to my presentation party across to my left, starting with Dr. Ahmed Khalid Hatam, a board member of the ACB. Next to him is Mr. Aladat Nouri, also a board member of the ACB. He's next to Mr. Kefiyatullah Nabakil, the head of Marcom for Etisalat, Afghanistan. And then finally we have Mr. Ahmed Shah Suleiman Kel, who's a chief selector of the Afghan Cricket Board. Next up, a huge thanks to our sponsors, Etisalat Afghanistan, the title sponsors, joined by Super Cola, Bank Milli Afghan and Hedge Sachs for their valuable contribution to this Test match and indeed this series. And before we get into our awards, we also have to give special thanks to everyone involved in making this event possible. Our sincere appreciation for the important and critical part that the ACB organising committee have played, given that the ACB are organising all of their events in a third country here in the UAE. And a big thank you to the wonderful hard-working people for their roles and all their efforts throughout the week building up to this series and indeed the 3 days of play itself. Also thanks to everyone in the Abu Dhabi cricket team, including the ground staff and all of our match officials, for all who made this Test match such a success. Yeah, thank you very much. Round of applause for them. Okay, we've got a couple of awards, and we're going to hear from both captains, and we've got also the award for the winner's trophy for Ireland too. Our first award is going to be presented by Mr. Ahmed Shah Suleiman Kel, the chief selector. And this is going to go for the stylish player of the match, with a cheque for 25,000 Afghani. And it's going to go to Zia-ur-Rahman for his 5-wicket haul, a maiden 5-wicket haul in Test cricket in just his second Test match, and 6 wickets altogether in the match. Yeah, brilliantly bowled by the left-arm spinner Zia-ur-Rahman. Okay, our second award is the major award. It's for the player of the match, and they're going to receive 2 prizes. The first will be a cheque for 50,000 Afghani, presented by Mr. Kefiyatullah Nabakil of Etisalat. He's also going to receive the player of the match trophy in a few moments. There was plenty of contenders, really good performances with the bat throughout the tournament by the likes of Zadran and Gurbaz, also Lorcan Tucker and Paul Sterling, and the bowlers were excellent too. We've just seen the brilliance of Zia-ur-Rahman. Naveed Zadran took 5 wickets, Barry McCarthy and also Craig Young on their Test match debut in the wickets too. But they're the best figures in the history of Test match cricket for Ireland. The player of the match, it's Ireland's Mark Adair. 8 for 95. He's going to receive that cheque for 50,000 Afghan and pose for a photo. And the next part of his award will be presented by Mr. Aladat Nouri, the ACB board member. This is the official player of the match trophy. Mark, if you could pose for a photo as well, please. And that maiden 5-wicket haul in the first innings, Sparky come over 5 for 39. Mark Adair, is it a pinch-yourself moment, a historic Test match victory for Ireland? Player of the match for you?
Yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing, if I'm honest. You know, the way the lads put out a few fires there at the end, and a bit nervy on the way home, but it was obviously very nice to get us down Broadway and get a win.
I know how tight-knit all of you seamers are, and you took 19 of the 20 wickets between you. How much does that mean to you, Barry McCarthy, Curtis Camphor and Craig Young?
Yeah, it's nice of you to include Kurt in there. He's a bit of an innocent bystander in the seamers group at the minute, but no, the lads are absolutely brilliant, and I'm absolutely chuffed for them.
What does this mean for Irish cricket? It's obviously been about 6 years in the making. Haven't played a huge amount of Test cricket for a 4-year hiatus. 4 pretty tough defeats last year, but now a first Test match victory.
Yeah, last year Test cricket was pretty difficult. We found ourselves on the losing side every time, and we just sort of, yeah, it was just tough. But no, this is a real stepping stone for us, and hopefully we get back in whites in August time and chase number 2.
We mentioned the bowlers. What about the batters? Basically, everyone stood up at some point across the 3 days for you.
No, absolutely. I think the way that we showed the sort of length and depth of our batting throughout has been excellent, and I think the way the lads finished off at the end there was really, really top drawer.
Okay, finally, it's the start of a brilliant series, white ball cricket to follow. You're continuing to lead the attack for Ireland, all 3 formats, something you're delighted to be doing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got a really good bowling group, and I think that's what really matters. There's lads here who've played a lot of cricket, and I think we've now got probably the most experienced bowling group we've had in a long time. So there's new guys coming in, but at the same time, we still have that core.
Many congratulations, Mark, player of the match.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, Mark Adair, absolutely ecstatic, understandably, after a quite wonderful performance throughout the Test match. 8 for 95 for him, the best figures of all time. Okay, we'll hear from both captains now. We'll start with the captain of Afghanistan, that's Hashmatullah Shahidi. Hashmatullah, hard luck. Where do you process that match? Where did it quite go wrong for you?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think the first day when we were batting, so we let ourselves down, and Irish seamers was bowling very good, but we also, as a batting unit, we didn't accept the pressure and we threw our wickets. And
did those conditions surprise you at all, given how many of the wickets fell to the Irish seamers?
To be honest, the condition was not good for batting. From day one, the ball was seeming moving. So the condition was a bit difficult, and also their bowlers bowled very disciplined in the right areas.
On the positive side, certainly with the bat, Ibrahim Zadran, 53, Ramanul Gurbaz, I thought looked really good in his Test debut, and then some sparkling bowling performances, Zia Rahman and the youngster Naveed Zadran, outstanding.
Yeah, we had some positive, like you mentioned about Gurbaz. He played in very positive in his debut, and also Naveed Zadran. He had a good Test match against Sri Lanka, and in this game also he did very good. And Ziaur Rahman Akbar had a fifer, so it was a good game for him also.
You know what it feels like to win Test matches. You've won 3 in your history. Maybe a word for Ireland, a special moment for them, their first in their history.
Yeah, it's always special, and I congratulate them because it was a first win for them and for us. We must learn from this lose and move forward and work hard for the Test cricket in the future games.
Really looking forward to seeing you during the white ball series. Hard luck in this Test match.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, understandable disappointment for Hashmatullah Shahidi. It will be the opposite emotions for Ireland's captain. Let's speak now to Andrew Balbirnie. Andy, a Test match victory. Can you quite believe it?
I can. I think we started the Test match really well, having lost the toss. You've already spoken to Mark about the bowling effort. I thought it was outstanding, just really disciplined. And we showed again in the second innings with the way we bowled our lengths, and it got a bit flatter for the seamers, for the batters against the seamers. So to take 20 wickets in any Test match is a big achievement, and I think it's only the second time we've done it, so pretty special.
Yeah, you know your stats. It is only the second time you've done it. The first time was Lords. 13 for 3, you're out there with the bat. What's running through your head?
I think just with a score like that, you've just got to, you're one partnership away, and every time, you know, when Sterlo came in and Lorcan came in, the more we spent time out there, the easier it got. So yeah, there was obviously a bit of nerves when you're chasing your first win, but I knew if I stayed in there for long, I could see us home.
Talk about the journey Irish cricket's taken, not just over the last decade, but even longer than that. Where does this stand in terms of everything in the pantheon of Irish cricket?
Oh, I think it's right up there. I think there's a lot of talk in world cricket at the moment about the relevance of Test cricket, but you asked this whole group how special this is, and that's right up there for me. I've played a lot of cricket for Ireland, but certainly that's, you know, as big a moment for me. And a lot of players before us didn't get the chance to play Test cricket. Fortunately, we're part of that history now. We've got to play and we've got to win. So I think it's a lot bigger than cricket. Hopefully we'll inspire some people back home to want to be Test match cricketers, and hopefully we can back them up to do it.
I think there's probably too many batting performances to mention, yourself included, being not out there at the end. But what about the bowlers? 19 of the 20 wickets went to the seamers, and the 2 seam bowling debutants in particular played a huge role.
Yeah, we knew it would be attritional stuff. Probably swung a bit more than we thought in that first day, but you still got to bowl well and create chances. And I think we did that. I think the spinners came into the game as well and created chances, tied down ends when they needed to as well. And so yeah, it's just an all-round performance, and I think we deserved it from, you know, the first day. We won a lot of sessions out there, and look, to win our first Test, we're absolutely ecstatic, even though it don't sound like that.
Very finally, where does Ireland go from here in Test match cricket? Would you like to play more? Would you love to see other sides come to Ireland, or Ireland get a chance to go to many more Test nations?
Of course, but like you have to look at how busy the schedule is. There's a lot of cricket in the world going on. We know that we're not going to get 10, 15 tests a year. That's fine, but when we do get that opportunity, we're going to do our best to create a result and create history. And we've done that now. It's nice to get the monkey off the back. There was the list coming up on the screen every few often about how when the first test win came. So very special to be part of the group to do that.
Well, it took Ireland just 6 years, New Zealand 26. You are the winners, and it's now time to present this beautiful trophy. I'd like to call upon Dr. Ahmed Khalid Hatam, the ACB board member, to present this specially commissioned Etisalat Cup to the champions of the Etisalat Cup. It is Ireland. And the trophy will be received by their captain, Andrew Balbirnie. And Andy, my final act would be to ask you to go and join your teammates to spark those celebrations. Many congratulations. The champions of this one-off test match series for the Etisalat Cup, it is Andrew Balbirnie and his Irish side.
Their first test match success. It's been 6 years in coming. He's not the most demonstrative character, Andrew Balbirnie, but you can see what it means to him. Look at that. So many smiling faces, so much happiness. Niall O'Brien still alongside me. What a magic moment, Niall.
Brilliant for Balbirnie, brilliant for Cricket Ireland. A magnificent 3 days. A short test match, but it had pretty much absolutely everything. Very proud nation will enjoy this victory and celebrate in style, no doubt whatsoever. Ireland historic here at the Tolerance Oval. A new test venue in the men's game, the 122nd venue. Afghanistan bundled out for 155. Ireland at day 3, winning by 6 wickets. We're going to have a break, and when we come back, we'll get all the reaction from the presentation party and the post-match show.